Hello, Smite fans, and welcome back to the second half of Day 5 of the Smite World Championship placement rounds. We got one more set today, and then we still got a whole another day tomorrow. But always make sure that you're sitting in comfort. Thanks to our friends over at Maxonomic, you too can get yourself one of our fancy and nice Maxonomic chairs. And if you need a tutorial on how to build it, let's go back and watch the video. Maybe watch it in like 0.25 speed so you kind of get a better idea. Make sure to go to hrz.io/maxonomicsmite, our new provided link to you guys, and use code SMITEMAX. Get yourself a nice discount on your own Maxonomic chair. We now also have the XL chairs available to you guys if you want something a little bit larger, something a little bit more firm, something just bigger in general, XL. Make sure to pick one of those up. Thank you so much, Maxonomic, for being the chair sponsor here in Season 8 of the SPL. We got a big matchup here, and it's going to be a big match for really both of these teams, Mifflin. We got Sleekness, one of the top SCC teams coming out of North America. We got the Valkyries, who have had a struggle for a majority of the year and even a struggle so far up into this tournament. Going to be facing off here for one final chance to go towards that SWC.
Yeah, worth noting that Sleekness has been one of the comeback kids of the SCC story, right? Throughout the early parts of the year, they were sitting closer to the bottom of the seeding, and then very recently have been making strides and improving greatly, finding themselves at the first seed of the North American SCC, whereas the Valkyries, similar trajectory, have also been struggling at the SPL tier, and now looking to defend themselves and try and pave their way to Worlds.
Yeah, we did have a number 4 seed out of Sleekness, as you said. Now the number 1 seed coming out of those playoffs. They're going up against the Valkyries, sure to be a big set for both of them. But here's the thing, Mifflin, their prize is going to be playing the Olympus Bolts for that final slot
That
into
fun.
the SWC. And talk about, you got a tall task for really both these two teams here up against each other just today. And then you got to play up against the Bolts on Sunday, tomorrow, for your final chance to make it into the Smite World Championship. Kind of a look at the week that we've had so far. The only game, or set I should say, so far in this group that's gone the distance has been that Jade Dragons Olympus Bolts game yesterday. That went 3-2 over towards the Dragons. They've already made it in now to the SWC. Winner of this plays the Bolts, and for a last chance qualifier to send our fourth and final team over to the SWC, because it's a lot of teams that come out here for this event, but we're only sending 4 more to meet up with the Titans and the Kings, who are already confirmed their spots.
Man, I'm really excited for this bracket. I feel like the Olympus Bolts are playing some of their best Smite of the year. The near comeback story up against the Jade Dragons, now Sleekness as well, the Cinderella story of the SCC. The Valkyries playing against some pretty tough odds, but still certainly a team to keep your eyes on. As well as worth mentioning, they got a new jungler, they got a new coach. This is a new Valkyries. No longer Johnny in the jungle, it's Ice. No longer their previous coach. Now it is Cherio, which is why we might have seen some Kabrak in jungle recently.
Yeah, seeing Cherio come onto this roster, kind of does change up the dynamic of the coaching aspect of the picks and bans, and even maybe some of the gods that we do get to see out on that battleground. And Ice even brings kind of a breath of fresh air here to the Valkyries. We've seen what Johnny used to like to go for, kind of some of those hard carry jungle picks. We got to see a little bit of it yesterday. We saw some Light of the Fenrir coming out there out of Ice. But over for that solo lane, something that's stayed very consistent for this team throughout the entirety of the year has been Ducky out of that solo lane. Some change-ups in the meta have now put him onto this Camazotz. We've been seeing a lot of exceptional Warrior and Guardian play out of this player too.
Yeah, the only guy on the planet who's first picking Sun Wukong and has been getting some respect bans tossed his way for it. I think that Ducky is one of the most consistent players on this team. He's been very adept at holding his own against some of the best bullies in the league, the SPL that is. When he plays against Haddix, when he's playing against Nika, he very well can stand his ground. Rotations has generally been the strength of Ducky. He loves to play these picks that can make high impact plays early on the Cerberus. He's going to leave lane at level 5 and make sure he's either burning beads in mid or burning lives in mid. It is always a treat to watch him play, and I'm expecting great things from him here today.
I mean, he's one of these players that, the jungler and really a lot of the Valkyrie players want to make sure that of all players on their team to get ahead, it has been Ducky. You want to get that front line out there, make him feel tanky, make him feel unkillable as he's diving through some of these backliners. And that's where really a lot of the early game facilitation has gone towards, is trying to get Ducky up and ahead.
Yeah, I think so, man. But he doesn't have an easy path, does he? I mean, there's a strong guy on the other side, but Ducky no stranger to playing against some strengths in the league.
Yeah, Ducky is really going to have a big order up against him. He's going to be playing up against Sleekness and Chronic specifically, and we do have Ducky standing by for our pregame interview today. Ducky, you got a new jungler coming up into the team, into an event like this. What's been kind of some of the mendings to kind of get Ice kind of ready for this team and ready for this event?
Well, first of all, you look great, by the way. I'm loving the outfit.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Looking pretty good
And
yourself. I still love those jerseys, by the way.
the jerseys are very nice. You can get one yourself at the website, which I'm
What's the
sure
link?
they will tell you. What's the link?
Yeah.
Oh god, come on! I didn't buy this myself.
Oh, come
I don't know
on,
the link.
Ducky.
Anyways,
What?
Dougie, kind of talking a little bit about Ice out here, kind of joining your roster, coming in here for Johnny. How's it kind of been forming around this player?
It's been pretty nice. I mean, Ice has a different playstyle to Johnny. Johnny's more of a hyper carry, like gets in there, doesn't really mind if he dies. I mean, you saw the Apollo game, that one set. But Ice really brings something different. He likes to play kind of janky junglers. You've seen Sylvanas in the lower league, and he's played that a few times. But he definitely brings a new flavor to the team. We didn't get to show it yesterday, obviously. Well, not yesterday, when we played this week. But hopefully today we can show how good he is.
I almost kind of forgot about the Sylvanas game for a moment out of Ice. I kind of try to sometimes block some games out of my mind here. But coming into here, you are going against Sleekness. It's a completely different play style than some of the other teams that you've gone up against. We've seen adjustments that the Dragons were able to make up against them. What kind of change-ups do you think you need to kind of get some wins here over Sleekness?
I think we need to play a little safer in the early game so that we, don't lose our lead straight off the bat and we have to play from behind the entire game, which is never fun. Other than that, we should play safe but also aggressive. I don't think we should let them do what they want to do. Like, the Dragons really punished them in their games. They played overly aggressive, invaded every buff, and we should probably try to imitate that.
All right, well, Dougie, thank you so much for taking the time to have our interview. I'll let you get back with the team. That way you guys can get ready to take on Sleekness.
Shop.smiteproleague.com.
Hey, there we go. Now he's got the link ready. Thank you, Ducky, so much. It took him a little bit, but he figured it out. He got the link ready. It sounds like the team is starting to kind of get themselves, kind of trying to find their footing here. You kind of heard him say that they really couldn't kind of show off what Ice is capable of just yet. Now they got a second opportunity to do so here against Sleekness.
Yeah, they want to play aggressively in the early game, but simultaneously safe, maybe a little bit proactive and reactive at the same time. Ducky having some fun during the interview. Maybe some non-answers there, but you know what? I'll let him have it. That guy's so charismatic.
It's hard to ever argue against Ducky there. It's just a great guy to have in the league, great guy in general. But they are going up against Sleekness, and Ducky specifically does have to face off against Chronic in that solo lane. Chronic, a very aggressive player. And that's one of the things that, whenever we talk to solo laners, it's always, what kind of playstyle you like fighting against. And a lot of times you do like to see someone say, I like it when we are constantly brawling over in the solo, when we are having those 1v1s. And Chronic is one of those players who will bring the 1v1 to you.
Yeah, as I was walking by after the Oni Warriors had won their set, they were celebrating in the break room, and they were talking about this upcoming set. Nika can be quoted as saying that when scrimming against the SCC teams, Chronic is one of the hardest people to lane against. He's got a very unique play style, unique god pool, very aggressive as well. So I am excited to see that matchup against Ducky, the melding of the minds as they butt heads on how they elect to play the game. But that's not to say that Sleekness hasn't got an entirely strong draft around them as well. Even in some of the games where they lost up against the Jade Dragons, Oath, specifically in this game, pops off. I think he got 6 kills in like 7 minutes on this guy, just completely 1v5ing the Jade Dragons throughout the early. So I think Sleekness have certainly got some tools that they can push forward and push to the forefront that could net them some dubs here.
And it really feels like the kind of the right side of the map here for Sleekness is the one that's really had to step up against the Dragons roster specifically. I mean, Dude Man Bro and Quig kind of got a lot of target thrown towards them when it came to the picks and bans, and made sure to kind of keep those two players in particular down. But Quig and Dude Man Bro, if you let them get one of those critical picks, if you let that, I can't believe I'm still saying this even here today after we've been watching an entire season, but if you let this East set go over the way of Quig in that support role, it could be a really hard matchup to go against.
Yeah, so there are some answers to that, J-Mac, and it seems like the Jade Dragons had come up with it.
Right,
you ban the E-set. Yeah,
right.
just ban it. They did it every single game, and they won every single game. We got to see a little bit more from Quickfin support. I want to see some picks that he can elevate to play at the same level as his E-set. There's something to be said of having unorthodox picks that are going to absorb some bans for your team, but you have to have fallbacks. The only reason you develop these strange pocket picks is so that you could do exactly that. Absorb some bans. You got to expect that eventually, if you're showing so much strength on the E-set support, teams are going to take notice. The Jade Dragons have, and I'm sure the Valhalla Valkyries have as well.
They're going to need to here. I mean, this is a big game for both of these teams. The loser of this set, they're done. Their chance at the SWC are gone. The winner moves on. They play up against the Bolts, who have also going to be sitting here doing their research. They've already watched the first set between these teams. I mean, obviously, the Bolts had to play their first set against one of these two teams. So they've got a little bit of research dialed in, and the picks and bans are sure to show exactly what research both of these teams have done up against each other here. Sleekness versus the Valhalla Valkyries, game 1 of our second best of 5 of the day. And it will be Sleekness here on the first pick.
Yeah, I wonder how Sleekness is going to treat the banning phase, right? Generally, when teams have passed and played against the Valhalla Valkyries, it was a lot of Johnny bans, like almost all consistently Johnny bans. The Fenrir comes to mind. Seems like Sleekness is going to keep in line with that. The Loki is something that he was never allowed to play for the Valhalla Valkyries. The Jade Dragons, generally, when they had played against the Valkyries, tried to limit something that Ducky does as well. We've seen recently some Sun Wukong bans tossed out, some Odin bans as well. Seems like Sleekness falling in line with a little bit of the general consensus on how you have to address the Valhalla Valkyries.
Well, it seems one thing that the Valkyries are addressing right away is that mid lane. Nehu on the Zeus performed very well up against their first matchup of the week, and they're going to make sure to take that away. I mean, he got 2 opportunities to show just how good Zeus is, and, well, he showed it for sure. Zeus is definitely a guy that you need to take out of this mid laner's hands. The Ola run away from Dude Man Bro, that was another one of those consistent bans that the Dragons had up against Sleekness. That won't change here, and neither will the E-Set. That one gets taken away. But I think interesting here is Sleekness is the ones to ban away this Camazotz, which has been a relentless first pick.
It has been, but Oath has got plenty of gods that I trust him to play at a very high level through the jungle. So I think Sleekness trying to limit one of the newer players to the Valhalla Valkyries makes a lot of sense. Ice has not had a lot of time to practice with these guys, so limiting anything you think might be in his god pool, probably going to play very well to your own strengths. Sleekness take the Achilles in that first slot. Safe first pick. You're going to have a lane bully. You're going to have a decent transition into late game. It kind of dissuades the Valhalla Valkyries from going towards one of their favorite picks of the past, the Khepri, because that execute just goes straight through the Scarab's Blessing. So I think already Sleekness kind of laying the field very well.
It's always kind of wild to see the metas that develop partway through a tournament like this. You know, you have gods that were kind of strong, a couple of players here and there picking them up. And now you just see an explosion here the last couple of days as Achilles has really been making his mark over in the solo lane, has become kind of one of these first picks. And then a Muzen Cobb as well. I mean, we saw it out of the Only Warriors, a heavy ban priority in the first 3 games. And then the one game that it got through, well, we kind of got to see why it got banned every time. Now they'll couple that with the Gilgamesh over for the Valks.
Yeah, Gilgamesh likely headed into the jungle, but already Sleekness, man, this draft is pretty spooky. Hachiman is one of Dude Man Bro's premier picks. He'll go to it every single time it's available. Yamoja, a phenomenal counter pick into AMC. You're going to have plenty of pressure through the long lane now. The dual lane of Sleekness now revealed. Achilles, of course, a lane bully, should be able to chase out this immobile AMC as well. So when we saw AMC in the last set, it was a very slow early game for him. It was a lot of farming, waiting for the Transcendence, getting some of those damage items available. You do establish decent pressure with the bees, with the honey. You're able to clear out the waves very well. But once Yamoja starts rotating out, these Rivers or Bukes, these Riptides, going to be very hard to deal with for the AMC.
And that kind of does affect the rest of the draft. I mean, you have a god who throws up 2 giant walls. You need a way around it. Obviously, a Muzen Cobb will need a little bit of help with something like a Phantom to try and get out of those walls. Gilgamesh can leap over, and the Valkyries have one more pick. Well, now they don't have another pick because we're now about to jump into the bans. Ganesh has kind of risen his way up the ranks. It seems that it wasn't just Gamma out of the SCC teams that really love this god. It seems that all of these Pro League teams are really starting to put an eye towards Ganesh.
Yeah, Ganesh is just a consistently strong pick. The Ohm, one of the best support abilities in the game, a channeled silence for anyone in front of you in that small cone. But something that people don't talk about very often is that Ohm has got a similar kind of capacity as bolster defense from Ares. In a large circle around Ganesh, while he's channeling that ability, he affords his entire team additional defenses. And when you've got a mobile, just artillery strike turrets like AMC on your team, that defense is going to go a long way. The peel potential is going to go a long way for this Ganesh. And now as well, can't sleep on his ability to shred objectives. The Dharmic Pillars not only does a ton of damage, but removes defenses. When you've got an AMC, all of a sudden Gold Furies, Pyromancers under a large bit of threat throughout the early.
Daji and Sun Wukong, the first 2 bans in the second half of the banning phase. Now, Daji shot at the jungler, make sure to keep Oath down as much as you can, but Oath has shown that he does have quite the variety of gods to pull out here. But it is going to be a hell ban here from the Valkyries, so taking one shot towards the mid, one shot towards the jungle, and then along with that Sun Wukong, Soul makes her way into the ban column. So we have the Olaron and the Soul gone, so if we are going to see this Magical Hunter pop out, gotta imagine it's probably going to be the Freya next if we do see it.
Yeah, I don't think Kronos is in a super playable state right now. Freya, on the other hand, has looked very strong, one of the new favorites to the league as well. So I think you're right to bring up the idea that that could pop up. But already, I'm looking at this composition for Sleekness. I'm taking a peek at the bans that the Valkyries have tossed out. I think this is a comp where now Oath can go towards his Susano very comfortably. AMC going to struggle against that throughout the early game. Hun Bot's still a very strong option here, going to disrupt a lot of what the Valhalla Valkyries are looking for as well. Daji makes sense because you don't really have the greatest CC immunity on AMC. Ganesh as well, very easy to target out, so I like that ban. But Susano's the pick that he kind of did it to the Dragons with. I'm not going to argue against it. He went 6 kills in 5 minutes. Do it again.
Yeah, I mean, when you drop 6-0, it is so early on, it's hard to argue with picking this god up. And then probably interesting out of all of this one is going to be the Zhang Kui. I mean, we saw it come out of, Hurrywin is really one of the only ones dropping it through. But we'll come back to the Zhang Kui later. Let's talk about Emilitu on this Kronos. I mean, there is a skin in the game, the NRG Kronos, that is designed after this god. But do you think that Kronos is kind of in that point right now to pick it over the Freya if you're going that Magical Hunter?
I said it just a moment ago. I do not think Kronos is in a super playable state right now. You want to take him to ranked? Have fun. You're going to lose that ranked game. You want to take him to casuals? You might win it. Competitively, though, Kronos is in such a spot that it is incredibly easy to shut him down. If I'm Oath on the other side, I'm pre-celebrating. I'm like, I'm Susano, he's Kronos? Word! I love that for me. Good luck. I'm going to be in your lane. I'm going to kill the AMC on the way, and I'm going to get over into the long lane and do it to you as well. But there are strengths to Kronos. You got to address them. In the late game, he probably kills towers faster than just about any other god in the game, maybe barring Soul with full heat. Even then, if you're going for like a full ring build of Kronos, he's going to shut them down very fast. Objectives fall down quickly. Decent survivability if you want to go down the alternate timeline route. He probably won't. It's just, in my mind, there's no reason to go to Kronos if Freya is available.
Well, there you have it. Not a big fan of the Kronos here in game number 1. Some strengths, some weaknesses. But now let's kind of go back over to the Zhang Kui. It showed some strengths over with the Dragons. How do you kind of feel about the Zhang Kui to kind of round out the composition here for Sleekness in game 1?
Had you asked me 4 months ago, I was the most ardent Zhang Kui hater on the planet.
For sure. I remember those days.
Right now, what Zhang Kui brings to your team fight with the newer builds available to the mid laners, I think that he's in a very good spot. Hurrywin really kind of convinced me on this god recently. Just a ton of damage output. But the weakness of Zhang Kui is that you don't get a lot of pressure in lane. You're kind of seeding the mid because you don't really want to take a 2v2 early on with Zhang Kui. And that could be a struggle when you're playing against something that is as high pressure as an AMC.
The top NA SCC team up against the lower seed of the SPL and the Valhalla Valkyries. Only one team can move on today to face off against the Bolts tomorrow. Who's it going to be? We got to find out throughout the course of the game. It's game number 1 between these two teams.
That's right, and it's Gore and Aggro to take you through this one. I'm excited to see what these teams have to offer for us. And I was honestly a little trepidatious about whether or not this was actually going to be Kronos in the long lane. It is something we've seen Emilitu play at the highest level. In fact, some of the games they won earlier this year, I think one of the 11 of their regular season wins was on this Kronos, with Zeros playing Neath in mid at the time. But Zeros loves playing Kronos, so it must have been at least a little bit of a conversation for him.
Yeah, both these guys definitely Kronos fans, but as J-Mac said, Emilito's got the skin. So
he earned it.
Yeah, he did earn it. So I think you give that over to him for sure. Zeros was his coach whenever he earned that skin, though, for what it's worth. So that's kind of like partially Zeros' skin.
He earned it, in a way. Well, he resided over people who earned it.
Whenever I think of Zeros coaching that team, I just think of the very famous picture from the hotel room of Zeros with the lampshade over his head. That's all I can think of whenever I think of that.
Well, now you can see they're hanging out. And how this is going to go, I mean, we talked about it, and the desk mentioned it specifically. Susano had a great time against the Dragons, at least for a little bit. Eventually, it did end up falling through the hands of Sleekness. You've got an Amus and Cobb and a Kronos who's going to take a little while. I mean, it feels like this should be Oath's just time to shine.
Yeah, there's a lot of good places for him to go here because Mulan, even though she's going to bully the lane, does overextend herself pretty often. You know, Susano has enough displacement that you can make her pretty uncomfortable. He's got the burst damage to take down someone like Kronos once he gets a few items online before that rewind gets off. So Oath, I said it right on the desk before we wrapped up set 1. I think that he's impressed me more than anyone else on the Sleekness roster. And that's saying a lot because the Sleekness roster has been really impressive. I think down the line, this team has been really solid. They've had good fundamentals. They've had good drafting. They've played their style. They understand how to win with their style of game. And individually, they've all made really good plays mechanically. But Oath is certainly the headliner of this squad, and for good reason, man. I mean, this kid has really got it.
I think also worth noting, since we spent a lot of time over here, it is Quig. I mean, a lot of bans that have been going towards Quig, specifically that ESET ban. Typically, you'd think, oh, that has to be Nehu or something. But no, it is Quig who's been loving playing that so far this week. Of course, I think we've seen it more in support than we've seen it the rest of the year. Well, definitely for the rest of the year because it hadn't been played until this week in the SPL. But Quig's, let's say, playstyle god pool, realistically right now. That's where the question mark is, because we saw that the other day. That's where some of the weaknesses were shining through for Sleekness. While Oath was this shining light for them, Quig definitely felt like a little bit of an anchor holding them back just in certain moments where it wasn't performing the way we got to see. What was that, on Tuesday?
Right, but he when he gets his picks, he looks really, really strong. It's just a matter of finding ways to manipulate the draft into getting him those types of selections. And if he can come up and have a really good game on something like Yamoja that's hard to execute on, that'd be a great start. So
far, it's a lot of invasions going out for the Valkyries. The blue buff invade, where Chronic is still able to scoop up his own buff, and then a little bit of a showing of Ice over here. He's going to be able to strip away the back camps from Oath, but nothing more. And this is something that admittedly makes sense. The only thing that could stand out to me, and it's going to be this level 5 mark. Once Susano hits that, as well as potentially Ice on this Gilgamesh, maybe seeing a little more pressure. As well as over here in the duo lane. I mean, a good Rivers Rebuke, Ganesh can get out of there. Kronos won't be able to.
No.
And so it is definitely going to create some, let's say, interesting scenarios for the Valkyries to have to face.
Yeah, I think the Valkyries definitely have some concerns when it comes to the team fighting stage. I don't think Gilgamesh really kills Jean-Qui very well. I think really the only one who can truly threaten him is the backline, but even then, if Nehu times his relics well, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And, who's able to actually track down and kill Oath, and then the Rivers Rebuke problem is always a big deal. So certainly a bit of a problem.
Oath is over here in the duo lane. Wants to get aggressive. Good pull onto Immel. They don't have the follow-up damage, follow-up CC necessary. No Moonbeam or anything to hold him in place. So Immel takes a decent chunk of damage, but no first blood just yet.
Yeah, really good silence there from Raffer. Make sure that Oath can't use the Wind Siphon. If he would have been able to use that a little bit earlier, then Emilito's probably dead, as he had lost the purification beads earlier on in the laning phase. So good peel there coming from Raffer.
Quig hits level 5. That was a rotation specifically to try and lock down Immel one more time. It's not going to work that time around. Oath needs a little bit more farm to hit there. Ice just ticks over. So the junglers might be able to get a little more active here. One of the biggest things we've talked about in the past, and in years past you've been able to see this very often, and it's closed up every year, but it's still noticeable. And it's always the difference between farming between these teams, right? When you look at even the bottom SPL team here in the Valkyries and Sleekness, they've slowly accrued about 500 gold over them in the 5 minutes that have been going on. Not an insane amount, but if things continue at this pace, which for a team based in Europe, that's not outlandish if the Valkyries wanted to, that's something that really could get out of hand.
Yeah, I think that overall Sleekness's composition scales to their 5v5s very well. It doesn't surprise me that they're going with this type of pace. I don't think Sleekness really needs to force an early game or anything like that. And, I'm sure that they're going out to prove that they can win any type of game, whether it be early or late in what they want to be doing. And the Valkyries, they scale into the 5v5s pretty easily as well. I think that anytime you've got Ganesh and a Gilgamesh, that's a lot of area control that you can have just coming from your front line alone. And then Bees being really impactful in the team fight, being able to cascade your Stinger, all of that feels really good here for the Valkyries. So it doesn't surprise me that both teams are playing it a little bit more slowly. These are two teams that are very unfamiliar with one another. A lot of the NA players should be familiar with the Sleekness roster just from them spamming ranked so often.
Yeah.
But the Valkyries not really queuing NA ranked very often. They probably don't know what to expect or what the play styles are like. So these are the These are the early boxing rounds. You're not throwing a lot of haymakers, just a couple of jabs.
Now this is the fun part of sitting in this chair instead of that one.
Uh-huh.
What's up with the Blackthorn hammers? We've been seeing a lot more this week. It's just kind of opening my eyes, and I've caught it a lot more often, and it feels like as the week's gone on, more and more occurrences of the item are showing up.
Just cheap, efficient stats. That's all you got to worry about with Blackthorn Hammer.
I like all those words.
Yeah, it kind of gives you everything you want, and they do too, because that's why they keep on buying it. You just can't go wrong with it. It's very, very inexpensive. You get a good amount of health, a good amount of power, some CDR. You're not missing any stats from this besides protections, but oftentimes we see a pretty early Pridwin coming out of the solo lane, especially for a god like Mulan who wants to get in with her ultimate more often than not. Wouldn't be surprised to see that be the style for him.
Well, Dude Man Bro's trying to take the fight, goes in for the ult, and is not able to find Immel before the rewind comes off. But now Immel's in an awkward spot. Dude Man Bro on one side, Oath there as well, goes for the ult, gets the knock up, locks him down, and finds the first blood up against Emilito. Oath, credit for the kill, and gets the gold for the jungle.
Really well played there by Dude Man Bro, sets up that whole gank. And Oath, I mean, he's never messing that one up. No one at this level is messing that gank up. Just too easy to execute there. Even if Emilito's beads go off when he wants them to, he's dead anyways because the chase down potential is too good.
And the damage there would have arrived no matter what. Ice jumps into the speed buff. Oath happy that it dropped just a second before, and a rotation from Chronic.
Oops.
Gets a little bit of damage out there on the Ice. Raffer is here. Nehu, Quig making the rotation over alongside Ducky. It's going to be a 4-on-3 for a little bit. Zero's a little behind. No stuns connecting, but Nehu's going to pop the ult. There's the Dharmic Pillars, but a great Riptide keeps Raffer in the engagement. A good pull from Ducky keeps the fight going for the Valkyries, but Raffer's already gone. Quig pays with his life in return. Execute just off the mark, and Chronic goes for a big stun. Oath with a rotation. Ice is low. The damage is there, and the kill comes up, but it's still a 2-for-2 with Chronic spending a little too much time deep in the Valkyries.
Really good turnaround from the Valkyries. A great rotation coming from Zeros right on time. Able to clean that one up nicely. I don't know if he got 2 rotations of Stinger off there, but certainly made a big impact with the second one. Good body block on the execute, just good commit from the Valkyries. Instead of just letting Raffer get double ulted, no need to. Let's get in there and actually get our hands a bit dirty. Ducky's meditation came up big. Thought Raffer used his a little bit too early. He used his on the way out from that speed buff invade. Imagine how much easier that fight goes if the Valkyries have 2 meditations with that many people around.
Well, poor Emil has his ult, doesn't have the beads, and guess who's here? Oath and Dude Man Bro. They're going to catch him off. Quig in a perfect spot for where that rewind ends up dumping him down. The damage is still there, and that's another clean kill onto the Chronos. Now leads 4-2 for Sleekness, just in their favor. 3-0-1 for Oath. He's looking to have another big performance on this Susano.
And just camping this duo lane, making sure this Chronos does not get out of this laning phase for free. Love the way that Dude Man Bro is playing really aggressively in this lane. This is exactly how you should be playing the Hachiman Chronos matchup. Force his ult with your ult, play aggressively with your poke. You've got so much range on him that you can easily force out that rewind, and then it's just good communication as well on when it's worth it for that to be happening. We just got to do it whenever Oath's on the left side of the map because rewind takes a second to go off and then rewinds you back a couple seconds. That's a lot of time where you can't be running away necessarily, and Oath can easily track you down.
So far, it's been all engages from Sleekness. Valkyries were caught out over there on an invade, but not necessarily trying to start up the fight. Sleekness have definitely been picking a little bit more often. And admittedly, that's kind of what we expected, right? Like Gilgamesh, if he gets into a good position, Ice might be able to find a great drop kick, but if it's on anybody other than, realistically, Dude Man Bro, and even still, he's pretty safe. There's not a lot of people that are going to get easily locked down by this pick. Nehu might be able to find a little more damage. Right now, they're looking for the kill on the Zeros, and they just get it cleanly. A good stun from Nehu keeps his jungler alive. In fact, he's dancing around. The Winds of Shamash are going to help Ice get the kill and get the damage necessary, but a bubble bounce comes over the nice moonbeam afterward. I honestly expected it to come from the Zhang Kui, who's now surrounded. Runs through the Dharmic Pillars. Raffer is chasing him down. Ducky's joined the fray in the mid lane. Nehu's out of here. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far. Dude Man Bro has to retreat. Chronic needs to stay alive as well. And everything's still coming up in favor of Sleekness.
Really liking the way Quig's piloting this Umoja, man. He's just in the right spots at the right time. I mean, there it's a really good dive on the Zeros. AMC didn't have his Aegis quite yet, so ends up falling before he can go back to base and purchase that. Don't think he had a really good opportunity to beads anyways, so I think it's actually better that Zeros holds on to them. in that situation. But then Quig shows up in the nick of time to make sure that he can get the finishing blow onto Ice, pop the Heavenly Agility to make sure that Dharmic Pillars doesn't keep Nehu locked in, and allow for Ducky to get in range to finish him off. Just good team play so far from the Sleekness roster.
And really good presence of mind where they've been able to put that pressure. I mean, they had mentioned, and Mifflin had said, that he loved Susano into this draft, loved it even more when the Chronos gets locked in. And I think this is something that the Valkyries are definitely having to experience firsthand, how it's going. He goes for the Hydra's Lament early on. I mean, he's got a lot of damage already online. We'll have to maybe come back to that conversation. Chronic in a little bit of trouble. Ducky, Ice are chasing him down. Drop kick not going to be able to connect. Good stun. And Chronic, well, no, tries to get out, turns right back around, is running towards the Valkyries jungle. And that's going to go ahead and catch him out, even if Ducky and Ice hadn't been enough. Zeros was on his way. That's another kill onto the solo lane.
Yeah, I was trying to juke enough to get his blink off, but just couldn't.
Tries to stay out. Nehu does the opposite. Tries to go in. Stinger flops right on out of him. He's going to be fine, though, and stay just healthy. Divine Ruin directly into a Rod of Tahuti. Not something that I've seen in a while. I mean, Rod of Tahuti Rush existed, and Rod of Tahuti towards the end has existed. But right there in the middle, you got to say he's got power.
Got a lot of power. I'm pretty sure Hurry did this yesterday, but I was kind of caught off guard by it as well. I mean, I love it. I love the Divine Rush. Getting that flat pen is great. Go in on Ice, but had a good drop kick. Still not going to matter.
And now the ult just for the disengage is going to use it. I guess technically for farm, the damage wasn't there because no one was in the camp. Either way, he's going to be fine. They get the kill necessary for the jungle.
So going back to this Rod of Tahuti discussion on the Zhonghui, I mean, you need some mana sustain. You don't have enough with Vampiric Shroud or Divine Ruin doesn't give you any sort of mana stats. So Rod of Tahuti gives you all this MP5, a ton of power, and you want to be building a little bit tankier on the Zhong later on anyways. So getting this Rod now means that you can afford to take some less power-efficient items later, like maybe a Pythags piece or something like that, and exchange it for some more utility. Plus, Dots getting, that it's not predetermined on that Rod of Tahuti passive. It's every time a tick of damage is about to be applied, it asks, are they below that threshold? Should it deal more damage? And Zhonghui having a lot of dots in the kit means that the back end of his ultimate and the back end of the card are going to deal a lot of damage.
And it's something to consider. A lot of CC to lock people into a Zhonghui ultimate on this team. So it's almost guaranteed damage, at least as best as you can get when you're playing with a Zhonghui. It's all of that going to be like River's Rebuke, the knock up from the Susano are the things I'm looking at. Even the stun from Dude Man Bro, if he uses it aggressively, could be real fun to watch these teams use and utilize in conjunction with it. Valkyries on the other side, they're playing a team comp that, we mentioned it how we like Sleekness, especially as time goes on in the 5-on-5. But realistically, if Zeros and Immel just get, I would even argue maybe one more item fully online for Zeros, maybe 1 to 1.5 more there for Immel, they're going to start hitting almost disastrously hard for Sleekness, that you have to deal with them fast.
Yeah, I think the Valkyries are in a really good position right now. I mean, they're down in kills, but they're up in gold. They're in a good spot in experience, not too far behind in some lanes, ahead in others. Zeros has a slight lead in mid, Ducky has a slight lead in solo. As much as Sleekness has looked like they've been dominating the pace, it hasn't really translated into a real lead, and the Valkyries have done a very good job of treading water so far. Eventually they're going to have to start swimming to shore, but as for now, they're doing just fine.
Well, the grouping on left looked like it could have been a feint for a Gold Fury. Instead, it's the Oracle Harpies, both confirmed by Sleekness here, even though Immel was trying his best to make sure that wasn't the case. So they're going to have a little bit more vision there in the Gold Fury pit. But nobody's made their way over there, and when you look at an AMC, you look at what Cronus can do, soon enough, they're going to be able to do enough damage that it's going to disappear a lot faster than maybe what Sleekness are going to be prepared for. But right now, they're still fine. Nice little grab from Ducky. With Oath over here, though, it might end up being something for Sleekness. Nobody seems to want to fight. They're just going to go ahead and pump the brakes and go back to their buffs.
Yeah, I think Oath maybe could kill Ducky, but it would take a long time, man. I mean, he's got a good amount of pen now between the Jotuns, the flat pen, and the percent pen from Serrated Edge. But Ducky just has so much HP in this build, and that's what makes this build really good, is that you could go Blackthorn into Mystical Mail, into something like Pestilence or Bulwark of Hope, depending on if you need the anti-heal or not. And all of a sudden, you've got a ton of HP, a lot of each protection, and you're dealing good damage between your Mystical Mail and your Blackthorn. So that's why this style of build has become really popular. Chronic has gone for the Breastplate instead, wants a little bit more CDR on Achilles, which makes total sense. I think that both Soul Laners are in a spot where they are going to be pretty hard to take down, even for how much pen both the junglers have.
And that's not even factoring in. I mean, you had mentioned like Pestilence, especially now with the Brawlers online as well. Like some anti-heal there to help deal with the Yemoja on the other side.
Yep.
But no anti-heal, save for that Divine Ruin to help deal with what is the 2 meditations. I mean, admittedly, timers on those heals, so it is going to be a little more difficult for them to be as impactful. We've already seen some moments this game where they could be impactful.
Yeah.
And so that's something to keep in mind, especially with Ducky, how tanky he could be. Raffer as well, trying to go in on them. Ducky is going to get aggressive onto
Wow.
Oath. Does a lot of damage in nowhere. Half health for Oath and a good knockup. There's the Winds of Shamash. He's forced to run away, trying to just get out of here. And thanks to Chronic, that is going to be the case. Oath stays alive. It looks like Nehu's going to be able to do the same. River's Rebuke locks in 3. 2 are able to escape, and Ducky is the only one who eats a majority of that. Nehu has to fall back, but Chronic, Quig, and now Dude Man Bro are joining the fray. They're going to get aggressive. Ice low. They don't seem to have the gap closers necessary to slow down the Valkyries.
Dude Man Bro didn't get the memo, though. My man's still holding W, never stopped in his life. He's still going forward. That rotation was big for him because it didn't look like a great team fight for Sleekness, but it overall works out very well for the Valhalla Valkyries. Look at how many ultimates they got, how many relics they got. Both sides definitely used a lot of their relics, but the Valkyries did it in a 5v4, where Emilito was able to continue to get farm and get a tier 1 on the left-hand side.
Ducky has officially entered the state of the game where Mulan is a very, very frightening prospect. First, the amount of damage dealt to Oath, very simply,
Yeah.
was nuts. But also, any single one of those pulls, we saw the grapple just miss there in mid, but any one of those that connects, pulls someone out of position, all of a sudden, that's going to be a nice, clean pick for the Valkyries. You had mentioned this earlier, though, their farm game, despite being down in kills, has been absolutely fantastic. They are up almost 2,000 gold, hovering around that 1,600 to 1,800 mark, and that is a huge deal for them. They've been able to find 2 towers. That's a big play from Emil on left during that fight, where he doesn't rotate in. He just takes what he can. And it's little things like that are really opening up the map for the Valkyries.
I mean, just that experience, I think, at this level to be able to work the map as well as humanly possible. That's really all the pro players are doing at any given time, is thinking about how to really squeeze as much golden experience out of the map as they can. And I think that constant focus, not that the SCC teams are not thinking that way, but just that practice against the best, watching them, playing against them, that kind of stuff, it does make a little bit of a difference in moments like this. Not a huge one. Sleekness is right there with them, but the Valks have done a great job.
Well, the Valks are going to be the ones who start up the Gold Fury. It's going by pretty quickly. Dude Man Bro's going to catch it out. Chronic, Nehu are in the neighborhood, and there's a Heavenly Banner just too soon. The Valks are going to be able to confirm that one, but Dude Man Bro, once again, just holding W, goes in with his ult and is trying to chase down, find the damage necessary. Nehu and Chronic are here, but the Valks just retreat to the tier 2 and left, and they let that one ride. They get the Gold Fury, and they pull even further ahead in the gold.
Dude Man Bro is chomping at the bit. He is yanking on the leash right now to try and get at the Valhalla Valkyries, and Sleekness just not there with him. And, understandably so, nearly stole away that Gold Fury, so ends up making a nice little play in order to try and get in there, but the Valkyries secure it. The Valks have done a good job at just doing a little bit more pacifism on these fights. Not worried too much about taking objective fights they don't need to. Not just fighting for no reason. Going a little bit more objective-oriented.
Seems very simple. Hey, you have a better 5-on-5 than us, so we'll just not never fight you 5-on-5 if we can help it.
Pretty much.
And so far, they've been doing a great job. They get out pretty cleanly, and they take a little bit of damage in the process, but they're using ults on Sleekness to chase as opposed to any lockdown. Oath is now in a position that was either about to become precarious or about to make Raffer's situation precarious. Now it's Quig who's in a little bit of trouble. The Riptides have been used. Has to use the sprint as well to get away from the Winds of Shamash. Chronic is caught out on the right-hand side. The Valks want kills. Now they're looking for the fight. And it just seems like they're just shy of being able to find them.
I finally feel like Emilito is in a position that he could probably take some fights now and can group up and contest.
And they're going to go ahead and get aggressive. Dharmic Pillars drop. Nehu taking a ton of damage in the process. Zhonghui can live through a lot, but not all of this. Oath able to get rid of Ice over on the left in a 1v1. Dude Man Bro, though, has no luck in the same. It's a 2v1, and he gets taken down. Emilito, credit for the kill. Quig, Chronic forced to run away and hide under the tier 2, but the Valkyries just outside the range. And Oath, this entire time, he's over in mid. He's split pushing. There's low members in Zeros. But he's going to go ahead and put some pressure on in mid, steal some jungles away. It's a 2-for-1 trade favoring the Valkyries.
And the Valkyries just playing in a way to split up Sleekness, and it works really, really well. A couple players up in the face of the tier 2. That's where Dude Man Bro is. That's where their front line is. And then Nehu is kind of alongside, I believe it was Quig, coming from the back harpies and speed buff, and just not able to survive getting pulled in to a Dharmic Pillars. That prot tread just ends up being a little bit too much. Love the Divine Ruin on Raffer. You know that no one else on your team can really build it effectively, like Emilito, but that extra little bit of damage on the Ganesh feels really, really strong, and he's able to get a good ultimate off and really punish Nehu, who did not survive nearly as long as we're used to seeing Zhonghui survive.
We were talking about this earlier. Ducky, too tanky for anything to really touch him. A lot of damage gets dealt there, and Ducky still walks away half health. Fire Giant seems to be on the mind of both of these teams. 22 minutes in. This time has flew through here. There's a sentry ward placed by Sleekness, and they're trying to get as much deep coverage as they possibly can. They're even going to go ahead and start it up and try to get the baits going. And we can see Emilito's on the other side of the planet in comparison to this fight, so it's a 4v5 at best for the Valkyries. Zeros is hanging pretty far back, so this is going to be a good start, but they're not committing heavily to this FG. Instead, it's going to be the aggression onto Zeros. There's the knockups, there's the damage, there's
Whoa!
the... But Oath is the one who ends up going down, and Chronic doesn't get the execute. Zeros is walking out of here. Ice has gone down, though, so they still get a 1-for-1 trade. Ducky low, Ducky gone, and that's going to be a good kill. Quig has to run away. River's Rebuke used for the disengage, and now the healing, the grouping from Sleekness is going to pay off as they get to fall back, but they still lose the 6-2-3 Susano.
I mean, it should have been easy for Oath right there. Zeros had no relics. Chronic is distracting him. He's right on top of him. And Oath, I don't know if he didn't have Blink up or what happened, but just did not get a chance to close the gap without getting stingered first. And once you get stingered, you're dying. Like, it is just too much damage too fast. That prot shred that it provides is too good. I was really expecting to see Oath go for the old Frosty combo here, the Frosty act where you pop the ult. If he ults right here and then just 3-2 pulls him into the ult, he's dead. But instead tries to go for the slower play. Zeros, no fear. Man, a really good amount of CC and peel, and then Ice with a perfect body block on the back end. Really good play there between the mid jungle of the Valhalla Valkyries.
And that's, I mean, twice now we've seen some really good close quarters body blocks that have stopped Chronic from at least avenging somebody, and Zeros manages to maintain his life throughout that. And now it's going to be even harder. Both relics back available. So you get a good couple of kills. The Valkyries are still about 1,400 gold ahead of you. Primal Fury is now respawned, though. Oath, Quig, along with Dude Man Bro, are on this side of the map. So is Ducky, Raffer, and Immel. We're entering an awkward portion of the game where, I mean, a big loss next to a Fury like this could end the game for you. Luckily, both teams still have 4 towers up, so it might not be the end-all, be-all.
I don't know. The Valkyries, they kill towers unbelievably fast. Like, they have Kronos and AMC, 2 of the best in their class when it comes to knocking down towers. Little surprised to not see a Shoguns here for the Valkyries, and I also was expecting Frenzy for Raffer. I think the Curse Donk is a bit of overkill into the Umoja. They already have Pestilence, Divine, and Brawlers. I think that would have been enough for me to not feel like I needed more.
Sleekness get themselves the Primal Fury. The ult dropped by Oath. Now the River's Rebuke dropped, trying to lock in Ducky. Ducky goes deep. Dude Man Bro is the one who's just isolated around the Fury Pit, but luckily he's just fine. He's the one who wants the fight. Finally, ults, gets himself for a disengage. Ice taking
Goes
damage.
back in?
Drop kick, and he finds the kill on top of it. Not only does he turn it around, but he's still going. Nehu finally goes down. Immel gets a big kill and a huge rewind to get him back out of there. It is a 4v3 as of right now. 2 big kills for Sleekness, 1 big one there for the Valkyries.
Dude Man Bro is a man possessed. Like, this guy is a psycho on the battlefield. Goes back in after getting drop kicked. He's at
he has like
no
1/6 HP.
and my man's like, yeah, this one's going to be a crit. Just Wind Demon, by the way. Gets the crit kill there on Ice. Little fadeaway action coming from Dude Man Bro. There is not an ounce of fear in that man. There's no doubt about that. It's just a good team fight. I mean, look, Nehu dies, but your job on Zhong is not to survive team fights. Your job on Zhong is to do player damage and do player damage only. Nehu's 3rd overall in the game, 2nd on his team. Sounds to me like he's doing his job.
Yeah, gets it done, and now going to be able to respawn 5 seconds just in time for an FG. If they commit to this, the Sleekness team has started it up. The Valkyries are hanging around. There's going to be the secure Oath. Able to get that one, although a little shaky with Raffer in the mix. Now Raffer in trouble. Frenzy popped. They're chasing him down. One good Rivers Rebuke or a Riptide anything here would be able to lock him up. They don't even need that CC. Yeah, there's the Riptide. Zeros gets locked up. The beads used and the disengage there, but with 5 members with Fire Giant, a great Rivers Rebuke to lock them in. Oath goes around and finds the kill on the mid laner as well. It is a 2v4 over here on the right-hand side as Emolita once again is off in no man's land. Gets a tier 2 in mid. Both towers knocked down thanks to this Chronos, but you can ask for a lot more from the team with Fire Giant on the other side.
I mean, 4 members here, wave coming. This should be an easy tier 2 now for Sleekness, and Quig just continues to be an absolute menace on this Yemoja pick. What other support is doing that to Zeros in that position? None of them. The Riptide over the wall, bumps him back twice. Zeros a little greedy with the beads, ends up paying for it.
Well, Nehu,
what was that?
Yeah, Nehu's been trying to stall out and fight Immel. Hasn't been succeeding in the fight, has been succeeding in the stall out. Ducky is not able to do too much here. Gets taken down, a great kill by Chronic Phoenix, taking a lot of damage in the process. Healing's going to be a little necessary. Dude Man Bro is taking a little bit of hits, but Ducky on a minute-long death timer. 5 seconds until Zeros comes back, but it's a 4v5 at best for the Valkyries for another minute.
That was really, really impressive from Sleekness. They just go, they hit the gas. And here's the replay from Quig.
Look at that Riptide.
Right over the wall, basically blind, just guessing. Zeros tried to sidestep it out, but that vortex will pull you in pretty well. And this is a great ultimate. Just make sure that he has no escape. Zeros has no shot whenever he's locked in a cage like that. Really well done from Quig. And Sleekness, man, I mean, this is a team that does not play scared. And I think that that's a great compliment to give to an SCC team playing up against an SPL squad, even understanding the situation the Valkyries are in and their struggles this year, having to play from Europe and all that kind of stuff. You know, I think that some SCC players may see Raffer Emolito on the other side, and even though they aren't the back-to-back champs anymore, still that history that they have and all that kind of stuff. Dude Man Bro is not thinking twice about who he's hitting. It's just that he wants to be doing some hitting, and whoever's in front of him is absolutely cleared for takeoff.
Yo, has that guy got a red health bar?
Yeah.
Cool, I'm going.
Yeah, I want it.
Oh, it's tanky? Doesn't matter. I'm
Yep.
still here, chasing him down. It has been fun to watch. And, I mean, it's one of those things, you expect it a little bit more when you roll back to October in the SCC playoffs, where it's like, okay, he just wants to go. Seeing it still this weekend, it has been a pleasure to watch Sleekness. Reminder, regular season at the end of Phase 2 for the SCC, they were the 4th seed. Like, they hadn't done a lot of winning that phase. And yet they look real good one weekend and carry that on here. Right now they're leading 15-8 in terms of kills, 29 minutes in. They have a 6,000 gold lead and only 2 more towers that they can knock down on the Valkyrie side in left lane. And they're going to have the minion wave as well as the Fire Giant working with them here. The other thing they have to worry about, though, the timer. Only got about 45 seconds left on this. They get the right-hand Phoenix, but feels like that's where this one's probably going to stop.
Yeah, only 35 seconds left on the push. I mean, it should be these last tier 2s, and then the Primal Fury. You know, they weren't up by a ton of gold. Even after they got that right side Phoenix, they were only up like 3 or 4K. So, you know, just trying to ensure that they get the next Fire Giant and give yourself as big of a lead as possible going into an enhanced Fire Giant is a conservative call, but one that can make sense.
Well, they've got their minions. They still have FG buff for 10 more seconds. Dharmic Pillars dropped. There's a good pull from Ducky onto Quig. Chronic takes a little bit of damage and poke up front as well. I think the team is starting to recognize that this is not a push that is going to come easily, especially now that they're lacking that FG buff around their belts. Primal Fury, you had highlighted it, has respawned and is an easy fallback plan at this point. with an enhanced Fire Giant going to be spawning in 48 seconds on the other side of the map.
Yeah, but Gore, backing up without Fire Giant just shows fear, and Sleekness will not show fear. It's maybe because the Valkyries didn't push out right guard.
Well, Chronic goes in deep, goes for a huge stun. Good drop kick from Ice for the peel, but right now their focus is the Phoenix, and the focus seems to be doing well. Half health on the Bird, half health on Rapper, and Rapper gets hit by the CC. Chronic gets the execute, and they get the Phoenix. Now they're running it forward. They get rid of Zeros, and they're going to keep looking for kills. Emilito has no health to work with. The rewind is there, but he doesn't have the time to channel it. He's going to be running away. Ice taken down. Ducky taken down. Immel last man standing, but that Titan's going to fall 30 minutes in, and Sleekness take game 1.
You know how many SPL teams stand on left side Phoenix as Fire Giant falls off of them with a Primal Fury up behind them, EFG coming up and says, nah, we'll stay. We'll stay in Siege. You know how many SPL teams?
Zero.
Zero SPL teams make that call. And I think the Valkyries were like sure that they were going to back up. And I think that that's a huge advantage for Sleekness. They're willing to take some risks. They're willing to play a little bit loose, a little bit crazy. And it pays off beautifully. An unbelievable siege ends the game that quickly.
They pulled just enough ults out. The feint, I guess, in. When they have Fire Giant buff, they go, okay, cool. Stroll into the Phoenix, see what happens. Dharmic Pillars? All right, we're pretty happy with that. I leave in that circumstance. I know, man,
sure.
Fire Giant's coming up. That ult's going to be down. We maybe burn some relics. This is a good thing.
Feeling good.
That for them is just an opening. They take it. They win the game because of it. Sleekness up 1-0. We'll break that down and move into game 2 right after this.
Well, the SWC team was able to do it here in game number 1 up against our Pro League teams. If you want to support the pros and get any of their merch, you can normally, I'd just say go over to shop.smiteproleague.com, and that'll get you just about anything that you want.
Oh, boy.
And you can still get even more if you still go to that link. But instead, if you go over to hrz.io/SWC merch, you can get the brand new Smite World Championship Edition
Sick.
black and gold jerseys. These are some really nice jerseys. Black and gold, always a nice color combination. I was telling Agro, if I use one of the Mastery skins, I almost always use the Legendary, just because the black and gold is always so nice. You can get yours today.
Sheesh.
But it's not just jerseys, Mifflin. It's joggers and another mouse pad that we're bringing out here into the store.
I like this. This is really cool. I might be exposing myself a little bit here, though.
Okay.
I don't know which god that is.
That is the SWC Hera.
Are you telling me that skin's going to be in the game?
Correct. That's going to be a skin in the game, and now you can have it on a mouse
Sheesh.
pad there. And it may or may not look just as good, if not better, in the game. Make sure you pick one of yours up. hrz.io/SWC merch. If you can't remember that, you can find it over on shop.smiteproleague.com as well as everything else that's going to be out there for our pro merch, whether you want to get jerseys, hoodies, all that kind of cool stuff. Sleekness, though, bit of a long burn of a game 1 here. Some fight back really from both teams, but Sleekness at the end of the day, they're able to come out. And I think Aggro may have been right to kind of point out, kind of doing a play that not many other pros would do at that very tail end.
Yeah, not many pros say, hey, Fire Giant wore off. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep sieging. But Sleekness did, and I think we'll continue to do so. I will say that I was expecting this Chronos pick that you see on the screen right now to have fallen a lot more throughout the early game. The laning phase was not the weakness for Emelito, because the Sleekness really were a little bit more so emphasizing play around the center of the map, allowing Emelito to free farm, realizing that once they got to the team fight, Sleekness that is, they probably just win by merit of their draft. Nehu, Zhonghui found a ton of value. Oath was hitting some phenomenal ultimates throughout. Dude Man Bro is a freak. That's the whole analysis he's going to get off of me. Quig's Yamoja looks really good. But I gotta say, the Valhalla Valkyries obviously playing with some less than ideal circumstances right now. But there has to be an argument made for creating the best case scenarios for yourself, making the best of a worst situation. And I would argue that the Valkyries did not do that with their composition. Take a peek across the board. AMC, very high execution, all auto attack based essentially. On foreign ping, probably not ideal. Emelito plays Chronos. Of the magical ADCs, probably one of the highest execution ones you could go for as well. That doesn't pan out very well either. It just feels like the Valks are kind of hamstringing themselves. Go for the basic stuff. Fight for some Zeuses. Go get the Zhonghuis yourself. W key in there. The veteran team, the Valkyries, looks really good throughout the laning phase, but I feel like their composition really did fail them come team fight time.
And not only that, they're giving over picks like Yamoja and Achilles. Achilles especially over just the course of today has really risen into being
7K?
one of the very popular picks throughout the course here. And Emilitu really suffering in those late games.
Yikes.
And I think some of that could maybe even be a testament to the build. I mean, at one point I looked over and he only had like 10% pen online and not a whole lot of power to his name there. And then even in those fights, he'd get 2-3 people with some of those time rifts, and it just felt like he was doing absolutely nothing to him.
Yeah, just 1,200 more damage than the lowest in the lobby. That's Quig on the other side. Add Quig's healing. He's bringing a little bit more value than Emilito throughout. I saw there was one skirmish where Nehu was chasing Emilito through the jungle, and Nehu kind of just channels his ultimate. Aggro goes, what? And I'm thinking to myself, well, no, Nehu's right to do that. Kronos probably should just win that 1v1. Emilito should be chasing him out. But it wasn't the case. All Nehu had to do was stand near him, and, well, this Kronos didn't find any value. Look, game one, always for data analysis, always for just kind of figuring out what the enemy is trying to do, figure out what your opposition is drafting for, which phases of the game they want to play through. Games 2, time for the adaptation. Game 3, that's when your download needs to be complete. So, in Game 2, I want to see some adaptations from the Valks.
Maybe some change-ups in some of the draft picks, as you were kind of talking about just a moment ago. Maybe switch away from some of these higher execution gods and go towards something not necessarily easier to play, but something still easier to play, something a little bit easier to execute on some of these higher ping situations for these players. Ducky over there in the soul lane on the Mulan, able to put out some
He did great.
pretty nasty damage, I will say. There was one point where he like half-health Oath with a single ability. I felt that pain that Oath felt at that moment.
Yeah, Ducky was putting in a lot of work in those team fights. He was the one creating space. He was doing, I think, the bulk of the damage for the Valhalla Valkyries as well, but that's something Ducky's no stranger to. He's been the standout on the Valhalla Valkyries throughout the entirety of the year, and it seems like even right now, with his backs against his wall, with his chance at Worlds kind of on the line here, Ducky is not letting that go to his head. It's not really weighing on him. He still is playing that exact same style. But I think I still got to give some credence to the SEC representatives coming here, competing for Worlds, playing against an SPL team, and still being as wildly confident as they have been. It's pretty fun to watch.
Especially on some of these, wilder picks that we've been getting to see out of them. We did see a couple of them banned away in Game 1. Will the same happen here in Game number 2? Picks and bans ready to go for Sleekness and Valkyries, Game 2 of this best-of-5 set. It's this time the Valkyries are going to be taking that first pick slot. We've been seeing a lot of Kamazots being away and banned away, and Achilles has kind of becoming right up the forefront of the Warriors over in that solo lane. Seems a lot of teams have been prioritizing him today and yesterday as that first pick.
And that could be an opportunity for the Valks to take him in that first pick selection. The Kamazots you brought up already banned out by Sleekness. I'm not sure that I really think Ducky likes the Achilles playstyle. He doesn't go towards that pick very often. More so likes to play those gods that are just about space control and like disruption. The Sun Wukongs come to mind. The Tears come to mind. So we'll see if that's the direction the Valkyries want to take it. I think it's more so important to make sure that Ice is feeling comfortable on his pick. You always got to prioritize the newest player on your team because he's got the least amount of time to practice with the squad. And then after that, let's get Emilito's pick. We got to get that early because if we're falling down all the way to Kronos, that's not a great look.
And maybe one also big adaptation you can make is get rid of one of the big problem children on the opposite side, Yamoja, banned away alongside that Olarun and Zeus. But when you're banning the Yamoja away, you're banning Zeus and Olarun. You only get 3 bans. ESET is up for Sleekness. They have the opportunity to take it here. But alongside that Kamazots, they instead are the ones to ban the Achilles and then that Fenrir way to take away some of that physical presence.
Yeah, we'll get a good look at how the Valkyries are going to address the rest of this draft. First pick going to be very indicative of the style of draft they're going to go towards, I believe. Oh, never mind. Odin just really good. Doesn't really tell me much except that it's probably going into the solo lane. A god that Ducky has gone on record saying he doesn't super love playing, but certainly one that he's seen a good deal of success on individually. But as you were saying just a moment ago, some of those key picks for Sleekness that have been carrying them throughout the SEC and some of their sets, the ESET support, certainly available here. And I believe something you could honestly just go ahead and pick up.
Do you pick it up here in the top 2, though? Because now you got to think to yourself, okay, are the Valkyries going to pick up ESET to grab for themselves? I don't think we've seen a single ESET game come from them. I mean, we haven't seen, like, ESET at all when it comes to the SPL outside of some of the sillier sets we get towards kind of the end of the year. Right now with Odin even locked in too, that's also kind of begs the question, do you grab the E set at all because there's this Odin here?
Well, Odin's going to be playing on the opposite side of the map more than likely, so you're going to have a good deal of value from your E set throughout the early phases of the game regardless. Considering the Valkyries had gone towards the E set ban in the first phase last time around, I think that does kind of lend some credence to the idea that Sleekness should be concerned that potentially the Valkyries just utilize a pick as a ban, take the E set for themselves in this phase. But Sleekness say, hey, we don't necessarily need it. If we get it, fine, that feels pretty good. Otherwise, we could still find some very valuable picks. Nike out of the solo lane, very survivable, great disruption factor. A pick that Chronic has played a ridiculous amount throughout the year. Izanami as well getting locked in means that you're going to find a good deal of pressure in the long lane. Not many things the Valkyries can pick now to line up against this Izanami and match the lane pressure that she's able to establish. Capri, a good start. He's got decent wave clear once you get a couple of levels on that too, as well as some survivability with the Scarab's Blessing, but I like so far what the Sleekness squad has got.
And the Valkyries will change up their Magical Hunter this time around, though I'm not quite sure that this Magical Hunter in Soul will be going over to ML2. We've seen a lot of success out of Zeros in the mid lane on this god. They'll pair that up, at least in the picks, with this Kepri. And now we have Nike Izanami on the opposite side. We've talked Izanami to death. She's a great god at clearing out the wave, and who cares about Izanami? I said we talked about it to death. Ao Kwang makes his way through here. A god that, I'm going to be honest, a god that I would only really reserve for a player like Johnny specifically. It was one of his shout-outs. But if I'm not mistaken, Oath was also the only other player to do it, and he did that during the Phase 3 playoffs.
Oath actually put a tweet out about Ao Kwang last night. He said,
I did see that
Yo, why is Ao Kwang 3 only got like 40% scaling? And he's right. It's pretty low, but the damage output and the low cooldown probably makes up for it. Dragon Call also phenomenal damage. A very slow pick for the jungler of Sleekness. It's going to take a little while to come online, but it is an execute. There is a Kepri on the other side. There's some health shielding from Odin as well. So Ao Kwang does find some relative merit there. I really do like this pick. I've gone on record. I've talked to Layers about it. I begged him to start trying out some Ao Kwang. I think I may have even talked to Oath about it. I think this god has got some legitimate strengths. Late game scaling, objective burn, all incredibly strong. So if you're drafting pressure around your Ao Kwang jungle, it's essentially the effective way to have a magical hyper carry. I mean, the Freya's gonna fill like a very similar role. Kronos fills a very similar role of, hey, when you get to like that 30-minute mark, nobody's beating you in a fight just because you're that powerful. I think Ao Kwang finds himself in that position, and already it's pretty decent pressure for Sleekness on their team. Both side lanes should be just fine.
Yeah, you throw a Fafnir out here now with this Izanami to the duo lane. You have the Ao Kwang coming out of the jungle. Bans in the second half here were the Circuit, the Daji, and then a couple of Hunters in Uller and Neath. A lot of the mid lane presence, I should say, more than anything out here. But now we got a Loki and an AMC being hovered here by the Valkyries. AMC has been finding his home pretty much almost exclusively in the mid lane as of now. Really only PandaCat, probably one of the only players throwing it over in towards the duo lane. And it's funny, I was about to mention right before the Ao Kwang got looked at, I was like, well, they got rid of the main execute, like the biggest threatening execute out there with the Achilles, so now they could just safely go this Kepri. I don't think anybody was predicting an Ao Kwang to come out here. It will be Loki and AMC for the final picks here for the Valkyries.
Loki very good in the Ao Kwang. Loki's level 1 through like 5 is super strong. His kill pressure is incredibly high. Luckily, Charybdis, likely going towards mid, should be incredibly safe up against that pick. Assassinate, essentially, never going to work on the mid laner, but Ao Kwang can struggle up against this pick. That's a lot of damage output there. Izanami can struggle against this pick. Her stealth leap gets canceled by the vanish of Loki. That dot damage means that the second Izanami goes into invincibility, she's coming out of it at that same note. So I really do like this Loki pick. It's going to be a great route of aggression for the Valhalla Valkyries throughout the early game. It's a pick that they're very used to playing with. Maybe not something Ice plays a whole lot. I'm not sure about that, how much he's been practicing this god with this team. But when it was Johnny, they were playing Loki a lot. So the Valkyries, certainly no stranger to this style of composition.
I mean, it was a god that was most banned against the Valkyries specifically. I mean, when he came into the... there was a point where he wasn't even necessarily meta. And it was just a god you had to ban up against them no matter what, because Johnny was one of the best in the league to play this god. And only a couple of other players ever got their hands on it. Then he finally came back to being meta, and it went right back to just staying in the same exact bans. There were only a couple of times the Valkyries ever got this god back through here. But it will be another double Hunter composition here This time it is 2 physical hunters. Is that just because we do have that magical jungle coming out?
Magical Jungle helps out a little bit with that. Charybdis having defense shred on her second ability is going to mean that you're not feeling too bad about double hunter compositions. I feel like if you've got AMC or Charybdis, I'm fine just lining another hunter up with them. They just shred the front line so incredibly well. But now, even if you are saying to yourself, okay, well, maybe I'll build some physical defense, just makes it that much easier for Oath to operate.
Well, now we have this Soul and this AMC here. We saw the AMC go in the mid lane last time around, so now maybe thinking this Soul go over the way of Emilitu. He had the Chronos last time. Obviously, everything else kind of got banned away from him aside, from the Freya. Do you think the Soul's going over to Emilitu? Do you think Zeros is going to pick him up?
I would prefer to see Zeros take it. Zeros has impressed me mightily throughout the year with his Soul play. I mean, consistently finding First Bloods, getting a ton of pressure on this pick. You're already playing around a relatively high-pressure jungler with Loki. I think that Soul probably synergizes a little bit better with him, should be able to reposition herself and follow up on that damage very well. But AMC's got similar fight potential. I just got to give the edge to Zeros, man. His Soul is tried and true.
The Valkyries get another chance to get a win over here on Sleekness in game number 2. Let's take it right down onto the battleground to see all the action.
It's once again Gore and Aggro here for game 2. Sleekness one up on the Valkyries. And they give us a nice, interesting draft to work with. I think it's fun to break down the Valkyries because when this was Loki and Johnny in the jungle, it fit hand in hand. In fact, that's where most of their wins this year came from. But Ice is going to have to stand up to what is that performance that we've seen in the past. You get Immel now on the AMC and Soul for Zeros.
Yeah, I like the draft here from the Valkyries. They're a little CC light, but I think with how they are going to want to play, they've got enough CC. You've got Stinger to deal with the transformation coming out of the Fafnir, so that's not the end of the world. I think that the Valkyries can play these fights very front to back, let Ducky and Ice dive the back line, and allow Zeros, Raffer, and Emilito to just hit whoever's right in front of them. I think that they can totally do that. But the dive from Sleekness is hard to kill. Chronic on Nike, despite seeing some nerfs, that got still difficult to impose your will upon as an ADC. And both these characters being very auto-attack based means that barrier formation is still going to be very good. And then Oath, very slippery on the Ao Kuang and can obviously make a lot of noise up against the Khepri.
You want to talk about options for Quig. When you're throwing out a Coerce, Oath, Nehu, and Dude Man, bro, like all 3 hit really, really comfortable Coerces. Although it's probably going to take a little while before Oath is the recipient of those. Very similar, I mean, if you follow the path of potentially last game, Zeros took a lot of poke there. Immel and Raph are absolutely up against the tier 1 tower line over on left. But if you go to the pace of last game, Oath might be more than happy if he can just wait until about 18 minutes before the fight starts.
Exactly. I mean, this Ao Kuang pick, he played it at placements, and it looked really good. And I think it is a little ironic that it's being played against the Valkyries, the team that had the Ao Kuang guy in Johnny playing for them during this year, but not against him in this game, of course. I think that this team should be pretty familiar with Ao Kuang's play patterns and that kind of stuff, assuming they've practiced a good amount with it during the course of this season. Should be interesting to watch what Oath's able to do, because I'm pretty sure he hard popped last time he played this pick.
And it's also worth noting, anytime this comes up, but picked into the Khepri. So with response, knowing that Execute could eat through that res is going to be helpful through some of those late game plays. Although we still, I mean, even in matchups where that counter has existed, have seen Khepri suffer. Right now he's taking a little bit of damage. Immel has no mana to work with. And how the tables have turned, once was up against the tier 1 of Sleekness, now forced under their own tier 1. But it seems like that pressure is all going to get swept away.
Neutralized. And speaking of the Ao Kuang play patterns, I already like what Ducky's done. Goes beads right away. That's the right option as a solo laner up against Ao Kuang that doesn't have CC immunity. But even if you do have CC immunity, just buy beats, because it is so easy for Ao Kuang to just come over to solo and get easy kills by abusing the fact that you won't be able to get away from him and he'll be able to execute you whenever you get into threshold. So good decision for him to go beads. No beads for Raffer. Makes sense. You kind of want that meditation to be able to win lane pressure with, and it did make a difference for them. But does mean that he is an easy target now for Oath.
My brain just made a very random connection to when you don't get the execute for Oath, I was thinking, oh yeah, it's kind of like Naja Light, Naja Ult Light, but realistically, it's more just epic uppercut in just a different form, realistically. Of course, having the execute is going to be a lot nicer, but we've seen that used several times just for the knock-up, get someone out of the fight, like someone, akin to Raffer, get a Khepri out of the engagement so he just can't res somebody.
Right.
You don't have to worry about it at all. It'll be fun to see how that ends up working out throughout a lot of this game. The duo lane seems to be where the pressure will be on. Raffer goes for a pull onto Quig. Dude Man Bro getting aggressive. Ice is right behind them though, and Ice is level 5. There's going to be a good Dark Portal. Dude Man Bro with a great dash gets out of there, but they're still fighting. In fact, Oath has rotated in. They're going to try to turn this one around, but the damage is going in favor of the Valkyries. They get first blood. Raffer gets the credit for it. Dude Man Bro and Quig are low. Immel, Ice, and Raffer are going to continue the chase. There's going to be the Scared Blessing for the movement speed as they run forward. Immel with an auto kills off Dude Man Bro, and it's a 2 for none.
Both teams walking the tightrope during that engagement. It looked like it was going to be good for the Valkyries because Ice is there so early, but then he uses Assassinate on Quig after Dude Man Bro dashes away, which really caught me off guard. So I thought that, oh, here comes Oath, he's going to get an execute, and it's going to be great. But then he gets killed right beforehand as Ducky gets the solo kill.
And that was picturesque. I mean, perfect for what you could ask for. The stun at the end of the leap. Oh, that one hurts Chronic's soul. No matter what, especially now that we captured it on camera, it's going to live on the internet forever. I feel sorry for you for that, but I don't feel sorry because that was a sick play from Ducky.
Yeah, nice play from Ducky. Chronic thought he'd be able to land and get the ultimate off, get the shield, get the solo kill himself, but Ducky locked in and ready to go with that stun. So instead of it being a good start for Sleekness, there's a world where Oath executes Raffer and goes up into the sky, kills Ice or Emilito, and there's a world where Chronic doesn't get absolutely crushed by that spear and instead gets a solo kill. But those are not the universes we live in. That's the Berenstain Bears universe. We're in the Berenstain Bears universe.
What is that? That's the Mandela effect? Mandala effect. See, now it's happening with an actual word. There's an effect for it where you just remember or misremember what actually happened. Well, hey, Quig, he wants to misremember this one. He wants to get out of here as fast as possible. Hey, he gets out alive, at least for now. Immel tries to chase him down, does throw out the stinger, picks up the stinger, and Ice is ready to do Loki things. You're trying to back under a tower. He's got his ult. He's got the Vanish, and he gets it right on time. Perfect. Dude Man Bro's out of there. There's no one to help fight it. You get the Khepri res just in case. In fact, they'll use it just for the safety of getting out of that side of the jungle. They get another kill. It's now 4-0.
Nicely done. Good communication. Waits for Dude Man Bro to complete his back so that it won't get a little messy. Well done, and that opens up this potential Gold Fury, but Nehu's here and has ult.
Yeah, the Maw is a great one for trying to steal this. He's waiting, holding on to it, shoots it out, but it's going to be too soon. Gets 2 stuns, though, and comes in, gets a kill. And Sleekness still picking up. No, Nehu is running forward, ends up dying. Raffer so low, Ice low, but Sleekness get the objective, and they make sure that gold lead does not fall out of hand.
Bro, Nehu just waltzes in and goes 1v4, gets a kill, and gets the objective at the exact same time. Absolutely unbelievable play from Sleekness' mid laner. And all that momentum that the Valkyries had, they were up 4-0. They were going to grab a Gold Fury. They were in a great spot. No. We're back to even because Nehu makes a huge play. Absolutely crazy play. I don't know who kept that Gold Fury leashed. Obviously, that's the problem in that scenario. You should just be resetting it. If you have to get off gold, fine. But this is just the nightmare scenario, and it could have been even worse. So what I want to see here is who keeps it leashed past the Maw. They keep it outside of kill range. This is all good. All good. I'm loving this. Okay, gotta get. Raffer's got to get off that. I can't believe they actually got that. Maybe Raffer did try to get off it, so I don't even blame him. That's just an insane play by Nehu, and unlucky for the Valhalla Valkyries. And sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
That can just happen to you.
Nehu and Dude Man Bro took the same classes at ADC University.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is. Nobody else seems to have. It's just hold W and win, apparently, because they're doing so well off the back of it. Still 5-1 in the kills. But it's a 600 now, well, about 500 gold lead for Sleekness. We'll see if that's going to end up mattering a little bit more. Big rotation to the dual lane. Ice Zeros in the jungle. Dude Man Bro low. One more auto's all they need. Ice credit for that kill. Quig goes for the leap, but they've got enough ults to potentially chase this one down. Raffer takes the tower. Ice goes in. They haven't found the last hit yet. Stellar or Supernova comes down to get some damage. Raffer will get credit for the kill. Oath. I don't know if this is where you want to be, man. There's 4 people here. They might not have a lot of mana.
Oh, no.
He's going to go in and get aggressive.
Yeah, this is Sleekness. They don't know what fear means. So we're going to go in this instance for sure. And Raffer does have to use the Scarab's Blessing
Nehu.
And the meditation on himself. Nehu has the option, but I don't think he's going to try and 1v4 again, I think. But again, it's Sleekness, and they don't know what fear is.
All right. So it feels like I'm going to wait. Nehu's still like within 10 feet of another player. That is something that could be
You know how like all the
problematic?
SPL teams, like they've got their like phrases? You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head, which is Auburn's going to be mad at me that I don't have them all memorized. It's like you know, the Olympus bolts, they have let the heavens rage.
Yeah,
Of course
yeah.
of course I know the Zeus one. Sleeknesses would be cowards need not apply.
Or we could take this.
Yeah, like we're about it. We're down to scrap at any given point. There are a lot of other ones that I wish I could say on broadcast, but cannot.
It'd be fun, but yeah, probably for the better. If you think Auburn's going to yell at you for not having
True.
the other phrases off the top of your head.
True.
Yeah, we have to be what is it? PG-13? I think that's our technical rating.
No, because you can say one F-bomb for PG-13.
I've
We
been
are
told. I think I have been told. I can't remember by who. So this might have been like a Mifflin trolling that we could drop one F-bomb
No.
per stream.
No,
But
who told you that, Gore? You can't let Mifflin say that to you. That's not true.
I have to imagine it wasn't Mifflin. That being said, Auburn does tell me I can do a lot of things that I know I
That's
absolutely
true.
cannot do. She's an enabler.
Auburn's like the cool parent, and Hindu Man's the mean one. You know,
Yeah.
like Hindu Man's gonna yell at you about everything. Auburn's gonna be like, "It was funny. It's fine. You know, it's doing really well on social."
Exactly.
Something like that.
We got to clip it and that blew up. That's all that matters.
Right, exactly. Auburn's gonna let us off our leash a little bit too much.
We could put it on a T-shirt.
Hindu Man knows to keep us like reined in because he knows.
I'm already worried because if he's listening, I might get sat down after this in this game. Anyway, we'll
Let me be
return.
clear to all casters: we can't say that under any circumstances. Don't say it.
Let me be clear. It has happened twice to me though over the course of my career. Unfortunate.
Thank
Either
you
way,
for
hey, the
being
Valkyries up 7-1, down 300 gold, and they're going for a fight, baby. Nehu able to get out of this one. That immunity paying off. And he's going to be able to stay alive, but the damage is done, forced out of there. Dude Man Bro trying to take the fight. Dark Portal just off the mark. Immel turns it around. They don't have a lot of mana to work with. It's all in the autos, all in the minions. There's the swarm. The damage is good, but Dude Man Bro, the tick damage.
Okay, if
Leaves
he's
him
a real
breathing.
psycho,
I thought he was going to die to the Scorpion.
he would have gone in with that fadeaway. Raffer in trouble in mid. Scarab's Blessing doesn't matter. Oath is hungry, and that's his first execute of the game.
And immediately feints over towards the
What
right-hand
is
lane.
going
Chronic
on?
in a little bit of trouble. A good stun from Ducky is going to get beads out. Oath here to play savior. Ice is the target, though. Will he be able to find the Loki? Has the damage available, but he's going to need the necessary damage, and it's there. And he finds it with the blink forward from his dash. And now they're going to be able to turn that onto Ducky. He's going to be forced to run away, and Oath is going to fall back and behind, as they're going to be just fine defending this tier 1. What an explosive fight.
Yeah, that was in every lane. We hit the express there. That was like the NFL red zone of the fights that were going on on the map at the same time. But at the end of the day, the important thing, Oath picks up 2 kills. Goes from 0-1 to 2-1 in this Alquang. We talk about him being this late game hyper carry, just impossible to deal with at times. Gets towards his later items, hits level 12, gets a second relic. Looking good for Sleekness' jungler.
Now it's taking a breather. It's hard to believe that Sleekness are taking a breather with the way things have been going for them.
It's not. It's more reloading. You know, that's
it's just a long, like a 30-second reload timer.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the way
to
I
keep
view
them
it.
a little more balanced. The Primal Fury is up on the left-hand side. And yet they still, it's like this sneaking suspicion. They want to go for Immel. They might be able to pick up Raffer here. Oath is pretty deep and should be able to spot him out. Primal Fury is going to get started up. Raffer's going to spot this one out. Last time they were able to steal it away. This time they're just trying to confirm it themselves. The damage is going to be there. Sleekness able to confirm that one, no problem. Quig is low, though. Has to retreat. Same thing there for Nehu. Uses immunity early, and they're going to run back to this tier 2. Raffer, Ice in the jungle on the chase, but they're not going to be able to close the gap.
Really great ward coverage there from Sleekness. Makes that Gold Fury pull really easy. They don't have to stress about it. They know where exactly everybody is. Really good fundamentals there from Sleekness, and that earns them the first Primal Fury of the game. Like this response, though, from the Valkyries. Go over, snag up this Pyromancer, make sure you're not just giving up a ton of global golden experience. But this game is kind of the opposite of what we saw in Game 1, Gore, where Sleekness was dominating in kills, but the Valkyries were doing a good job staying even in golden experience. Now it's kind of the opposite. The Valkyries more than doubling Sleekness's kill total. You know, it was an even greater gap before Oath made that play in mid and in right. But Sleekness staying tight with the gold and in the experience. So they've done a good job of staying relevant in this game.
Oath is the one I keep. My eye, like, no matter what, whenever he's on the screen, my eyes go to Ao Kuang. Maybe it's just because we don't see him too often. Maybe it's because I know what to expect out of him. Quig getting aggressive in the duo lane. If that stun connects, maybe something more follows up. They're going to need to be careful. Raffer, Ice now on this side of the jungle. Zeros, plus all these buffs are coming up, so they're going to go ahead and fall back. But you can see, you know, with the way the build is going, still a little slow pace for Oath. Once he gets some attack speed online under his belt, that's really when Ao Kuang starts to pick up.
Exactly. So he's gone for this. You know, you want the burst and the survivability from the Bancross Talon, and then the Stone of Fall, which, remember, a few months ago when it was, not even when it was first changed, but a little bit after that, everyone kind of realized that Stone of Fall on Sol and Chronos and Ola Run was all really good because it just gave you a ton of mitigation, which you don't need a lot of protections to feel good with, and that became meta. Ao Kuang, his attack speed becomes so high, it's just about the attack chain that he has, makes that really easy to stack that up very, very quickly and make it it's still a very efficient item for him. It does mean that his 2-item power spike is significantly weaker, but it means that his overall 6-item build is going to be better.
Realistically, it's you know, attack speed, like you said, chain, the 2, these dragons that really open up the conversation. Zeros gets some good damage onto Oath. Ducky is here. Should be able to get the stun. Raffer's around. There's the cage and a nice little dash out of there. Nehu gets caught up in it. But I don't think Nehu is worried in the least. In fact, Quig is getting aggressive. Nehu's following him. They might even want to take this fight, despite the rest of their team deciding to fall back. And this is where state of the map starts to come in. Tier 1 in mid, Tier 1 in left have kind of silently fallen on the side of Sleekness, while all 6 towers are still standing for the Valkyries. So something that they have to be a little more worried about. Fights like that one, anywhere near the mid camps, it's not as quick to get away from.
Exactly, and the Valkyries have used their pressure from the Sol and the AMC to get themselves a little bit more map positioning, which will certainly be helpful. But, you know, Sleekness just playing nice and patiently. You know, Oath in that last situation, one of the things that makes Odin really hard to deal with is when he walks at you with the 3 and you know he's going to stun you, you want to use your leap or your dash to get away from the stun so you don't get stunned. But if you do that, then he just jump cages you and you're up the creek and you've lost your paddle. But in that situation, you just have to eat the stun and then just be patient. If he drops the ult, you can always just dash away after that. If you're low, then you're still in trouble because he's still got Bird Bomb. But good patience there from Oath and forces out a cooldown from Ducky that I've spent more time talking about than was actually on cooldown because he's got 30% CDR before blue. But, you know, that's the way it goes.
Well, the good news is, at least, well, it depends on who you want. If you're Ducky, the good news is that those dashes are the only way that they're getting out of your ult. On the other side, the good news is that you have enough dashes, leaps, and whatever to get you out of there that you don't have to feel too stressed out, but no Phantom Veil picked up this time around, so they're not going to have anything that gives them that easy escape through the walls. Honestly, it's because it's Sleekness, they might just choose that as a fight, realistically.
Right, yeah, you're stuck in here with me. But they also have Izanami, who's like the best at breaking Odin Cage, and Fafnir. Like 2 characters that make those little pips of health go down really quickly. Because Izanami will count on the way out and on the way in. And Fafnir in dragon form, you know, his breath ticks once every 0.3 seconds or something like that. So he's going to be able to burn that down easily. I like the decision from Sleekness to not go for a Phantom. I think it would have been not necessary.
Well, right now they're just holding on. This is a good spot. Raffer using that mist. Maybe not necessarily visibly going to be hidden, but he's in a good position to go for at least a little bit of a zone. Gold Fury spawned up. Last time, Valkyries didn't go the way they wanted it to. So this time they're going to be a little more careful. And they got Ducky on their side as well. Quig is the only one locked inside of this cage, and he's going to be able to get out of there thanks to the breaking down of the wall. Gold Fury 3 force HP, and rapidly falling thanks to Ice and Immel's damage. But now the engage from Sleekness. They come in. Valkyries get themselves the Fury, but the fight after is going to be the huge question mark. Can they close the gap? The Valkyries have scattered to the wind, but they've all separated in different directions. Raffer is an easy kill, and they're going to continue this chase down if they can find somebody. Immel, Ducky, looking to get aggressive into Sleekness. They're just trying to find the fight. Zeros comes around the corner as well. The damage could be there. This is dangerous for both teams. It seems like Sleekness actually don't want this one anymore.
No, they just can't chase down the mobility from the Valkyries. Too much movement speed from the Soul and from the AMC. In Sleekness, a little bit low on gap closers with this draft. So it makes sense that they get away with it. You know, good pull by the Valkyries. They secure it. You trade Raffer for a Fury. We take those, no doubt about it. You know, it's just Raffer's not worth that much, and don't think the Sleekness is going to be able to do anything with the 5-on-4 power play anyways. So good little pull there from the Valkyries. Kind of a coin flip on who's going to get it, but hey, I'd much rather see teams coin flip objectives than do nothing, because they don't want to coin flip objectives. I think that being more aggressive, you're going to get rewarded more often than you'll get punished.
And, well, their reward there at least is the kill. Like you said, maybe not the end-all be-all for it. But they closed the gap of the gold a little bit with a Pyromancer. It's still about, well, actually a little under 1,000 in favor of the Valkyries, slowly climbing to that 1K mark. Now the only thing left on the map in terms of huge neutral objectives is the Fire Giant. Even the Draugr is gone right now. So Sleekness, as well as the Valkyries, you can start to see now feinting towards this right-hand side of the map, recognizing where their pressure is going to need to be. This has been a big play. Raffer's been doing this a couple of times. And the Valkyries did it a few times this game where they'll just set up and sit down for, 10, 15 seconds behind a wall, wait to see if somebody happens to walk by, and if they do, great engage. If they don't, then they don't necessarily lose too much. Maybe, 10 seconds worth of farm. That's not the end of the world for them with this lead. Chronic stunned out here. Ice might be able to get aggressive. Good cage locks him down, and Chronic is forced to try and stay alive as long as he can. No healing and no shield to his name. Half health is going to be able to run away. In fact, they turn it around. Nehu does a ton of damage and is going to continue doing so. Ducky forced to close away and use that leap for safety. And even though Chronic was the one who was in the 2v1 and it felt like he was going to fall, Ice is the only fatality here.
Yeah, not a lot of ward coverage on the right side from the Valkyries. They only have Sentry on the top left and bottom, or top right and bottom right. That's not enough vision to go for that play.
Well, Fire Giant started up for Sleekness. They're going to go ahead and drop that one. Quig is in the dragon form. This Coerce, again, onto 3 auto attackers, is about as much damage as you could throw down in the blink of an eye there. You can see it on the Greater Scorpion. It seems like they're not going to go back, even though they have that 5v4 advantage. The health bar too low for Chronic. They're going to try to get the Valkyries to retreat. Instead, they're looking for the tier 1 tower in mid, open up some of the map.
Yeah, I don't mind that call. Going tier 2 there, probably a little bit too risky. Your wave was kind of weak. They've got an AMC. They've got great wave clear. Not an easy execute.
Now the engage is there. Ducky looking for the stun. Cage is back up, and he's going to go ahead and drop that one. Raffer is executed. Up into the sky goes Oath, and now he just has to find his target. Who does he want to save? Nehu is in a little bit of trouble and might need the help. Ducky is in the middle of the fray. Oath rejoins the fight and is able to get some good damage. Nehu does go down, but they're turning things around. Oath has nothing to work with, though. It's a 2-for-2 dual lane for your mid and jungler. A good stun from Quig allows the rest of Sleekness to get out.
Nice fight from Sleekness. They buy enough time for Ice to get there. I really like Ducky's engages so far this game, save for the cage on the right-hand side on a Chronic a minute ago. But other than that, in these team fights, I think he's found his way into good positions, bought a lot of time for the squad. And Emilito is doing a ton of damage right now. He's second on the in the overall game, only behind Ducky. Been very impressed with how much damage Emilito's been able to put out, and it's been very effective in these team fights. These fights are going pretty even, which both teams are probably saying, oh, don't worry, that's good that we're going even right now because we scale better than they do come late game, because they both kind of have arguments. The 2 auto attackers on each side, 2 hyper carry junglers, staunch front line. I really don't think that either team has a massive advantage or disadvantage come these late game fights. I think it's going to stay pretty even throughout.
Relics right now, the Aegis is being down mainly on the side of Sleekness. Might hurt them a little bit, but both carries still have beats, so they can feel confident going into the next one. Fire Giant is still standing over there on the right-hand side. Left side, Primal Fury is about to spawn up. And I looked up to the gold. There's 400 separating them. 23 minutes in, that means pretty much nothing. It's a few wards for one team that the other one is going to feel behind. And ultimately, you can see some of that Sleekness. Sentry ward, some good vision over here on the left-hand side. They're going to be able to catch out Immel, Ice, and Raffer. Ducky and Zeros in mid. And they're just setting up. This is looking and gearing up to be a big fight.
Really like the aggressiveness here from Sleekness. Don't be scared to just step up and pull this. You know Emilito doesn't have relics.
Wow.
And that's what forces the Valkyries to just kind of give that up and not respect it.
Well, Quig gets pulled. Quig goes into the ult, and Ducky gets a good cage onto 2 in the back. Quig takes a lot of damage, forced to leap away, and is just trying to stay alive.
Stun.
Good stun, but Quig still makes it out. Ducky jumps in and gets the kill, but they lose Immel in the process. They lose Raffer in the process. Now Ice is in trouble. Dude Man Bro
Nice
holding
ult.
W, but isn't going to continue the chase. Zeros gets the peel for his team. It's still a 2-for-1. Quig, the only one to fall on Sleekness.
Really good ult from Zeros because it looked like Dude Man Bro was about to keep on going psycho in that team fight, but he ends up stopping him in his tracks
I
with
half
some good
expected it to
damage.
continue.
Seriously, well, Zeros just continued chasing here in mid, and he is going to get punished for this.
Yeah, you are only going to use that disapparate for a little bit. Yeah, it's not enough to get you away from Oath right now. The speed buff, the leap, the blink, all of it helping close that gap. And that's a huge stagger kill. That's 30 seconds
Massive.
behind Emilito. I mean, you've got a 2v4 for right now, and then at best, it's going to be a 4v5.
Big mistake there from Zeros. They used both relics as well.
Fire Giant's low. Ducky is taking a lot of damage in the process, has to leap away. A lot of his damage and secure goes along with it. Sleekness get the Fire Giant. Quig respawns in time to get it as well, so all 5 members are going to be rocking that belt. And now they're chasing Ducky down. He didn't get a chance to back, and he's going to get staggered out. 25 seconds until Zeros, and Ducky's going to be presumably a little longer than that. It's just how long it takes this team to get rid of him. There it is. Another minute before he comes back to the battleground.
Man, disappointing there for the Valkyries because they've been really close in these team fights. They lost the last one, I'd say, trading Quig for their duo lane, but still, managed to get out of that fight without giving up too much. And then Zeros just makes a bad decision in mid and ends up really opening it up an easy Fire Giant pull there for Sleekness, who just have not been hesitating. Been loving their decisiveness in the way that they're moving around the map with purpose.
And honestly, I would even argue that they have the opposite of hesitation. And sometimes there's been moments where maybe they should be hesitating, maybe being at least a little more cautious. At the same time, it's giving them, I want to call it a rugged charm, right? That is just something that I would equate to the Wild Wild West. They just want to fight if the opportunity presents it. And it's been working out for them, so I'm not going to knock it. They're up now, what is that? 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 gold. As we do some quick math on Cass. 3 towers left standing for the Valkyries. They take the tier 2 and right. They back, they reset, and now they're going to gear up for the next siege.
Yeah, this is going to be an easy 10k lead for Sleekness when it's all said and done on these towers. They should be able to clear all 3 of these out pretty easily. And as we saw before, they aren't scared to just keep on pushing once they're done with their Fire Giant. Does not mean that they're just going to be backing up. So the Valkyries, if I'm on the Valks right now, I'm definitely saying, hey, don't forget, we can't just assume they're going to back once they lose fire. Last time they just they gunned us down without it, and they'll probably try and do it again.
Well, it's surprisingly close. So 21 kills in the game, 11 for Sleekness, 10 for the Valkyries. And they might be setting up a soft defense over here on the left-hand tier 2. They've got 3 members standing stalwart, whereas Ice Emilito go over towards the mid tier 2. All it takes, as we saw in mid, is one misstep. Sleekness will eat you alive. They've got a little under 2 minutes left on this power play. They're going to go ahead and start up this tier 2 and left. Worth noting, especially considering how long that tier 2 takes, not enhanced Fire Giant. So you don't have those backdoor protections getting stripped unless you got the minion wave with you, and it is definitely slowing down, I think, the pace they wanted to attack this with.
It's still a minute 20. I'm interested in seeing how they're going to siege. They look like they want to leave Oath in a 1v1, but Loki's a tough character to 1v1 just because of how long his stealth is. Although Oath is just going in.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the stealth. He's going to chase him down.
What?
He gets the kill anyway. He hardly takes any
He's just
damage
better. He's
in
just better.
the process. It's a 4v5. 5, and the base is looking to be broken open. Ducky gets aggressive. Nehu takes a lot of damage in the back, but he's going to stay alive. Raffer falls down. Ducky tries to get the kill, but now he's just out of place, forced to run away, and there, into the waiting arms, I guess waiting maw of Oath. The dragon eats him alive, and now he's going to be able to land down, chase down Zeros, and open up this base. Phoenix falls, and the Titan is going to go soon after. Sleekness are up to us.
Yeah, so here's the thing about how Loki is kind of hard to beat in the 1v1 in that type of scenario, unless you're Oath and you're just better, and you're just going to do your thing, and he's just a beast. That's all there is to it, dude. This kid just continues to impress, make it look easy on the Ao Kuang. I mean, you want to talk about knowing your numbers. I mean, the fadeaway kill, doesn't even look at the explosion behind him. Sleekness, man, they are moving right now.
I mean, you mentioned, I see the stealth, and I'm just watching Ice, and then the minute the stealth ends, Oath is like, let's
Time.
go.
Yes.
He puts on the sunglasses, blinks forward, and it didn't seem like anything else from that point mattered to him. He was ready to go and makes this Ao Kuang look really good. You had called it. You said he popped off a couple of months ago when he played at the SCC playoffs. He carries that in today.
You know, you can't spell GOAT without Oath, so it kind of
You know what?
It kind of works out there.
And there has to be a G on their team. I'm now blanking on every other team
Quig,
member name.
it like
Quig.
has a G
yeah,
at the
you
end,
drop
yeah.
it. He's just Quig.
Okay.
And then you give him the GOAT. And the H goes somewhere else. Who cares? Either way, they're up 2-0. That's what matters right now. The SCC team making strides right now here in the bronze match. We'll see if they can close it out, if the Valkyries can bounce back right after this.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Can you believe it? It's already almost time for the Smite World Championships. Just a few short weeks away from crowning the champion of Season 8. We've already sent some teams to the Smite World Championships. The Atlantis Leviathans and Jade Dragons have qualified their way there through the placement round, and they'll be playing in the quarterfinals. Awaiting them, and whoever they play, which we will determine later on this week, are the Camelot Kings and the Tartarus Titans, the two teams who are at the top end of the Phase 3 playoffs. Assuming you're a fan of the Tartarus Titans or the Camelot Kings, since they're waiting in the semifinals, they are just 6 wins away from lifting Thor's hammer and being crowned the Season 8 Smite World Champions. So make sure you're marking your calendars. January 7th, 8th, and 9th are when all those games are happening. But of course, we got hi-rez Presents on the 5th, Throwback Thursday on the 6th. So make sure you're tuning in starting January 5th here at twitch.tv/SmiteGame for what's sure to be an amazing Smite World Championship. We'll see you then.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true.
I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's @Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
Hello and welcome back to the Smite World Championship placement rounds. Game number 2 is all said and done. Sleekness get a victory over the Valhalla Valkyries. We want to give a shout out to our good friends over at Alienware for sponsoring Season 8 of the SPL, for being our title sponsor. Make sure to go to smitegame.com/Alienware. Use code SMITEAW to get all kinds of special discounts and codes for all of Alienware's best products that we have to offer out there for you, the fans, at home, and for the players here at their home and in the studio right next door. Make sure, once again, smitegame.com/Alienware. The Aurora Ryzen 10 desktop, 25-inch 240Hz gaming monitor, all that and more can be yours if you go over to that website. Game number 2, all done here. Sleekness, this Ao Kwong, man, we've seen Oath bring it out once, did pretty well. It brings it out here a second time, this time in a big game here up against Valhalla Valkyries, and it gets a pretty convincing win there, Mifflin.
Yeah, if I were allowed to, my entire analysis of this game would just be Oath, and I would just repeat it rhythmically over the course of the 10 minutes before we get into P's and B's. But I suppose gonna have to do a little bit more than that. OC plays Ao Kwong in the early game, slowly falls down, stumbles on his initial gank, but from there it really was a comeback story for the ages. He falls down once early, one more time throughout the duration of this game, and after that, just wins fights. He just takes DPS trades. You can really tell that Oath has played a lot of this god in the past. He goes into engagements time in and time out where it feels like, well, maybe the Valkyries are just going to kill him. Maybe they've got the damage output, but utilizes that Dragon Call incredibly well, hovers in the ultimate to find the most ideal landings, and the team around him performed to the peak that you could ask for. So Chronic was creating nearly infinite space. Dude, Man Bro, and Nehu were left alone more often than not in the back line, but that's fine with a double Hunter composition. One of them being able to shred defense means that when you leave them alone, they're probably going to be just fine on their own. The Valhalla Valkyries nearly were able to establish control throughout the early of this one, but we're not quite able to transition all of their picks, all of their small teamfight skirmish wins into much of a lead. Even looking at the top of the screen right now, 27 minutes in, 10-11, seems like a close game, and then you read the gold, 10,000 separating the two teams.
And we get to kind of see the end of the game go there as Oath gets a solo kill up against Ice Ice under Ice Ice's own middle Phoenix there.
Swag.
And Oath able to come up with a win for his team here at the end of the day. Not quite top of the damage charts here, but it's kind of hard to go up against some of the crit hunters that seem to kind of murk their heads out here. Nayu putting up top damage for the team, but Oath putting up 8 kills early on. And now it kind of creates this awkward space for the Valkyries, because obviously you don't want to use a ban for an Ao Kuang. Banning the Achilles is always something, and now you have this Khepri out here who no longer feels as safe now, knowing that there's always the threat of the Ao Kuang to kind of come up against it.
Yeah, I don't think the Ao Kuang is so ubiquitous that you need to drop a ban on it. You kind of take Ao Kuang as an answer to the Khepri, so as long as the Valhalla Valkyries aren't picking that very early on, well, they don't have to really necessarily concern themselves with the Ao Kuang itself. So maybe you don't necessarily have to ban it, but you do have to be cognizant of it. It's a threat, certainly a bullet in the gun of Sleekness.
Maybe something you kind of pick up in that third slot, and then once you get to the bans, if there still hasn't been a jungle, maybe then you can kind of throw a ban that way. But Sleekness are up 2-0 in the set. The Valhalla Valkyries have essentially one final chance from here on out. If they can win this, and they still only have one more chance to go in order to stop Sleekness, because Sleekness is one game away from moving on to the final chance matchup against the Olympus Bolts, and then one more fight there in order to try and move on to the Smite World Championships. And all you got to do is beat the Bolts, man. That's all you got to do is beat the Bolts, no matter which team moves on, and then you can go to the Smite World Championships. But here in game number 3, picks and bans ready to go. It will be Sleekness on the first pick this time around. They're not going to change up too much of their ban strategy, still putting some focus on Ice Ice there with that Fenrir ban.
Yeah, I think Sleekness is in a position where they could very easily just continue doing what they've been doing for the last couple of games, target out a couple of key picks from the Valhalla Valkyries to make the transition in the mid to late game a lot easier, because as far as I'm concerned, Sleekness has shown a lot more cohesion in their late game team fight. So if they're drafting for like a 20 or so minute mark around these neutral objective fights, that's just fine. It's up now for the Valhalla Valkyries to come up with an answer, and so far, with the bans remaining largely unchanged, I'm not convinced.
No, it's going to be the same ones that it was in game number 2, with the Emoja slotting itself in that place instead of the E-set that was there previously in game number 1, alongside the Olorun and the Zeus, so a lot of magical focus there in 3 different spots, and it will be Achilles one more time as that top pick, first overall here for Sleekness. The Valkyries aren't going to change too much as far as at least one of their picks is concerned. It will be an Amuz and Cobb, but now we do know there's still some of that flex potential for the 2 roles.
Yeah, Amuz and Cobb and Gilgamesh, something we've seen from the Valkyries already in their first 2 selection. It's a composition that can work. We've seen it work for just about every other team in the SPL. They love running some of these styles of drafts. It's just whether or not it fits exactly what the Valhalla Valkyries want to do. I think I would really like to see Ice Ice shift up his style of pick. Maybe a Hunbots comes to mind, just some sort of disruption factor to deal with some of these late game initiation team fights from the Sleekness squad. But with Gilgamesh locked in already, I've already been very vocal about how I feel about that god going towards the solo lane. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's his strongest role. I feel like it is very likely we see it in the jungle, which means that you're going to have to find some of that disruption elsewhere. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, hey, there's the signature E-set. It's here. It's happening.
There is the E-set, and I think a lot of that can also be a testament to the fact that, 1, it didn't get banned, first and foremost, but 2, Sleekness banned the Odin away, so now they kind of open up that opportunity. But to try and match some of that sustain, they go ahead and pick up an Aphrodite on the side of the Valhalla Valkyries. So now we do know that AMC is going over into the duo lane. You're throwing an Aphrodite in mid and putting a lot of focus on getting to that late game and start depending on a lot of that healing.
Yeah, interesting that they decided to ban out the Neath here. I don't think that's something Sleekness would have really taken their eyes towards with the draft that they have right now, but maybe just concerned about the global presence and the ability to shut down some of these picks. I mean, Mannequin's Hidden Blade Neath just goes wild. It's just a wild amount of damage to start a fight off with, so AMC likely would have struggled up against that pick. Aphrodite is a very slow selection for the Valhalla Valkyries. This means that their early game is going to struggle pretty mightily up against whatever jungler Sleekness decides to pick. And as of now, Sleekness has got essentially the field. They can play just about anything that Oath wants. I mean, I wouldn't argue against going back towards the Ao Kuang. It's a little bit worse into the Aphrodite. You can go towards your Susano. I've seen Oath have plenty of success on picks like Thor as well, which is very good at dealing with Amuz and Cobb. So I'm not concerned about Sleekness's jungler selection. I am concerned with the duo lane presence of the Valhalla Valkyries. If that's an Athena lock-in,
it is.
And it is, again, another pretty slow composition, I'd say, man. This is a draft that could just get blown out in like 5 minutes.
But a lot of initiation, a lot of pressure on beads over anything else. I mean, Athena
You need damage for pressure.
is probably one of the few gods in the game where you see in Athena, you have to get beads. It's kind of similar to Ares for Ultimate.
I don't even know if that's true, necessarily.
I don't know. Every time I feel like I don't buy beads against an Athena, I'm just dead. Guaranteed. Doesn't matter if I'm frontline or backline here. But it will be Athena paired up with an AMC in the dual lane, so a lot of potential early pressure out of there. And one of the only consistent mages, and I mean traditional style of mage, that we've been seeing over the course of the weekend, and Tiamat locked in alongside a Nemesis for Sleekness. So going to be going away from the Ao Kuang, going to be going away from that Susanoo instead Nemesis, and then a Kleena locked in last. Now, I would normally ask you, about the Kleena jungle. We've been seeing a whole lot of it. But Ducky is the only one who's actually ran in the solo lane so far this weekend.
That is true. God, I hope that is the case, because I hate Gilgamesh solo. So yeah, sure, Kleena solo, fine. You're gonna deal damage, I guess. Like, that's cool. I don't like it. Ask me what I don't like.
What don't you like
the
about
Valks draft? I don't like it. I don't think it's good. I think it's bad, in fact.
what?
Aggro's asked me to name that I like about the Valks draft. 3 things I like. I think that Aphrodite's got some of the best skins in Smite. Kleena's new, and that's interesting. A fun viewer experience.
Okay.
And AMC's gonna find some pressure somewhere. Be it mid, be it dual lane, I don't know, probably dual lane.
Well, about to say, I hope. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know why you brought maybe mid when there's an Aphrodite sitting right there, unless you think this Aphrodite is going to like support or something.
Yeah, sure. Why not? They have a Kleena in solo.
I mean, Ducky did this before, this exact
I
same
know.
weekend.
Did it win?
It did not, but
All
there's
right,
also
and
a
there
Camazotz
is
in the
my
jungle.
point. Therein lies the point, J-Max. Seems like winning isn't really what we're concerned about here on the Valhalla Valkyries. If we are being results-oriented, we would not have gone back to this style of draft, but the Valks have done so, and that's exactly what happens. Sleekness gets everything that they want, legitimately. They got their E-set support, love that. Dude Man Bro's playing as Hachiman, he loves that. Achilles has been one of the most consistent lane bullies in the solo lane. They love that. Nemesis has got some great matchups into all sorts of picks on the Valkyries. AMC gets locked down. Kleena's stuck there. Athena gets her defense shredded. She has to stand still to channel her ultimate. Okay, good luck. Nemesis just hits you. It's such a hard to execute on composition from the Valks. Wild to me that they go to it in a game 3 when they're down 2.
Yeah, this is, to say the least, a very tricky situation here for the Valhalla Valkyries. They're going to have to pull out all the stops in game number 3 if they want to get a win up against Sleekness and keep their chances at the SWC alive. But like Mifflin was saying, it's going to be tough. Can they do it here in game number 3? Let's throw it over to Gormizer and Aggro, potentially one last time to see what all goes down.
Yeah, if you're the Valkyries right now, your chance to go to Worlds resides on winning this game and the next one and the next one. And actually, then the next one, and the next one, but then you have a little bit more wiggle room tomorrow. Yeah, so there's a little more wiggle room tomorrow. Sleekness, well, hey, you're one step closer if you win this game. Of course, winner of this has to go up against the Bolts tomorrow. That'll be an interesting matchup no matter what. Sleekness have been putting on a show for us. And there's a lot to talk about on both of these, both sides of this draft. I don't know if I want to go into what Mifflin was talking about with the Valkyries, if I want to talk about Quig on E-set, Oath on Nemesis.
Gore, you're
so
driving
I'll
the car,
let
man.
you have all of them.
No, you're driving the car.
No, wait, you're going to make me choose.
I got to make you choose.
I am very bad at decisions.
I'm your knowledge gun. I want you to point me where you want me to fire.
All right, let's go Valks draft first. See if you can corroborate or disagree with Mifflin here.
Yeah, I understand why he doesn't like it very much, and it's certainly not my favorite draft we've seen today. But I don't think it's impossible to do things with. I think that Ice on Gilgamesh alongside Afro, that 2v2 is super strong. You've got a good link target throughout the game. You've got good CC, you've got good damage. Thought ML played pretty well on the AMC last game. So overall, I see some positives here for the Valkyries. It's hard to execute on, and high execution has not been a strength. But I think that if they put the pieces together, it can work.
It'll be fun to watch how that's going to shake out. We can watch this support matchup which is going to be an interesting one. Raffer actually just hit a 2-man taunt. That's always fun to watch with an Athena. On the other side, Quig is playing this E set. I actually want to dive into this Athena. Something that we don't get to see too often, is relatively slow, and honestly is much more just setup-oriented than anything else. But sometimes good taunts change the tides of games.
Yeah, they really do, and it just has that type of mentality where if the enemy team groups up and they don't have beads, we can maybe win a fight even though we're down a lot of gold because we've got a long-duration AoE CC. And, you know, it's hard to argue against those. Oath doesn't have beads. And I would love to see Raffer rotate out of this lane early, group up with Zeros, group up with Ice, and just try and hunt down Oath in the jungle. Because one taunt should lead into an easy drop kick, which should lead into an easy back off or stun from Zeros, and that should be an easy kill onto Oath as long as they can start that CC chain.
All right, now Oath was looking for a kill, maybe not an easy one at that. Ducky will now know Oath is in the jungle, but Ducky's so low. Chronic's kind of been running this lane. And I don't know that Oath, you can say, is necessarily running the jungle, but he's going to be trying to do so here. Ice is forced to just let this one fall to the wayside. I like the way he's playing it, though, because you're going to invade this blue buff. Cool. I'll just go take yours. We'll trade.
Yep. Good play, because Ice gets this experience in gold solo, whereas Oath and Chronic end up splitting theirs. Not bad.
Raffer stunned out. There's going to be some lockdown. All they need is a couple of more shots. They're not going to be able to find them just yet. Immel doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Throws down the honey. And the bees are going to be able to get a little bit of damage out there. Hive's getting knocked down. And they're not going to get back up again. That's going to be good lockdown. Ice might, unfortunately, be in a bad spot here, though. Nehu is going to find him. A good leap. Ice is back out of there. Quig's just being a nuisance, which is something that you can, I want to say, almost do on any support, but realistically, he can feel even more annoying because he's got the E-set damage behind him.
Yeah, a couple things go well there for the Valkyries. Number one, Ice, after invading on that speed on the blue, just goes to speed and takes that away from Oath, and so now has a pretty good advantage over Oath in the jungle. And then Quig, while trying to steal away that purple, uses his beads, tries to preemptively bead the taunt that never came from Raffer to secure purple, and does not. So now Quig going to be very easy to kill as soon as Emilito hits 5. You know, maybe not from full HP before Emilito backs, but anytime there's a little mid 3v3 in the next 2 minutes, Quig should just get insta taunted into death pretty easily.
Sets things up simply for the Valkyries, almost like T-ball. We'll see if they're able to find those. Raffer backs up to the base, and we'll probably start to see him shift over towards the mid lane. Immel still like playing patiently, and Quig's the one I keep my eyes on in these early games because we saw how much damage that you can do in a dual lane like this. So all you need is a Spirit Ball. Plus, Spirit Ball, look, I love E-set. One of my favorite abilities in the game is Spirit Ball, despite how simple it is on paper, just because at max range, it does more damage, and I love things like that.
And stuns longer.
And it stuns longer, and it just feels good because it's such a slow-moving ability that you get that extra prediction. So something that Quig's going to be able to look for here. Plus combo that with Dude Man Bro. You can open up a lot of conversations. There's a good taunt from Raffer, and the disengage from Dude Man Bro exists, but Quig is the one who's getting chased down. Ice rotates on in. Windsor Shemesh are going to be dropped, and there is the Circle of Protection, something we haven't touched on yet, but it keeps him alive, and it keeps Sleekness smoothly going forward.
Yeah, gets the beads from Dude Man Bro as well as both ultimates. Good play by Ice, who had just come from sealing away the red buff that he got without any sort of contest. So Ice making a good impact on the game right now. Stole away speed, stole away blue, stole away red. They've kind of got it all working right now for Ice in the jungle. He's got himself a nice lead. You know, opens up some more potentials for plays over here on this left-hand side with this purple buff respawning.
I think it's worth saying, Ice, you know, some of the plays that we've seen in the jungle have been great. Some have not been. This game has been nothing but great. A lot of the invades have been going exactly the way you would want. I mean, a blue, a speed, and a red. But now they're chasing him down. Will they be able to continue that path? Mitigations from Raffer. Make sure Ice stays alive. Great plays and presence from Sleekness. They're just not able to close out that first blood.
Yeah, good attempt there from Oath. I like the decision to go in. And, you know, he gets an ultimate for his Blink ult, but Raffer's ultimate cooldown is much longer, being global. So not a bad trade for Sleekness. Quig a little bit off the mark on that Spirit Ball. If that connects, maybe Ice dies even through the damage mitigation. Smart from Raffer to hold his ultimate, though, until that Nem ult comes through, because you don't want to have his defense stripped and then your mitigation, you still get the mitigation, but it's just not going to feel quite as good. I like forcing him to commit the ultimate and then his positioning as well before that Athena ultimate comes in.
We'll have to see how much that can continue, whether or not we get to see some fun Athena plays and things like that. Of course, being able to cross the map in not the blink of an eye, in like 4-5 blinks of an eye.
It's like the blink
nice.
when you're really sleepy. It's like
when you sleep, you're super sleepy, you close your eyes. Well, Quig might be closing his eyes for a little bit here. Yeah, he gets sent right down. That's first blood for the Valkyries. Ice finally getting to come to fruition in the jungle. Zeros uses the ult. Zeros is low. Zeros is getting chased down. Nehu gets the kill for it. And that is going to be all she wrote. First blood still favors the Valkyries, but a good return kill for Sleekness.
And Quig still gets the assist. So, 1 assist on the first blood versus another kill on a higher priority target, plus 2 additional assists, or 1 additional assist rather. Pretty even, I'd say, in that exchange. But Quig lost his beads, didn't use them in a very good spot either. Typical frontliner picking up bead syndrome right there, where sometimes they struggle with that. It is a muscle memory thing, so it's understandable.
And Quig is going to be returning to the lane here. Might need a little bit of help. We can talk about the experience falling slightly behind versus what we saw the last time this was played. It was banned, I believe, every game versus the Dragons for Sleekness. Yeah, he's going to be fine here. Banned versus them every game while they were playing the Dragons. Looked great otherwise so far. Finds a good stun here. That's about all she wrote. That's going to be a good aggression from Dude Man Bro. A couple of shots could have found home, but Raffer with some good body blocks. And that's the combo right now. It's the EI Jutsu with this Spirit Ball that just locks someone down for too long. Unfortunately, the taunt on the other side seems to be doing the same a little bit better. Quig is now in a little bit of trouble. Dude Man Bros trying to stay aggressive with him. Circle protection keeps him alive and gets the damage spread. Raffer, 1 shot, 1 kill. Dude Man Bro is able to get that, and then a beautiful stun from downtown. Make sure Dude Man Bro can pick up a double, and now they're leading 3-1.
Yeah, the last Spirit Ball didn't hit. You're thinking, whatever. Quig is just playing the ESET support, but maybe they didn't need to be banning it. How about a perfect stun into a double silence, into circle of protection, which keeps him alive, does good damage, heals up the squad, then a turnaround max range Spirit Ball that Emilito was just a deer in the headlights for. Didn't move out of the way and catches him right on the chin. Perfect play out of the duo lane. Quig making this ESET support look ban-worthy for sure. These were good jukes. A little surprised that he canceled his Wing Gust right there because he wants it for the knockback immunity on the 2, but it was all a bait, you see. That was the whole plan. And then max range over the wall, beautiful shot.
And you have to look at like Ice, if he's there for a smidge longer, there's probably 3 kills. He's able to get out of there. I mean, it's wild to think that the double kill, as fun as it was, Dude Man Bro was just accurate. That's about all he had going for him in that fight. I mean, a good Heavenly Banner. Quig really setting him up, doing exactly what you want out of your support. And on ESET, no less. So making it look good, and of course making his team happy. I mean, this is now a 1,000 gold lead for Sleekness, 2 kills. About what you would want in a Game 3 if you are trying to fight for your spot at Worlds. Raffer is looking to get isolated. Circle of protection has been dropped, popped, and the heal will be there. Quig will be fine with it. But it's not necessarily going to get a lot done, and now it looks like the Valkyries want a little more. Quig is getting chased down. hi-rez just gets stunned and locked up under the tower. No chance to fight.
Yeah, Spirit Ball still up, by the way. Ducky might be able to catch Quig backing, but that Veil doesn't tear in time. Ducky's still in.
Now he's locked up. He might be a little too deep. Oath is here. Oath has a slow available to him. They're chasing him down. Oath is taking a lot of damage in the process, but he's going to get saved. He's going to get out of here. The shield heals him up, and now the chase is on for Sleekness. They've got 3 in this fight. Let's make it 4. A triple kill for Chronic, and he's looking for more, but Himmel is just trying to stay safe.
The Sleekness brand of Smite has arrived, baby. The ESET support. Dude Man Bro playing unhinged and aggressive in ADC, and Sleekness just playing lights out right now. 4 for nothing in the mid lane. The Valkyries just diving way too deep. Ice tanks up the tier 1 and just gets stopped dead in his tracks, literally, by a Spirit Ball underneath that tower. And that's going to be an easy Gold Fury after the fact as well. Sleekness now have their choice of the litter of what they want on the map because they are just absolutely dominating.
I mean, this is about as clean. Noticing the tear on the wall is a huge deal. Quig being able to stay alive, and of course doesn't back through all of this. The fact that Oath stays alive is insane. Chronic, of course, goes big with the execute and the rotation. And about all you could ask for from your solo laner. This is Achilles' first pick. I think that alone makes it pay off.
Yeah, and just the ability to match that rotation coming from Ducky, you know, to know, hey, he's missing, hey, you know, they're looking to play aggressive in mid. And even when the play looks like it's petered out, to commit to that rotation and not go back and be greedy for the farm and instead play more for the team, make sure that until I see Ducky, I assume that he's going to be there and that I need to help. Really, really good play from Chronic.
Well, taunt good from Raffer. Damage good from Raffer. Yeah, Quig is just gone here. Circle of Protection will get popped. And let's give a shout out to the quality of life adjustment where you can pop that after you've died, however long ago that was. It's helpful for Dude Man Bro, I guess slightly. Realistically, it's just a fun thing to watch.
Yeah, that definitely feels good, but still, I mean, you're going to get taunted in a Stinger. That should be how this lane is going.
Yeah. Well, Oath.
Nice taunt.
Once a little bit more, there's going to be the ult from Raffer. And that's the disengage once again from Sleekness.
Really well played there by Raffer. Turns around with the taunt. Oath a little bit too late on the beats. Still, you know, loses all his momentum. Would have needed to pre-beats there in order to keep the kill, having any hope. But Raffer's already, you know, he taunt and then instant channels the ultimate. Doesn't hesitate whatsoever. That was really good peel. ML still loses his beads, but it was still a beads and a blink and an ult from Oath.
Not feeling too bad about that. Chronic wants to get aggressive. He's going in on zeros of all people within execute range. Doesn't even need it. Has the damage and is able to get the kill. Ice not able to do anything while his mid laner just gets taken down right there. Beads just now coming up for zeros. And he's going to be wanting those, probably using them again pretty soon.
I mean, Shifters is the big difference maker there for Chronic. Normally you see Blackthorn straight into Mystical Mail, and if that's the case, that doesn't deal nearly as much damage.
Oath in trouble, taunted in, and the damage has been dealt. Raffer dashes forward, even gets the reach auto. But Oath seems to be out of this. Ice is jumping around. Doesn't seem to be able to close the gap. There's going to be the leap. Can he find the kill? The answer is no. Shield does a lot, but Dude Man Bro is now in trouble. 3 surrounding him. That should be all she wrote, and that is exactly what Ice needs to get another kill on board.
This Athena for Raffer has been really positive, I think, for the Valkyries. You know, it's generated a lot of pressure on Relics. It's gotten 2 out of the Valkyries, 3 kills. It's prevented deaths on the side of the Valkyries. So far, this Athena lock-in for Raffer, an old classic for him over here in the duo lane, has ended up looking pretty good. And despite, you know, the 0-0-6 scoreline for Oath, Ice is over there with a nice little lead, 2-1-0 for him in a very slight experience lead. So despite it looking like it should be all Sleekness after that 4-0 and a Gold Fury, you know, it's definitely not good in mid. Zeros is very far behind, and Aphrodite from behind doesn't feel like she's doing a whole lot, but not many gods do. Valkyries still have life in this game for sure.
One thing we've had a conversation about, I believe it was on Tuesday.
I don't know about all this, dude.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering what was going to happen here. Dude Man Bro.
I mean, I guess they got it for free, right?
Yeah, forced to ult away, and they don't have to commit too much in order to do so. I was going to talk about Circle of Protection, something going on about Gold Furies and objectives like that. Of course, worth mentioning that there's not a lot of damage being built by Quig. Still a really good ult in order for that secure, especially compared to what the Valkyries are bringing into this.
Yeah, I think that the Circle of Protection, especially around objectives, gonna get knocked back, but still has the ultimate on a Zeros, and he'll cut him down for his first kill.
Not much Zeros is able to do there. Raffer's going to be able to get out alive. Oath does trade his life for this, and at this point, the 0-4 Aphrodite is not worth anywhere near as much as the 1-0-6, now 1-1-6 Nemesis. Their fight still going on. Quig trying to stay alive, trying to set him up. Quig's gonna go down. Dude Man Bro dashes in, and it helps get a kill. Nehu's able to find it. Chronic has rotated in. Chronic goes for the execute, gets one. It is Kleena versus the world right now. Nehu is low, and Ducky dashes forward. 1 auto and 1 kill. Ducky's able to get that. The solo laners are the last 2 standing. Chronic, if he could cut off the path, might be able to take a fight. But ultimately, it's a 4-for-4 wild trade in the left side jungle.
Yeah, the classic 4-for-4 at the enemy red buff at 15 minutes into the game. I mean, hey, I said the Sleekness brand of Smite is here, and I suppose...
And Dude Man Bro did dash in during that fight. That's how you know it's on brand.
Let me say this. I swear to you, this is no indictment of Dude Man Bro. I am not rooting against him. But I am glad to see him die in that instance, because I was worried that his client might be bugged or something like that. That he can just keep getting away with dashing in all the time and not getting punished for it. So I'm glad to see that that is not the case. You know, that's a QA test that we just ran. Nothing wrong, just dude, man, bro, playing like a psycho the vast majority of the time, and I love it, man. It's so much fun to watch, and you know that's the only way to really know your limit is to test it, and he certainly does.
Unfortunately, Zeros has learned his limits a few times this game. 0-4-2 for the Aphrodite. We're starting to hit that point of the game where maybe your KDA, at least for Afro specifically, isn't going to matter too much, because your healing is still going to be there. Oni Fury has spawned back up, and both teams are starting to pose themselves as if they want to fight.
Got really good pressure now because Zeros doesn't have those beads, but dude, man, bro, no relics for 70 on his Aegis, 50 on his beads, no beads for Oath or for Quig. I mean, this is not a fight I'd be looking to take right now if I'm Sleekness.
It's definitely going to be difficult for them, yet Chronic is rotated over here. Stun is going to be there from Quig. They've got Raffer. They're going to force the dash. Ducky is in mid lane. Oni Fury started up. Circle of Protection is available. They're going to go ahead and leash this Fury. Chronic is trying to find his way to the backline. Ducky has found a way into the backline. That's not quite gotten the damage just yet. There's the Winds of Shamash on top of a Circle of Protection. Nehu needs that heal, and he needs it now. They're going to be able to get it, but not in time. Nehu goes down. Quig goes down. Dude Man Bro goes down. Oath is the one who has barely any health. Chronic, last man standing. And they just want to be able to survive, get out of here, but a good taunt from Raffer. They're going to keep him isolated and locked down. The damage is there. And now it's a 4-for-0. The Valkyries are running straight to the Fire Giant.
Yeah, just a huge mistake there from Sleekness to stick around. I mean, there's no reason to be forcing that. You know, yeah, Zeros doesn't have beads, but we can just wait until our backline's relics are up. Ducky just gets into the backline, pokes out Nehu, insta-kills Dude Man Bro. That was a great fight from Ducky coming out of the solo lane. And the Valkyries are just able to play it slowly and just wait and just kill them off their CC. You know, whether it be Ducky's CC or the CC from Ice and Raffer, the Sleekness just couldn't ever step up because they know they're insta-dead to one Athena taunt. Definitely, you know, we've been loving the aggressive brand of Smite, that Sleekness is willing to do things that other SPL teams might not be willing to do. I think that engagement was a sign of, you know, that lack of experience at this level. There's no reason to be forcing that.
And you lose the Fire Giant. Took a little while there for the Valkyries to pick it up. Now they've got 3.5 minutes of a power play to work with. 4 towers technically standing. That mid-tier 1 is admittedly still on the map, but about as dead as you could get it. They also get this Oni Fury, so even more pressure all across the board. Everybody's back from Sleekness, and they're down not even yet 2K. That gold is about to balloon in favor of the Valkyries as long as they start knocking down these objectives.
Definitely going to be interesting where Sleekness decides to defend. Do they want to set a defense on these tier 2s? I think this is probably fine, but they really aren't here in Forest. This means they're giving up this tier 2. Do you really want to give up more than one tier 2 and allow this gold lead to start to go in the Valkyries' favor? Valks were awfully respectful on hitting this tier 2 without everyone here. I think they could have easily gotten it, but I guess not a lot of great ward vision, so they didn't know exactly where everybody was.
Well, Ducky gets the tier 1 in mid and a decent chunk of health on the tier 2 in mid. Might be able to walk through the wall. Raffer's taking this one up. They don't have a lot of structure damage, is what I'm noticing here for the Valkyries. Noticed it a lot around the FG. Noticing it even more around this tier 2. It's taken a little while. Only 2 minutes now left on the power play. Good taunt onto Chronic. But it's going to be a stun onto Raffer. And that's not the go button. Ducky is now right behind the team. It's a 5-on-5. Emma walks in first. Emma's taking a lot of tower damage in the process, but Ducky loops around. Tier 2 finally goes down. Valkyries get themselves a little bit of gold, and they're going to cycle right back over to mid, pick up another.
Yeah, that Oni wave put good pressure on the mid tier 2, opens up an easy push now. So 2 tier 2s do go down. I mean, Emilito stingered Chronic off the taunt when there's not going to be any other damage coming off of it. Very surprised. And then he walks in and loses his beads for picking up his stinger. But, say what you will, but you have to admit, he did get his stinger, which is, as we all know, the most important thing. So this is, but this is what I don't understand, Gore. They were willing to defend tier 2 on left, and when everyone had everything. The tier 2 in mid was too weak, but why are the Valkyries getting that tier 2?
Yeah.
Especially with Emilito's beads being down, like, you've got to make the call on what you're willing to defend, and I think that it's just, okay, we were defending left. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. And then they just split up and start farming instead of staying locked in on the call that, hey, we're defending tier 2s. Can't defend mid tier 2. That makes sense, but no reason for them to be able to get right. We know that we've got an easy kill potential onto Emilito in particular because he has no beads. Really don't like the last few sequences we've seen from Sleekness.
Well, we've got 40 seconds left for the power play. Probably not going to see too much or anything crazy happen. Then again, the last time I said that, Sleekness won the game after the buff wore off. So it's in the realm of possibility. Well, there was a little bit of pressure on left. Gold Fury is going to be back in about 2.5 minutes. And that Fire Giant is just a little over a minute away from respawning, potentially making huge strides. And maybe that's where they're at. I mean, you know, it's 6,000 gold now. A lot of that from those towers. 4 towers still standing on the Valkyries side of the map. And yet it doesn't feel like a lot of urgent play from Sleekness right now. They're taking it a lot more relaxed and on the chin than I would have expected from a team that has been as aggressive as they are.
Yeah, you know, it's a matter of keeping the right balance, I think, for this team, and certainly watching for how aggressive they're going to continue to be or stop being as this game gets later and later. I mean, they're down, you know, 7,000 gold going into a Fire Giant fight. That's not insurmountable at this point in the game. You know, experience isn't a big deal either. It's very spread out on the other side, and they're all close to level 20 anyways, as are Sleekness. So I think Sleekness can definitely defend this fire. They should not give this up for free by any means.
They got 30 seconds. You can see Dude Man Bro going for a back. Chronic, yeah, okay. He's just hanging around in Fountain for now, but he's going to be needed. He's been a huge portion of this team. He's 6-1-1. He's half the team's kills.
Yeah.
So you would really like for him to be available and ready for this one. He's going to go ahead and rotate on in. 10 seconds for the Fire Giant. The positioning favoring the Valkyries right now, at least defensive around the pit. Ward coverage, guess what? Favoring the Valkyries right now as well. A lot of deep wards. They're going to be able to catch pretty much anybody on their rotation here. Might even be able to catch Quig out now. Raffer not quite able to close that gap. That is one good taunt away with Ducky and everybody falling behind of making this a 4v5.
Yeah, Quig definitely has to be careful. Not sure why he was up that far, but doesn't get punished for it. Valkyries, you know, they want to be playing this little bit patiently. Wait off that first Athena taunt. Don't use everything. Assume they're going to beads. And if they stop beadsing that first Athena taunt, we can adjust from there. But don't want to see the Valkyries overcommit off one taunt.
Well, there's, hey, one beads at least.
Perfect.
Going from the first Athena taunt. So Nehu a little more susceptible to damage. Quig does maintain both, though. Having both relics is going to be helpful. Curse Ankh available. That circle protection, something worth talking about around these objectives. Ducky in the wall to the left. Raffer goes in, goes for another taunt. Beads, still not used by Quig, but now he's taking so much damage in the process. Circle of protection used early. Dude Man Bro forced to dash away. Ducky gets a lot of damage and is able to help kill the mage support, no problem. Raffer gets the credit for the kill, but they're running forward and they're happy with what they see. Chronic all by themselves manages to get the dash, but not able to get away. Raffer finds himself a double.
Just too easy right now for the Valhalla Valkyries. Raffer goes in, they hit Quig. Quig doesn't beads the second time, and so Emilito adjusts. I can drop Sting.
Now, aggression on to Nehu. If they get this kill, it might just be done. The Valkyries are running forward. They have a minute without a mid laner. Quig is back in 10 seconds. This Phoenix gonna fall down. Dude Man Bro putting up a fight against 5. Doesn't end up working out for him. Dies under the middle Phoenix Oath, and then Quig versus the world. The Valkyries are going to push us to game 4.
Really well done. Good bounce back coming from the Valhalla Valkyries. It looks like it might just be over whenever Sleekness got that 4-0 in mid, but the Valkyries stayed mentally strong. They stayed in it, and they just waited until the Sleekness made a mistake. Sleekness made a mistake grouping up around that Gold Fury when they didn't have their relics. And I think at this point, the way I view Athena is that she's just a skill check character. Yeah. Like, you know the game plan. You know exactly what she's going to do every time. Can you beat it anyways? And Sleekness failed that test. And if they're going to fail that test, they should just take care of it. Honestly, like, it just simplifies the game so much for the other side. It makes it so easy to play around. If you're not going to play around it better, ban it and just move on to something else, because no other character simplifies the game quite like Athena does.
Well, we'll see how they adjust to that one. Of course, if the Valkyries can push us to a Game 5 right after this.
Well, and maybe an unexpected turn of events here. The Valhalla Valkyries snag away game number 3 and keep themselves alive here in the SWC placement round. So one thing that you can expect is to go over to shop.smileproleague.com or hrz.io/SWC merch and see some really cool jerseys, some really cool joggers, a really cool mouse pad, and all that can be yours. But make sure you go over there. As you can see at the bottom, it's limited time only. This isn't staying there forever. You got to make sure that you go pick it up now before you don't get the opportunity to do so again. And make sure that you gear up for Worlds with our SWC edition jerseys, joggers, and mouse pad. You can see the one for the Valkyries there. It looks almost as nice. Actually, it might even look nicer than the jersey they use now, though. That's kind of hard, though, because I'm going to be honest. I think the Valkyries jersey is probably one of the nicest ones that we have out here in the league. If I'm just being honest with myself here, Mifflin.
Yeah, I like the Valkyries jersey a lot, man. They've got really good design, nice alliteration, you know, super swag. I love blue.
That's what you got? You like blue? I mean,
like blue.
Their main jersey is black with the blue there, so it's a pretty good color combination too there. And guess what? They got a win here in game number 3 over Sleekness. Even though you may not have been a big fan of the draft, they were a big fan of it out there on the battleground. And I think a lot of that can come to a testament of what Raffer was able to do with this Athena, or maybe a lack of respect of what Raffer was doing on the Athena by Sleekness.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Valhalla Valkyries, specifically Raffer. I want to apologize to Ducky, Cherio. I'm sorry I doubted your drafting prowess, man, the new coach for the Valhalla Valkyries. Clearly, they had something cooking up here, and my tiny smooth brain could not comprehend it, and neither could Sleekness's. I'll be honest, 10 minutes of this game, I was like, wow, Sleekness is bopping them. I went outside, I started my car up, I was warming up the engine to get ready to go home. It's like, man, this is going to be free from here. It's such a massive gold lead. They were grouping up around objectives, but a couple of overstays from Sleekness, a couple of out rotations. Raffer finds some phenomenal taunts to set up these engagements, and eventually that Aphrodite started healing so much that really there wasn't much Sleekness could do about it. Tough stuff for the SEC squad, but they've built themselves a little bit of buffer so far in this set. The Valkyries, they still got to get a couple more dubs here.
Yeah, last game was their quote-unquote last chance to kind of make a stop here, and now they've at least stemmed the bleeding a little bit, but they still have to get another win, and then they've got to get another win if they want to move on to face the Bolts tomorrow, where Sleekness just need one of their ones here. Raffer on this Athena, I think this is the one that I want to bring up the most here. Ducky did some really solid damage here, actually almost 17,000. Emelito puts out 20K on this amusing hot. Maybe I shouldn't even really focus on Raffer because everybody else around Raffer doing so well here too. I mean, 8,000 healing out of zeros, but Raffer with these taunts. I mean, there was the one fight right there at the bottom end of the Fire Giant where Raffer goes in, dashes, taunts 2, gets 1 set of beads. And he says, okay, well, Quig didn't beads. I'll go and see if I can get him this time. And he still doesn't, so Emil just kills him.
And that's as simple as it was. One stat that got maybe slept on for iRaffer in that game was 4,000 healing. He out-healed an E-set. He was playing Athena. Crazy what he was able to do on that pick.
Meditation's pretty good, huh?
Meditation goes wild. That relic not only gives you healing, but also mana, and also some CDR. Raffer all over the map with a global presence as well. I'm ready, dude. Run it back. And you know what? I'm not doubting the Valkyries anymore. Whatever they draft, I'm going to figure it out. It's going to be good, and I'm going to find out what's good about it.
Mifflin's dialing himself in here in game number 4 to see what's all going to work for the Valhalla Valkyries. And picks and bans for this 4th game. Sleekness will once again take that first pick. The E-set started working out for them at the start of the game. Towards the end of the game, kind of got to see some of the downsides of the mage support really pop in. You're not quite as tanky as you want to be compared to a Guardian or compared to a Warrior. You do still have some of those mage-based stats that don't help you out too much.
No, certainly not. But there were some phenomenal plays throughout the early game from that E-set. I'm thinking of that from downtown Spirit Ball where he catches Emelito, as aggro so aptly put, like a deer in headlights. Phenomenal rotations from Dude Man Bro as well. So I think that Sleekness could still rely on some key points from their draft, but maybe want to look for a little bit more standard. They weren't really utilizing that E-set circle protection for that early aggressive pulls of Gold Fury that generally has net them wins in the SCC. Instead, they kind of took a much slower pace, largely due to the Valkyries rotating very well towards that long lane, trying to limit how well that E-set was able to utilize that ultimate. But you know what they didn't limit too much? Chronic. The Achilles was doing just fine in the soul lane. Throughout the first 15 minutes, my man was dominating the map, so let's do it again.
There's a lot of things that the Valkyries aren't changing up here in game number 4. One of them is the Amusin Cobb and the Gilgamesh. I guess that's 2. They're also not changing any of their bans. I think the most interesting part of those first 3 bans out of Sleekness is only as of this week, and now again, this is the first time we get to see Kleena, so she's kind of bouncing everywhere. But these are 3 assassins that were typically going to be seen as just jungle gods. Occasionally you'd see the Kamazots flex to the solo. But now this is a double roll of every one of these assassins that has some kind of ban priority here. And then Sleekness are going to go with the Zhang Kui for a second pick.
I'm a Zhang Kui fan. I'm probably the most ardent Zhang Kui fan on the team. I've been singing this guy's praises for as long as he's been getting locked in and winning. And I mean it. Ever since that god started winning, I jumped ship. It took a long time, like 12 picks before he started winning, but he finally has. The itemization has now really started to look good on this pick, so I think it's going to help out a lot. Sleekness struggled in that late game team fight phase in the last one. Well, it's pretty cut and dry now. Is Zhang Kui's ultimate up? If yes, good team fight. If no, you're probably not looking for the team fight. So I think that this ease of play really can go a long way, especially considering this is a long set. This is not something these SEC guys are used to. Getting something that is very easy to execute on and some comfort picks. Dude Man Bro back to his Hachimon. Chronix played Achilles like as much as anyone else has played Achilles on the planet. I really like this top 3 from Sleekness.
I mean, these SEC teams, they're used to best of 3s for pretty much the entire year. It only ever come to like grand finals of their playoffs normally that you would get to see them get a chance at these best of 5s. And really only up until the circuit playoffs of this year have they gotten this extensive best of 5 opportunity. We'll see if they're able to keep that endurance up here in game number 4. But the bans out of the Valhalla Valkyries, the Geb maybe not so surprising.
Standard.
The Ao Kuang, though.
Not standard.
That is exclusively a we don't want Oath to pop off God.
Yeah, last time this guy played the Dragon King of the Eastern Seas, he went 8-2 on him.
Is that the official title?
I don't know, man. Come on.
It sounded right.
Well, then we're gonna say it's right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Dragon King of the Eastern Seas. I think that is right. Actually, I'm gonna stick with that. So what does that leave available for Oath and the rest of the Sleekness squad? Well, you can still go back towards your Susano, which has seen some success. I think that Hunbots would look very good with this composition, so I'm not concerned with what Sleekness is going for. And if this were the Mifflin of the last death segment, I would be lambasting this raw pick right now, but it's not. Instead, you've got Mifflin of current death segment, of current year and current day, current month and current hour, and therefore, I think this raw can work out very well. You've already got great setup. Confound means that Searing Pain just about never misses. Drop kick in the early game is going to set up for a lot of Raw's damage. So I think that now you've also got some of that healing that helped you out a lot in the last game around these elongated neutral fights and dances. Thor doesn't usually win a whole lot, but you know what? That's locked in too. I'm a Valks fan for this draft.
Do you imagine this Thor's going solo lane here for Ducky? I mean, he played the Assassin last time around. You've been avid about not being a fan of Gilgamesh solo. When you're looking at these two gods here between Gilga and Thor, which one would you rather have the Thor be in at this point in that jungler solo?
J-Mac, I'm going to save you some time for every death segment from here on out.
If Gilga solo is a question, it's no.
That's exactly right.
There we go. Okay, I've got that one locked in here. Serket's support, though, we haven't seen that in a hot minute. Tell me a little bit about how Serket's support's going to kind of help out this Sleekness roster.
Well, you lost the healing last time. Well, you can at least stop one person from healing on the other side. Serket as well is in a very aggressive pick. Quig seems to have a keen distaste towards playing Guardian, so you're at least keeping him happy. You've got a decent front line in Zhang Kui and Achilles, so it's okay that your support is a little bit squishier. Come late game, great pick potential means that you can really exploit some of these less mobile gods on the side of the Valkyries, AMC and Ra. If you're smart and quick enough with it, you could stop Thor from teleporting towards his hammer as well. So I think that Serket works out. You can even drop your ultimate on Athena if she's like living with 5% HP, as Athenas often do when I'm playing against them and they're ulting away from me. Well, Serket can apply that true damage, dot damage, to her and make sure that wherever she does land, she's delivering some poison to her allies as well. But that said, now that I'm looking holistically at the Valkyries draft, I legitimately really like it. There's a lot of strengths to it. The Athena sets up well for the Ra. Thor should be able to rotate out of Soul Lane very early on, which again sets up for the Ra. I mean, Gilgamesh early game has one of the most consistent CC buttons, like 1.5 second stun at rank 1 with dropkick. What is that going to do?
Set up for the Amusin Cobb.
Set up for the Ra. This is great stuff from the Valkyries, and you've got great late game scaling because of the
Ra.
Amusin Cobb. All right.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
I got them flipped. I got my answers. See, I wasn't expecting the triple C when you're going down the Scantron. You never expect it to be C like four times in a row. So you always kind of swap one in hesitation, like, okay, well, maybe they're tricking me this time around. No. The Ra and the AMC seem to be the kind of the big highlight points here for you, maybe even specifically the Ra and the setup around that god here for the Valhalla Valkyries. But what's kind of that win con here for Sleekness?
Sleekness' win con is make it to the late game at an even state, play around that Zhongqi, have the great space control that you've got with this dive composition, Achilles, Surcat, Susano. AMC's going to struggle.
Sleekness and the Valkyries here in game number 4 of the set. Who's going to take it? Let's go ahead and find out.
Sleekness still 1 game, 1 win away from being able to push themselves forward. Valkyries need this one and 1 more to continue on to tomorrow. And we get something we don't get to see often, at least when the Scarabs are not playing. It's a Thor solo for Ducky.
Yeah, hey. I mean, Ducky, the one player in North America for this set for the Valhalla Valkyries. Give the man with the best ping, the hardest god to execute on. I think that does make some sense. And I think Ducky's been playing really well in this set, despite the 2-1 scoreline in Sleekness' favor. So maybe giving him a big playmaking, early rotation type of god like the Thor is the recipe for success here for the Valks.
There's a lot of interesting opportunity for them when tackling that on to the Gilgamesh, the Athena, of course the Ra that Cirrus is locked in as well. I mean, outside of Gilgamesh, you get Thor, Ra, Athena, and Amusin Cobb. This is a very old god style draft.
Yeah.
With, I think, AMC being the newest of those 4, and he came out ages ago, it feels like. So it's definitely a fun draft here for the Valkyries. Nothing out of the ordinary, though. Oath is back on this Susano, something that was very powerful. Quig has swapped over to the Circuit, and it's going to be interesting. Good taunts from Raffer, but on a god that can definitely get out of there a little bit more. I guess get in there a lot more as well. Quig goes forward with his dash, and is now taking a lot of damage. Med is keeping the health up. And it looks like Sleekness are going to be able to get out of here, although Raffer, yeah, finally pulls back.
Yeah, both meds exchanged. Quig really pushing the limit of his health bar right there, but got the beads from Alito, so therefore a worthwhile trade for Quig, especially because he still has a health potion in tow. So good patience there from Dude Man Bro as well. Didn't overcommit on that play, and the Sleekness duo lane ends up a little bit on top based on the relic situation. I think that when I'm looking at this Valkyries draft as a whole, I like them going back close to the Athena again. You hear teams in traditional sports say it all the time, right? When a team's been struggling, what do the coaches always say? It's time for us to go back to basics. We gotta simplify the game, not overwhelm ourselves, and just do the little things right. And like I said last game, Athena just simplifies the game for you. So going back to that, I like here for the Valkyries.
And it's simplified even more with this Thor. A lot of damage by Oath thrown onto Ducky, but not able to find the kill. That is now twice, once for each solo laner, where they've been very low, but not quite fallen just yet. Chronic's getting aggressive in the jungle. I think he's going to see that this blue buff is already taken. Probably go ahead and fall back. Emil has no mana. Quig is standing as far forward as I think he dares to. Good taunt onto Raffer. But I don't feel the first blood potential starting to rise.
No, this is all about trying to get lane pressure for a purple buff invade, but they probably don't know exactly where Ice is, so can't afford to go for it yet.
Should be able to see him now. Calls potentially from the mid camp saying, hey, Ice is over here. Emil has no mana. What's Raffer going to do about it if you can get aggressive and get into that purple buff? They clear out this wave. They might be able to go ahead and rotate on in. Dude Man Bro takes a little bit of poke in the process, though. And they're going to go ahead and fall back, strip away a Harpy. No, they're rotating in. Yeah, they want the purple. Now it might be a little more dangerous, though.
Yeah, I don't like this call because Med's about to come up. They should know that because they traded those cooldowns. That'll give Emilito mana back. Plus, look at the rotations coming from the Valhalla.
Yeah,
Valkyries.
so far good taunt. Quig, wow, what a dash. Make sure that he doesn't get hit by zeros there. And he's going to be able to disengage. But a great taunt by Raffer, and the follow-up is just there. That's going to be 2 clean kills, and Zeros picks up both.
And talking about those fundamentals, simplifying the game, That's a simple one, Gore. You know, hey, we want to go for purple. Where's their jungler? We don't know. Where's their mid? Oh, he's in mid, but he outcleared me. Oh, and he's in left jungle. Where's our jungler? On his speed, on his right side camps. You know, you're going to lose pressure to the Raw, Zhang Kui. Just a bad invade there from Sleekness. That's just not playing the map very well, and it doesn't get a whole lot better because Dude Man Bro now no beads, not level 5. Pretty easy rotation over for Ice to kill him if they want.
You know, sometimes I'm going to have to look up onto the minimap to figure out where Thor is, especially if we go to the lane and he's missing. Imolito aggressed on by Oath. There's a good taunt. There's the ult. And this should be a kill returned onto Raffer. Try to slow this duo lane down a little bit, give some pressure back to the team after that failed invade. But ultimately, they're still a level behind. 2 level 5s for Raffer and Immel. And a couple of 4s there for Sleekness.
I like this play. Ice trying to hide behind one wall that he's not going to look for. Drop kick in the back of the dome. Ooh. Chronic going to take a bunch of damage and lose the blue buff all the same. The Valkyries have suddenly awoken in this set. They're just playing a lot better Smite. I think that they're playing a little bit more aggressively and with a little bit more confidence, and turns out that does a lot of good for you.
That's wild to think about. It's like midnight, I think, for a lot of Europe, right? Like they're 6 hours ahead, 5 hours ahead at worst. It means it's 11.
Yeah, that's
so,
true.
I mean, I guess, you know,
they're
real gamer
gamers.
hours.
Yeah, exactly. They're gamers.
It's, you know, about the time that you'd expect.
Did you just check a legitimate pocket watch,
Yeah, I
by the
wound
way?
it up earlier.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. It was a Christmas present.
I checked my watch.
Ago.
I look out of the corner of my eye, chat, and Goremizer has a legitimate pocket watch on a chain in his hand.
Yeah,
that was unbelievable.
Look, it looks good, but it also is actually functional. There is a fully functional.
I thought
with
you were
my
just swagging
initials on it.
Oh my god!
I can show you. Nobody at home can see.
No,
this.
that's
it has my
fantastic.
initials.
That is fantastic. Yeah, look, Gore, look, we got a little picture-in-picture.
Yeah, we do. Hold on. Yeah, I can walk up to it. Oh man, this cord is not long enough for that. Hold on.
Yeah, this is
wait,
this is good content.
Oh no, Mike's not in here.
Unlucky.
I was gonna say, Mike, you know, you can bring it in here. I got a pocket watch though. That's the moral of the story.
He's not lying.
Now I have to turn. I was facing the wrong screen. What's been happening here? Hey, some farm going the way of the Valkyries. They're up about, well, no, not even 700, 500 gold. As we see a little bit of pressure. Oath showing face in the left side jungle alongside Raffer and a couple of members of the Valkyries. Quig is isolated. Quig is stingered. Quig is locked down. Quig is out of there and is alive for now. The Winds of Shamash come down. He jumps back in. He gets a taunt and the ult. It's exactly what they need. They find 2 kills off the back of that. Ice still chasing him down. Ice not able to find it. Finally hits it, but it's a 3-for-1 trade.
Quig just playing with fire the whole time. Not scared to trade his life for more members of the Valhalla Valkyries, just playing that support mentality really well on the Assassin. The snipe from Zeros just goes a little bit wide. Maybe could have been a bit more patient with it, but I like the aggressiveness coming from the Valkyries over there, and the response time on Sleekness's gank, just not enough.
Ducky goes up. Ducky comes down. Ducky teleports out of there. Gets a little bit of damage on a Chronic. I think he was weighing those options, whether or not it was going to be worthwhile for a blue buff invade. You can see everybody coming around. This is huge from Quig, though. I mean, you're talking, what, 1, 2 more ticks inside Winds of Shamash. He's dead. Gets the ult as well. I mean, that is about as picturesque as you could want it to be.
And he gets the meditation on not just himself, but the entirety of the team at the same time, you know, understanding that his life is worth trading for Ice in that moment. Really good aggressive play coming from Quig, who, you know, when we're thinking about what he was playing at the playoffs and that kind of stuff, you know, ESET is what everyone was thinking about, but it was really ESET and Circuit that he looked far better on than any other characters.
Well, these two are nothing if not entertaining. Nehu eats a raw snipe to the face. Ice gets the leap, gets the kill, and the mid laner here for Sleekness taken down pretty easily.
Now Imolito in trouble, but Oath drop kick to the side and immediately ejects himself from the fight. Good peel coming from Ice, and some ultimates from he and Raffer are enough to deter that dive. Nehu got taunted, didn't beads, got searing pain and stingers, and goes, I would like to be untaunted now, but by that point it's way too late and his beads are on cooldown. And again, it's the skill check with Athena. You have to be very aware of where everyone is. You have to know how much damage you're taking. You have to know how long that CC is going to last, and you've got to ask yourself at all points, basically, if I'm about to get taunted, do I need to beads this? And that has to be a constant question running in your mind. And the answer, it can't be maybe. That can't be the answer. You've got to decide and stick to it. And either beads it and accept that, hey, if they launch their ultimate or they held their ultimates, I'm going to look a little foolish, but at least I know I'm alive. But what Nehu did is the worst case scenario, which is no, no, no. Ah, yes, please. And then it's too late.
Oath goes forward. They split those Oracle Harpies right down the middle for each team. It's 4-4, and the Valkyries have about a 600 gold lead as of right now, which, based on the chart, is not quite the max that we've seen, but it's pretty much close to it. Neither team has really pulled that far ahead. Quig is going to get spotted out here in the jungle. And I can't think of, anything that epitomizes them. If they had something that Nehu could get as aggressive on as we saw some of those crib displays being, but for the duo lane, this is very fitting. Dude Man Bro would love nothing more than to just run and hold W with Quig this entire game.
Exactly. I think that this is the exact brand of Smite that Sleekness want to be playing. They've got Oath on a hyper carry jungler. They've got Quig and Dude Man Bro on aggressive picks. And then Chronic and Nehu on some solid team fighters. This has kind of been the formula for this Sleekness squad recently. And I thought that the same thing about their last game's composition. Obviously, the Valkyries really took it to them and played well against it, but still, I like them sticking to it.
Quig gets taunted, Quig gets stunned, Quig gets a dash and a leap, and he's out of there. That's the glory of Circuit, and lucky for him, Xeros is just off the mark with the Raw Beam. Something else that you're going to have to be worried about. Very long-range damage that can just find anyone.
In defense of Zeros, I haven't looked at Twitch chat during a game in as long as I can remember, and I intend to keep it that way, but I'm assuming many people probably losing their minds about how wide that raw ult goes. It's a 50-50. Well, not really, because he could also go straight, but you have to just guess which direction he's going to juke, and in that scenario where it's just the opposite, it's going to look really silly, but I think that's as good of an attempt as you can ask for there from Zeros.
I was going to say, you hit that right. We're watching replays of it.
Yep.
And singing a lot of praises. Damage being done to Immel. The dash is not there. The pullback is not there. The knockup is good. And Oath goes in. Dude Man Bro, credit for the kill. And it doesn't matter. Emilito's put down into the dirt. Quig is here and arrived. A good taunt onto Raffer. But they're not going to chase him under the tower. Ice is on his way over here, and the wards are starting to catch him up. Chronic on the other side of the map is low. Ducky's up in the sky, and Ducky's going to come crashing down. You have to be careful here with a good blinky disengages, but Ducky has the teleport, and he finds him when he needs him.
Ducky has consistently gotten the better end of this matchup over here in the solo lane. That's not the first solo of this set in Ducky's favor. Really loving the aggressive play from him and the types of gods he's playing, the Kleena, the Thor. When you've got a guy who has the capability to be playing those more difficult to execute characters on high ping, Ducky the only one here in NA, give him the ball and let him make some plays. And Ducky's been doing really well on that so far.
He's been feeling comfortable on this Thor as well. One of the things we've seen is most of the time, at least when Thor plays solo, you maybe see some early game fights. If you have two assassins, you have a lot of damage. And then you think, cool, all right, we'll see a late game when you're joining this. A lot of the solos going his way are just impressive at this point. The Valkyries will have that ult down on cooldown for a little bit longer. Oracle Harpies go the way of Sleekness. Gold Fury is up, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be on their mind as of yet. A big grouping over on the left-hand side. Nehu gets blinked on. Ice is going to continue the chase, but it's not going to be enough damage. Zero's a little wide and does not connect where he wants to. Nehu gets some damage out there and gets Zeros out of here. Ducky up into the sky, comes crashing down, doesn't find any stuns. He just joins his team as they go on the retreat.
Still, I think that play ends up working pretty well for Sleekness, or for the Valhalla Valkyries. They only lose a couple of lower cooldown ultimates, whereas on the other side, a lot of high-value cooldowns, like Nehu's ultimate has no CDR, Nehu's beads, the meditation from Quig, his ultimate, really good play.
Well, Quig has to be careful here. That's
nice
a good
taunt.
taunt to be able to hit both of them there. And locking down Ice. They're looking for a little bit more. Quig has to disengage. And Oath doesn't get the hit. No, the team saves him. And Quig dies on the back end as well. It's a 2-for-none disaster for Sleekness as the Valkyries now start surging forward. Chronic forced to disengage. The rest of the team have to leave as the Gold Fury gets started up.
And Zeros has that ultimate ready to go, so this one should be in the bank here for the Valhalla Valkyries. Absolutely have to convert on this Gold Fury.
Dude Man Bro, Chronic, Nehu, they are not shying away from a fight that most teams would leave at that. Dude Man Bro gets caught out
Stinger.
and taken down because of its Stinger. You get a little bit of a raw beam there and is one. And now Nehu gets dunked on by Ducky. The Valkyries want to make sure there's no chance someone steps up to this.
Sleekness just has no answer to this Athena, man. They just are not prepared to play against it. They're really struggling against the play style of this Athena on, setting one-by-one engagements. It's really that when one person gets taunted, your whole team has to insta-commit. I like the blink pickup from Nehu because of that. I think that you can instantly hit the gas pedal. You've got to blink past the Athena. You've got to get on the follow-up, prevent that follow-up from coming through. You have to, or CC the Athena. That's why Sobek is a really popular counter. You just try and pluck her as soon as she dashes, all that kind of stuff. But Sleekness, there's clearly a blind spot in their competitive experience on how to deal with the Valhalla Valkyries just doing set play after set play after set play. And Sleekness, I would think that having this big, free-flowing sort of team fight where, Athena's going to go for one, but it's all single target. The Valkyries just have good CC, but if you can get past the Guardian, then you should be able to do a pretty easy dive onto a mage like Ra. But Sleekness just really, really struggling with how to handle these Valhalla Valkyries engages.
And in the last couple of engagements, you haven't been able to walk away with too much, but now the Valkyries 3,000 gold ahead. Quig stunned against the wall. Taunt not going to connect onto Ice. They need something to start going their way. Gold lead in favor of the Valkyries. Kill lead in favor of the Valkyries. And back in game 1, you, despite falling behind in farm, were at least finding the fights. Those are starting to slip out of their hands pretty consistently here. Pyromancer, Fire Giant, available on the other side of the map. All 12 towers still standing, 15.5 minutes into this one. The Valkyries are feeling comfortable, but maybe not completely out of the water yet.
No, I mean, this is a very strong position for the Valkyries to be in, though, because the way in which they're winning these fights makes me feel like they're going to continue.
Well, they need some CC here to keep Ducky locked up. He's not going to be able to channel the ult. And in fact, with Raffer joining the fray, they might decide to go on in right here. Ducky is looking for the dunk. Ice is in the jungle, and Raffer is keeping him locked up and keeping the tower aggro on him. Chronic runs one way. Quig kills Zeros off in the mid lane. Oath just wants to stay alive, and unfortunately, that hope is not going to be there for him. It's a 1-for-1. Ultimately, you have to give credit to Quig and Nehu for at least making it a trade.
Tell you what, Raffer was so quick on that Defender of Olympus because they were waiting for Ducky to use the hammer. They instantly spring the trap, but Raffer was ready to go with that Defender of Olympus, changed that entire course of that team fight. But let's take a look back at how Zeros ended up falling in mid. And this is exactly what should be happening whenever Raffer goes in with a taunt. Why can't this happen? Because Zeros has got to be in ultimate range if that taunt's going to really threaten you, or Emilito has to be in ultimate range in order for that taunt to threaten you. I hope that they're grabbing that and going, yes, we can just go in with our Zhang Kui. We can just blink in, hit the back line, and then the Athena won't be as much of a problem.
They posit a theory. What if we just killed him?
Yes.
If we kill him dead, he cannot damage us anymore. Something that they're going to need to do a little more consistently here. You've got the Cronus Pendant. Lotus Crown as well. We've got to talk about the healing from this Raw, something that is going to be a little obnoxious to deal with later on. You've got Cirquette who can help deal with that. Brawler's a Divine. A Contagion even now picked up. But it's not necessarily warranted anything heavier than those. Quig, Nehu, they're waiting around. I think they were waiting for Zeros. They're going to find Ice, Raffer, and Zeros all on top of that. And it's going to be, again, just a little wide. Lucky for Quig and Nehu, that damage isn't going to find its way home.
Yeah, I gave Zeros the benefit of the doubt earlier. That one has just that ultimate's just got to come out way earlier. It was a perfect drop kick there by Ice because he actually keeps Quig in line with Zeros so that he wasn't going to push him out of that area instead.
This is going to be a good engagement. Zeros already isolated, exactly what you wanted to see earlier. And the damage is there. The kill is good. Oath, credit for that one. Ice, Raffer. going to continue the engagement. They're both tanky enough that they're not worried about it. Ducky is in the wings of the fight. Dude Man Bro is low. The stinger came through. He's going to go ahead and horse, and he's out of there. He's going to be just fine. Ice instead is the one who goes down. You trade out Nehu, but you said it earlier. If Zhang Kui gets his damage off, he's just fine. Nehu has to be happy with this one, but the fight still surges forward. Quig and Chronic trying to figure out whether or not they want to come back in. Oath has returned, and Immel is stunned out. Quig goes in, gets a great toss, and now they're going to chase him down. Raffer is in execute range.
Nice
wall! Block from Ducky. Make sure that he can keep at least one teammate alive.
Wow, what a series there in the mid lane. I mean, that was wild. So let's go all the way back. I love the engagement on the zeros. Think that's really good. Nehu just ends up sitting in Winds of Shamash that whole time, and then again kind of beats us on the back end, so that makes him super vulnerable. Was shocked that Ducky didn't dunk and kill Dude Man Bro. Like, you have so little lateral mobility on that Hachiman horse that I think that is a free dunk every time for Ducky, but instead he tries to help the team, and I think it probably would have been better served just killing Dude Man Bro and coming back because he wasn't too far from the fight, but he does end up killing Nehu. It should have been a disengage from there, but Chronic with the re-engage, the blink in was hot, just gets it right on Emilito, and then that taunt from Quig, man. I mean, in my mind, you know, everyone's talking about Gilgamesh drop kick and what are the most satisfying abilities to do in Smite. For me, I don't think there's anything more satisfying than hitting both ends of a Cobra's Kiss on two different targets. And just making them smash their heads together. I mean, that is so satisfying to do, and it also means quite a bit.
Quig, he's just fine. He's Circuit. I'm not too worried about this one. Valkyries, we're up by 4,000 gold. Go ahead and bring that back down to just under and around that 600 mark. A huge dip in favor of Sleekness. Oath, good beads. Make sure he stays alive, at least for a little bit. Good ult. Finds himself some peel. But Ducky finds another target, goes on Dude Man Bro. He's alone in this fight as of right now, but the rest of the Valkyries join up. And it is a 5-on-5 clash in mid. Not a lot to work with. Oath just had to use a lot of utility to stay alive. Dude Man Bro does not have any health to maintain. And that is the go button for the Valkyries. Nehu eats an ult to the face. But there's not enough follow-up to find any kills. Quig might actually even be looking to go in.
Yeah, not enough damage here from zeros. And I was thinking about this build, and I understand how we got here. That there's an Achilles and a Circuit and a Susano that are going to be on top of him all game long. And if he doesn't go something like Lotus Crown E-Staff, he just insta-dies to those characters. But there is a trade-off for it, and I don't think that there's a wrong answer here. But it does mean that his job is to snipe people off of Athena Taunt, and this build doesn't scare you getting sniped off Athena Taunt.
Chronic is alive. Takes a little bit of poke there. You got to keep your eyes on these ults. Everybody's about to have theirs. Relics pretty much aren't going to be a big difference, although Oath missing those beads a little bit longer. Quig goes in. Quig looks for zeros. Quig goes for the ult. Quig pays with his life in the process and doesn't get a lot of damage out there either. Chronic now stunned out, low down, forced to run away. Good wall by Ducky, good ult by Raffer. They come back in, and they're surging forward. If they're the Valkyries, Oath is gone. Chronic, Nehu, and Dude Man Bro, all that left standing. Nehu, not much longer on that one. It is 1 by 1, and it's a triple kill for Emilito.
Way too deep of a dive there from Quig. Just goes way further than anyone on his team could ever follow up. And the Valkyries just collapse on him easily. Emilito in perfect position, stingers him right off of Zero's head. And then the team fight, because the rest of Sleekness tried to get to Quig in order to help him, they just never can. They're just way too far away. That equals an easy fire giant for the Valhalla Valkyries. And it looked like it was all Valks. Then Sleekness started coming back, and Valks have now wrested control away yet again.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like it's all Valks, potentially once again. 5 people with fire giant. They've won a hefty majority of the fights, although maybe not quite all of them. Ice 4-2-5, 5-3-7 there for Immel. Very big in the last one, but it's the 12 assists out of 14 kills. That Raffer is probably the maybe current MVP. These taunts have been too much to handle, and you can even see it right there. I mean, that's just a fat 2-man taunt to allow Immel to get a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, this is such an easy fight for Emilito to play. Like, everyone is just getting CC'd in front of him. He can play nice and slow. You know, he's just meandering through the team fight with a bunch of red jerseys in front of him and just hitting whoever they set up for him. So it was an easy fight there from the Valhalla Valkyries because Quig kind of made it easy. And by his positioning, made it very difficult for Sleekness to then get away.
Opened the door. He walked right through. And is not too surprised to find himself happy on the other side here. Gold Fury is going to spawn up relatively soon. Was worth mentioning, most towers were not down prior to most of those engagements. And there's still 8 on the map, 4 for each team. It is a tier 1 still standing in mid, a tier 1 still standing in left for Sleekness there, with all 3 tier 2s going up. The Valkyries are about to change that very quickly, though, as they surge down this left-hand lane. They already got rid of the tier 1. This tier 2 is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Good taunt, good damage, good kill. Dude, man, bro, just a race off the face of the planet. Not going to have your carry for this one, but they're still going to try to take the fight, and they're getting good attacks onto Zeros, but he hasn't gone down yet. He's still walking around alive, and he has an alternate timeline to make sure he resurges in this fight. So despite the dive, he's still walking forward. The Valkyries are finding exactly what they want. The tier 2 doesn't even matter to them right now. They get 3 kills, and then they fall back.
I don't know if they can end, though, Gore, because those towers are still standing. They've got a lot of healing. They might be able to. It's going to be close, though. This Titan's going to be pretty tanky.
Not a lot of time to work with. Phoenix gone, and 2 people alive to stop them. Quig uses the taunt now and is going to pull a little bit of attention back their way. Oath eats way too much damage. Oath can't get into the fountain because of a great wall by Ducky. And now it is going. Game number 5 on the horizon. The Valkyries pull this one back and tie it up 2-2.
You know, Sleekness, the first 2 games, they looked unbelievable. You know, they looked like a top-end team in the SCC that could compete with this SPL squad. I think these last 2 games we've seen the SCC difference. You know, it's just decision making. It's how they want to play the team fights. The tier 2 defense, 2 people sitting under a tier 2, and Dude Man Bro doesn't have beads and he's in dash taunt range. How does that happen? You know what I mean? Like, those sorts of things just need to be cleaned up for this team to really win this set.
Time might be running out here for Sleekness. We'll have to figure it out. Yeah, that was bad.
It was so cool beforehand.
I have it, though. See, chat, we weren't lying. The camera's a little closer now. You can actually see it. Either way, we're going to game number 5. It's going to be very fun if we get anything like the last 4 games. We'll see if Sleekness can seal the deal or if the Valkyries are in reverse sweep territory right after this.
Gotta take off my jacket for this one. Dude, this...
No, I know he was supposed to take you out last weekend, but he got busy.
That's right, hi-rez Showcase and the Smite World Championships taking place January 5th through 9th. All kinds of amazing events going to be taking place during that time. That being hi-rez Showcase starting on the 5th on that Wednesday. Throwback Thursday being jumped right into the middle of all of it. And then the SWC, that Smite World Championships, starting on Friday, going Saturday and Sunday. 6 teams will go there. We've already know which 4 have made it there. Tomorrow we'll determine our final 2 teams to go to that slot. Lots of great events planned out there between the developer show maps over on the Slash map, which is going to be an exciting one for a lot of people to see. You got the show match, the Content Creator Cup, the Community Clash Tournament, all kinds of great things happening January 5th through 9th. So make sure you tune in during all that to check out all the cool stuff that we have in store. And one of these 2 teams, Mifflin, are that much closer to their chance to try and fight to be at the SWC. Because the Valhalla Valkyries, they were down in Game 2. They were down 2-0. But they're certainly not out here. Games 3 and Games 4, a complete swap-up of this roster as far as their draft is concerned. And it seems like a complete 180 here on the Battleground.
I've got 2 games worth of data now, J-Mac, and I can say this definitively, and I'm not afraid of stepping on some toes. Sleekness have got 0% of an iota of an inkling of a molecule of an idea how to play against Athena. These guys, I mean, they are just getting taunted, and then they're getting taunted, and then they're getting searing pained, and then they're getting stingered, and then they're getting taunted. Like, I will probably not say this again in the year of 2021.
Okay.
Ban Athena. It's time. Just stop. Sleekness, don't let it happen to you. Don't be the victim that you've been in the last couple of games. Get rid of this Athena. Props to the Valhalla Valkyries for executing as excellently as they have been on these Athena compositions. Every single taunt has had follow-up. That does not happen just about ever. I don't care how often you practice with your Athena. Not many teams are executing on this level with it. But, yeah, Sleekness, I think, can be very confident going forward in saying that probably just don't play against it again.
Yeah, it hasn't been working out too well for them to try and fight into it 2 games in a row. Game number 1, you kind of try and find your footing against it. You haven't seen it in a long time. And maybe to their credit, how many teams are out here realistically
None.
Playing Athena?
Not a single, well, the Valkyries.
Well, aside from the Valkyries right here.
Well, that seems unfair.
We see what? Maybe like Uzi in North America was playing it solo, and that's kind of about it.
And he wasn't doing it like Raffer.
No, and Pro League we saw maybe what? Like Fine-OK once in the solo lane at some point.
He wasn't doing it like Raffer.
And he's not doing it like Raffer is out here today. I think you're right to call here in Picks and Bans for the 3rd game that this Athena's just got to go. 0, 2, and 15 out of Raffer. 15 assists just for your support out here.
That's a lot.
And it's all warranted. I mean, this man is all over the map thanks to the help of his ultimate, just his mobility in general. But when you throw an Athena with 2 gods with extreme follow-up like that, you're just asking to die.
Yeah, at one point this game, Dude Man Bro was like 4-0, and then he got Athena taunted, and then he got searing pained, and then he died, and then he died a couple more times, and he stopped dealing damage altogether. Nehu puts out 15k, but drops like an 0-5, I believe, on the Zhang Kui, and it's all off the back of an incredibly one-note engage. It was either Ducky solo dunking somebody and either shutting them out on his own or at least sending them back to base, or it was Athena rolling up and slamming Confound. I'm surprised that Raffer's 2 key is still attached to his keyboard, considering how much he was dominating in that game. When somebody is playing with as hot hands as they are, as Raffer currently is with this Athena, there's only one answer. You ban it. And the only thing that stops Raffer's Athena is the bans.
It's the only way. Or I guess maybe you take it away. That's the only other way to do so. Pick it for yourself. But I don't know if Quig's got the Athena in his wheelhouse.
You think Quig's Athena is as good as Fine-OK's?
Probably not.
And Fine-OK's isn't as good as Raffer's, so let's ban it.
Probably a ban. I think a ban is probably the right call here in game number 5 with Sleekness and the Valhalla Valkyries. We've had one reverse sweep this weekend. We almost had another one. And now we're on the potential.
Where's the broom? Whoa, hold
third
on.
One. Oh, yeah, hold on. Yeah,
we're doing them a disservice.
Yeah, we need to get the broom out here. If somebody can find us a broom and get
anybody.
that here. Yeah, I think.
Jithin's in the back. I know it's your birthday, but please send the broom up here so we could do the thing.
Yeah, we need somebody to get that out here as quick as possible if we can. Please and thank you. Picks and bans. Game number 5. Sleekness. They don't ban the Athena yet. It's still early. It's only been one. Now they banned the Athena and the Amusin Cobb. So they've picked apart 2 of the problematic children here out of the Valhalla Valkyries. They still got one more. Okay, we got the broom. We are officially ready to go.
Well, keep talking about the bans. You
know,
okay, I'm setting up the reverse
and a
sweep.
Gilgamesh. Okay, so here's 3 immediate adaptations here out of Sleekness. They've been banning the 3 most consistent picks that have come out of this draft. The Valkyries, they don't change anything in their bans over here.
This is the cleanest this desk has ever been.
I don't know. I've seen the way that Mike cleans those desks, and those are squeaky clean.
Yeah, I'm really sweeping right now. Camazot's locked in, first overall for Sleekness on the other side. A good, consistent pick. You can flex it into the jungle. You can flex it into the soul lane, and it's going to keep the Valhalla Valkyries guessing at least slightly. And if you want to see Ducky go back towards these like damage-style soul laners, I would argue that Camazot's probably just gets the better end of those trades. Thor locked in first. Doesn't tell me a whole lot, besides that Thor is on the side of the Valhalla Valkyries. I'll have to see the rest of the draft before I evaluate exactly where they're going to put him. But this Sobek also has flex potential.
I think this is Raffer.
I think it's Raffer as well. I mean, Raffer's Sobek is I mean, it's classic. It's vintage, man. If it were an NFT, I'd buy it. And that's just the truth.
I'm no Gormizer here, so I can't pull up these kind of stats as quickly as he would be able to. So he'd be able to give you, and maybe all of you guys at home, maybe a little quicker one here. But I think Sobek is one of the few gods that, this team had. Obviously, the Valkyries haven't been getting a lot of wins this season. But Sobek is one of those gods that have been finding them wins. It was one that they were able to set up with Johnny back when Johnny got his pentakill on the Hun Bats. It was one that they were able to get some wins on some other top teams. And you throw that and you throw a Serket in the jungle, even the Chunga in mid lane. So I don't know. I like this Thor Sobek that's coming out of these guys.
Yeah, that Thor with the Sobek lock-in does make me think it is a little bit more likely slated for the soul lane, but still certainly has some jungle flex potential. Whereas on the other end, Sleekness have drafted themselves a relatively high-pressure pick in Camazotz, either in the jungle or in solo. Should be able to hold its own very well. I think if it is going to be Thor in solo, I'd prefer to see Camazotz in solo just to mitigate some of his rotation power. Just Camazotz should be able to bully him pretty consistently. And then you've got pressure in your other side lane. Izanami locked in. Should be able to outclear whatever the Valhalla Valkyries bring on the other end. And then the Morrigan kind of dissuading some of these other picks from chasing her out. We saw Nehu get consistently dove in mid, like every 3 minutes, confound Searing Pain. But now you've got the opportunity to transform into a Sobek, some CC immunity, the ability to just like walk out of these scenarios. If it is not going to be Thor solo, maybe we see a traditional warrior over there. You can transform into that. Camazotz is also one of the Morrigan's best transformations as well. And up against a draft that now has Aphrodite on it, what's the one way to beat sustain is to kill someone before they know you're there. Well, the Morrigan does that.
Morrigan can indeed do that here. Bans for the second half. Ao Kuang. So the Valkyries, they still put a lot of respect on Oath's Ao Kuang, and for all reason. I mean, he went like 8-2 in the game that they popped off with it. And then they're going to take the Odin away to try and deal with some of that immediate anti-heal that he provides. On the opposite side here, Sleekness will ban away the Dodgy and the Fenrir. So still taking some shots at the jungle there and trying to keep Ice a little bit further down in his draft selection. But that all doesn't matter because Erlong Shen has been left open this entire time. And the god that teams have been kind of first banning for the majority of this weekend makes it all the way to 7th pick, Mifflin.
Yeah, last time we saw Erlong Shen, I believe it was Sam for Soccer who was playing it, goes Bumba Spear, gets out-rotated immediately because he doesn't get enough clear. I'm not expecting the same thing from the Valhalla Valkyries. It is likely going to be Erlong Shen in the jungle. This does put Thor in the soul lane. Sobek finds himself in support. With Mannequin Scepter and a Pocket Aphrodite, this Erlong can do no wrong. In my eyes, right? Like, he's just going to walk it down in mid. And if he's able to put some pressure onto this Morgan pre-5 or even post-5, should make it a lot harder for her to operate. But Sleekness throwing some curveballs in the bottom 2. That's going to be Nike in the soul lane. Still, again, has flex potential into the jungle. Starting to realize soul laners and junglers are the same thing. They operate the same way. But
one's just in a lane.
Yeah, one's just in a lane. They get to farm easier role. Nike can go in the jungle. I am expecting her to go into soul lane. That means that Camazotz will be the jungler here. So who has Camazotz got an easy lane to gank in? None of them. None of these lanes are super easy. You might be able to shut down the Thor if Nike's helping you out. You might be able to rotate over towards the Chiron, but in the mid 3v3, you don't really want to fight with your Morgan up against a Sobek, Aphrodite, Erlong Shen, the Valkyries have got themselves some pretty consistent lanes. You're really relying, if you're a Sleekness fan, on the dual lane. I think this Izanami has got a lot of weight to carry.
And how about this Morgan? I mean, we were talking about the transformation target, Camazotz being one of the prime ones that you go towards when you want something high burst damage, which is, as it's been discussed, to heaven and back. Camazotz is pretty much just strictly damage, a single slow, and usually you're going to kill them by the time that slow even gets done applying at that point. But now you have a Nike as a transformation for this Morgan, so you got some defensive options here. And now you're looking over here at the opposite board. I mean, who's going to be the I mean, you were talking about the dual lanes where you want to go to get that pressure, but I mean, who's going to be the optimal kill target when you start getting to these bigger team fights?
Well, optimal kill targets for Sleekness, Aphrodite. You want to kill that guy immediately, right? Optimal kill target for the Valkyries is the Morgan. Oh, okay, mid laners seem to be the target here. Wow, big surprise.
Who would have ever guessed? The centers of attention on the map.
Yeah, so good question, easy answer.
I was also not trying to make a pun about her passive, but I think I just did unintentionally.
I didn't hear it. I don't think chat got it either. I don't what.
That's her passive name, is Center of Attention.
Is that true?
That is her passive, is Center of Attention. That is the name of it. For this Aphrodite, it's game number 5 between Sleekness and the Valkyries. Can the Valhalla Valkyries reverse sweep Sleekness and move on to face off against the Olympus Bolts? Or can Sleekness stop that run here? It's all going to come down to game number 5. Mifflin is over here charging up.
Start the pan.
He's over here charging up, ready to toss out this broom to see if this reverse sweep is going to happen.
One of you's got to catch it.
And I'm not sure who he's going to toss this at. If it's going to be me or if it's going to be the guys over here standing next to me. But this is sure to be a surefire game. Let's jump right into it. Game number 5. Can the reverse sweep happen? Let's find out right now.
Oh yeah, baby. Let's go. Sweep coming, baby. Let's get it. Come on.
All right, so one of the first things I think of in all of that is that we absolutely need a Mifflin Odin skin where he has a broom instead of a spear, right? Like, that's all I could see there.
Yeah.
If that's not possible,
and the
Rage,
shield
have
could be
fun
his
with
ego.
Okay, there we go. We got it. Hey, it's Ducky on Thor. Odin's not even in here. I don't know why it started. Oh, right, because he was charging it up. There we go. Game 5. I just had a broom flying at me. Was a little worried. I guess I shouldn't fear for my life, but you caught it. You caught it well, too.
I had your back. No problems. No problems. All right, let's take a look at the comps, shall we?
Let's talk about Smite.
So finally, Sleekness decide to ban away the Athena, which I think was the right call. I also really liked their AMC ban. I think that's been a huge problem for them. But the Sobek pick is smart from the Valkyries because Sobek comps and Athena comps are basically the same thing. It's just that Sobek is only getting one person and is displacing them behind him, whereas Athena's just pulling people into hers. But effectively, they want to take fights the exact same way. They want to just set up one person, kill that person, wait until their crowd control is back up, and do it again, and do it again, and do it again. And it's that same type of conveyor belt that Athena really sets up. So I think this is a really intelligent pick from the Valkyries, and just banning that pick isn't enough to assume that everything's going to be fine. Now, if you're Sleekness, you've got to actually adjust how you play against this style of combat.
This is going to be an interesting change for them. The Aphrodite proved to be problematic a couple of games ago. Of course, we just saw what this Thor was capable of doing. Ice is on a god. I think we've seen him on a little more often this year as well in this Erlong Shin. So everybody's kind of returning to comfort. J-Mac had also mentioned it on the cast. And I will say a lot of win rates for the Valkyries don't look too great just in general if you take them over the year. But Sobek did help bring them a lot of wins for a good period of time there.
Yep.
And if not, he looked really good in the losses as well. So Sobek here for Raffer is another easy shoe-in to look very solid. It's also an interesting return for Quig back onto Terra, something that's a little more standard.
Yeah, I think that, just getting some team fight presence, that's something that Sleekness was maybe lacking with their last draft, trying to get something a little bit more traditional. That was hot. That was nice.
Was clean. I mean, that's about as best you could ask. Hey, I'm going to hit the pin, and then you just do your damage. That's all. That's it.
Interrupted the jump on the startup frames so that it didn't go off. Gets easy first blood. Gets his beads as well. So Ice didn't even use blink. come on back. You know, no reason to stop it now. That's an easy second kill on the solo side of the map. Ice can just clear out this right-hand side. He'll hit 5, go back to base, buy probably a full item because he got the first blood bounty, and then come right on back to the right-hand side. Because if you just blink in and engage, you should be able to CC chain Chronic before he gets his ult off.
Oh, the aggression onto Zeros is there. Don't have the damage. Finally, Nehu's able to hit the last hit. Oath jumps under the tower. Never doubt a Camazotz and his capabilities to tower dive if necessary. Something that's going to be worrisome. Raffer, wide on the pluck. He's not going to get punished for it too harshly. Well, until that root comes down. A little bit of dashing from Quig. Just to make sure it reminds him he's not going to be able to get away with anything for free.
Yeah, good little bit of damage, but Raffer still has that meditation, so he's just trying to bait Sleekness into overcommitting and then use the med to heal himself back up basically to full. No med for Quig instead. It's a shell, and it's already upgraded in order to try and stop some of that damage coming from Erlong Shen on those dives in. I like the upgraded shell early in this situation. I think it scales better than the med.
Well, Quig needs a little bit of that healing from the Scorpion. He's going to be happy to be on the receiving end of that. Used the last of his pots as well for some staying power. You mentioned the Erlong Shen and the shell. Both of those might be coming into fruition right now. Ice has made the rotation over. He's level 6. The taunt is good onto Quig. The ult is good from Quig, but the death is better for the Valkyries. They managed to take down the support. Oath has rotated in. Oath is waiting, ready, sees Ice, gets some damage, but that's about all she wrote.
Yeah, just a well-timed gank on this left-hand side. I really was expecting Ice to go to the right, but because Ducky has not reset yet, decides that he should go where his team is a little bit stronger. Over here on the left, gets an easy kill onto Quig.
And now you have a 2-0 jungler. Has a level lead already, feeling pretty fine all around that. We're also entering an interesting dynamic because I saw how easily Zeros died. And my first thoughts were, well, that's not going to be too great. And then I remembered he was 0-4 in the last game. They picked on him a lot in the early game, and it didn't matter because eventually he just became Aphrodite.
Right.
They did have a little more help, though, because the Khepri was around that game as well.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think that when you look at how this Aphrodite is going to play out, it should really just be linking up with Ice, going aggressive, linking up with Raffer. Very similar to how they played that first Athena comp where it was Athena and Afro, just allowing your front line to get away with a little bit extra because you have that extra sustain, the back off, the ultimate in order to be there and help out. And Zeros hasn't, I don't know if he's linked anyone yet this game because he's been all alone here in the mid lane, but Ice has been doing good work on the side lanes, so, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ice is level 8. Whereas Oath is still only level 6.
Yeah, that is becoming a very large gap. Although, something I think that is going to be worthwhile and worth keeping your eye on is still the Morrigan. Because, you know, one Camazotz, especially when he's starting to fall behind, maybe a little more manageable. Two Camazotz, even if one's behind, oh, it's a little less manageable overall. It's about 1,000, a little over, gold lead here for the Valkyries 6 minutes in, so they're feeling comfortable with that. More than happy to start putting some pressure on. There's still a left side Scorpion, so no Gold Fury spawned up. That's been a very popular point of contention, although I think in the last few games it has been more around that 15-minute mark where we really see that accelerant. Right now it's going to be Ice, who's accelerating into the jungle over here, sees exactly what he needs to. Dark Portal is thrown down at the feet. Dude Man Bro hits no one with that. They drop the Earth and Fury and the beads from Dude Man Bro. The Valkyries don't get a kill.
What was Ice scared of? I mean, that was Raffer played it perfectly. He gets his beads, and Ice is right behind him. And he's got ult, he's got knockup, he's got pin, Emilito has ult. I'm floored that he doesn't go in right there. That should have been a kill, 100%. Maybe the shell, like shell plus Terra ult, but make him use it. I don't think you're dying to anything. I don't think so.
Well, hey, here's the taunt. Maybe hold on to it and see what you can do in mid. Well, the answer isn't seeming to be too much. Bat out of hell here from Nehu. That's going to be some good damage. Quig is not going to be able to help this one out. Nehu's low, and Raffer's doing a good job separating them. And unfortunately, Oath wasn't here too soon. Immel through the wall. I like where your mind is at, but unfortunately the shots, well, they're not where you want them to be. A little wide. They're going to steal this red buff away and at least take something away from Sleekness.
Yeah, ambitious shots there from Emil, but like you said, at least they get something in that moment. Chronic is here, but so is Ducky. Doesn't find the stun nor the hammer So that should be it, at least from the Valkyries' perspective. Don't think there's any way Ice dies to Chronic's damage, but Zeros does still use the ultimate. Better safe than sorry, puts it on cooldown.
Ooh, Chronic was potentially going to get caught out. Yeah, Nike, I forgot. Shield exists. Shield, fine, healthy, happy, and gone. This is a dangerous territory to be in, though. I mean, if you're looking at Sleekness, a lot being used for very little commitment from the Valkyries. Now Chronic in a bad position. Great stun, great damage, and a great kill for Ducky.
Ducky just continues to dominate, man. A blink in from Oath looking for Zeros. He has no ult, but Ducky's up.
And now Zero's just trying to stay alive, and guess what Afro's great at? Exactly that. Manages to stay alive, and Ducky, had it not been for some really choice body blocks there by Quig, could have potentially found a kill onto Oath as well. But they managed to get out once again. Free reign of the right side jungle. Luckily for the Sleekness, that speed buff isn't up, or else it'd be stripped away.
Love that. Love the way Ducky's playing, man. I mean, this Thor, it was obviously phenomenal in the last game. Continuing to look at this game, just aggressive in the jungle, hunting for plays. You know, hasn't missed a whole lot mechanically on a mechanically intensive god. Just impressed with what Ducky has been able to do these last few games. I thought that even in the losses he was playing pretty well, but he's really kicked it up a notch these last few, and it's been a big reason why we are here in a Game 5, and why in Game 5 the Valkyries have a lead.
And a pretty commanding one now. 2,000 at 9 minutes. You're definitely going to be feeling that very early on. Plus 3,500, or at least approaching that in terms of experience, is a very, very big gap between the two teams. And a lot of that, like you had mentioned earlier, it's just stayed true. It's 2 levels there between the junglers. 11 here for Ice, 9 for Oath. But you're starting to see a little bit of a difference. Catch up from Zeros, who was a level behind earlier, and Ducky, who's a level ahead.
My revenge.
Nehu and the rest of the crew. I mean, they've got a good team fight. I like what they could do potentially later. They got to get there before they can actually make it work.
Yeah, got to get there. And again, the way the Valkyries, have drafted, I think they correctly identified that Sleekness has struggled against heavy CC compositions. They draft a ton of it. They've got stun and knockback in the mid lane. They've got stun in the solo lane. They've got a root, a taunt, a knock-up in the jungle. They've got Sobek. Like, they've got a ton of CC, and Sleekness has got to find a way. And I think that the idea of going for something like the Morrigan that should never be in pluck position. Like, the way you should be positioning this god means that you shouldn't be near Raffer basically ever, is a good way to bypass that weakness.
Gold Fury seemed like it was going to get fainted at by the Valkyries. Instead, they just bait Nehu in. Nehu goes into the Kamazot's form, and the Bat Out of Hell is able to stay alive and disengage. But it's a heavy commitment for them in order to make sure this goes the way they want. And Ducky's not done just yet. Gets Oath and Quig in the middle of a dunk. They're going to get some damage good onto Quig. Pluck not going to connect there from Raffer. They have to fall back 1 HP. 1 hit away. But Quig is walking out of this one. Dude, man, bro, this is not a tower that you are going to try and defend. The Valkyries are not getting the kills, but they're getting the TKOs.
Love the way they're playing, man. It's just aggressive. It's in Sleekness's face. And Sleekness, I mean, you're up 2-0. You think that you're going to move on, that you got a chance to go to Worlds. You know, I'm sure they were celebrating, feeling really good. And then the Valkyries all of a sudden have really woken up. And I think that Sleekness has kind of been on the ropes a little bit, not letting them recover.
Chronic plucked. Chronic leaps and gets on out of there. Quig left between 5. The Valkyries not sweating a thing right now, but they're not going to be able to start up the Gold Fury, so Sleekness successful in that endeavor. At least slightly so. This is where things get, I mean, just continually tough. Beads great from Nehu to make sure he doesn't get plugged, but now a great wall from Ducky, and this Morgan is just getting picked on, not able to survive throughout too much. Raffer's chasing, Ducky's chasing, and finally they're going to be able to pick up that kill. Oath is now getting isolated and taken down, forces the ult, and now the disengage there. Up into the sky goes Ducky, waiting to see where he comes crashing down. And if the team wants to continue this engage, they've got healing, they've got fight, they've got power. It's just who they want throughout all of this. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to get that nice stun from Ducky's ult. Instead, it's looking like a disengage. Ice doesn't have a lot of mana to work with.
Still, the Valkyries just get more and more resources pulled out from Sleekness. And again, Emilito vibing over here in the duo lane. Just no one around. Dude Man Bro makes a good rotation. I like him coming to that fight and making sure that they don't fall too far behind. They get a little something from it. in the Pyromancer. I think that that's a good response from Sleekness in the fight after Nehu gets picked. But still, I mean, Raffer's the same level as Chronic, or just underneath, I suppose, but level 10 for him. He's in a really good spot. Quig also level 10, but if you look at the characters he's going to be up against, he's only really close to zeros, whereas Raffer feels like he can do quite a bit up against this right side of the map in particular, where both Chronic and Oath are pretty far behind.
Now it's kind of returned to a state of equilibrium for these two teams. The Valkyries have been very consistently 2,000 gold up. That Gold Fury just looks very tantalizing right now, though. And I feel like the Valkyries are trying to figure out their best bet over there. This is where things get awkward. You've got a Divine Ruin. You've got a Brawlers. You're doing your best to start dealing with some of this healing.
Yeah.
But the healing's only helping the longevity of the fights for the Valkyries. The damage numbers that are coming out, specifically of Ice right now, feel a little unreal to have to deal with. I mean, he's been forcing ults left and right.
Yeah, he's been fantastic so far. 2-0, got the first 2 kills, and has been really, really strong ever since. I mean, I love the Valkyries. Again, don't give Sleekness time to set their feet and figure out what they want to do. You're in such a commanding position. You've got a relic lead. Let's just play aggressively. And Ducky's here, making sure that he can be here if a play does break out. Maybe he can force something. Tries to find Nehu in mid. Doesn't. Cool. Not a huge deal. He's got a lead. He can afford to take some waves off on that right-hand side. He's got the PTO built up, basically, is what I'm saying, from the right side. So he can come and take this vacation in the mid lane for as long as he wants. He'll go back and collect the farm when he needs to.
Well, it feels awkward when you've got about a full 1,000 gold sitting in your pocket more if you're Ice than what Oath has been able to pick up. Still hovering at that 2-level lead as well. You got to find a way to get the gap. This Camazot's banned by Sleekness every single game, and so far has yet to maybe stand up to the standard that they've expected and that we've maybe expected out of what that god can provide. But the bad news is for the Valkyries is that he does still come online late. I think that's a good case for a lot of Sleekness. Granted, they have a massive advantage right now, but their healing gets better. The Valkyries have a good team fight. I think just hoping for Sleekness to get to that point and do well, they need to start showing up in some of these fights now more than ever.
Look, we've learned during this set that no lead is safe. Like, who knows what's going to happen at any given time in this set, because teams have gotten off to good leads, and then the other team has made a great play to come back, or the team that's in the lead has made a pretty big mistake and let the other team back into it. So even though the Valkyries are up by a good amount, 3K at 15 minutes is a solid lead for sure. It's a noticeable one. The experience gap, not really there, because everyone's got a little bit of a different lead elsewhere. Nehu's ahead of Zeros, but Ice is ahead of Oath, as Ducky's ahead of Chronic. It's kind of all over the place for this experience lead. So Valkyries can't assume that Sleekness is just going to roll over at this point. I think that both teams can certainly, Sleekness can definitely contest on a grouping from the Valkyries at any point.
Now here's an interesting concept and question. You need a little bit of anti-heal to deal with this Terra.
Mm-hmm.
And they go the Divine Ruin, makes sense for Zeros. It's an alright item.
Yeah.
It's actually the Brawlers that has now been picked by Immel.
Yeah.
That catches my eye more than anything. I mean, is that going to be helpful at all? We'll have to figure that out in a second. Ice is taking a ton of damage. Quig gets credit for the kill, but Nehu really showing off what they can do. And now they're trying to get Ducky forced into the sky. He's going to be able to retreat, but great presence of mind from Sleekness in that fight.
And Sleekness doesn't even use a relic. It was just a couple of ultimates. Oh no, Nehu did beads, excuse me. So Nehu uses beads and the Ankh from Quig, just making sure that healing wasn't going to come from that 9 turns blessing. Ice just misplayed the engagement, and now it's a bunch of ultimates down from the Valkyries trying to get away from how that fight turned out. So that's, I was just talking about a team, if the lead starts making mistakes, that's mistake number 1 for the Valkyries. Definitely buys Sleekness a little bit of a window.
And it gives them a golden opportunity to move forward. Still a pretty hefty gold lead for the Valkyries, but a chunk of it taken out. And if anything, they get a good kill onto Ice, which has to feel really good for Nehu and Quig now, sporting the only 2 kills for the team. Nehu, that ultimate, that Morrigan, I mean, we've seen what it can do. The Titans are the team that come to mind maybe the most right now because of what Paul has been able to do on this god. I mean, even on, it was the last game for PK in the Worlds as well. He was playing this Morgan despite the fact that Scylla had been as nuts as it was. Pyromancer started up here for Sleekness, and they're going to be able to secure it, although not without a little bit of worry. Valkyries show face, and Ducky seems to want a little bit more. Not going to be able to find any damage off the back end. And the Valkyries are just going to have to watch that one go away.
And just like that, Sleekness is in the experience lead in this game, despite still being down about 2,000 gold. Sleekness is sticking tough, man. This team, you know, they've certainly made their mistakes, and we've been talking about them a lot, but credit where it's due, they have not given up. You know, they have not rolled over or just allowed Valkyries to do whatever they please on the map. Sleekness, even when things aren't looking great, have been able to stay mentally in it and be where they need to be. As we get close to what is going to be a pretty critical Oni Fury fight, don't see why Sleekness couldn't just outright win this engagement. You know, they've got good tools. As long as they wait for Nehu's beads to be up, they're in a position where it's not about lead anymore. It's just about who executes better on the fight.
Dude Man Bro's tamed up a little bit. The fact that we flashed over to him and I was expecting him to dash in maybe speaks of what he was doing early on. He's definitely become more methodical, is the way I'll describe it here. Oni Fury spawning up right now. Good damage from Dude Man Bro. As we talk about him, Nehu quick though, take a lot. Oath goes deep into the backline. Valkyries are sitting around half health, and there's the bat out of hell from Oath, able to get the kill onto Zeros, and then they make it a double. They find 3 in a huge sweep. Ducky looking to just turn 1 around. Oath able to stay alive and walk out of this. Ducky and Immel, last 2 standing. Immel's going to have to fall back. Ducky's just getting chased out. Oni Fury is the call for the Sleek team.
I mean, Sleekness just groups up and starts gunning them down. Emilito steps up in the 2v1, dashes in, doesn't find Nehu, and Emilito will fall. Sleekness bait in the Hunter, and they 4 for 0 the Valhalla Valkyries around this Oni Fury. And it was all about this grouping from Sleekness. This Terra ultimate was absolutely huge. I think Raffer just took a little bit too much damage going in, and the Valkyries just tried to force it too much. They really didn't want to just reset and play off the next Sobek pluck. And think about where Sleekness struggled. It's whenever it would be Athena taunt, reset, wait for the next Athena taunt. Valkyries lost their patience a little bit there, and Sleekness punished them.
On Sleekness, with that Fury, not only is the experience, but finally the gold back in their favor. It is wild to think about. I mean, you see, you know, same level for solo, 1 level ahead there in jungle. Same thing for support. The 3-level offset in mid is really helping out with that experience lead, because Dude Man Bro has been 2 levels down for a few minutes, finally starting to catch up, just 1 level down now.
Oath is now 2 levels up. I mean, he was...
That's actually, that's great.
He was 2 levels down the vast majority of this game, but has somehow now surpassed Ice, who was 2-0, got picked in mid. I think that took a lot of the wind out of the Valkyrie sails, and now didn't get a whole lot off in that last team fight. The death ball of Sleekness ended up working out too well. Terra Ultimate still good, turns out.
It helps a lot in team fights. And you know what? A lot of this has changed around that Lotus Crown. I noticed it was not getting built right after Thebes.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask you about it. But now we don't have to. We can just talk about the fact that it has been built up. It just took a little longer. It feels like it's going to help out, at least in some of these fights, a little bit of damage. As well as this Morgan build, a lot of damage. Contagion built in. Took Sleekness a little bit, but it finally feels like they've got a handle slightly on what the Valkyries are bringing. Ducky's still a wild card right now.
Yeah, Ducky just hasn't been able to engage these fights. And I think that that's a key, is that on the fights that Sleekness gets to start, they look really good. But on the fights where they don't get to start it, and it's the Valkyries who are able to set them scrambling a little bit, they don't do so well. And so on that last fight, when Raffer misses the engage and then keeps moving forward, it lets Sleekness kind of organize how they want their fight to go, and how they want what their target selection's going to be, who they're peeling for, what abilities got used. All of that is a little bit easier to communicate when you know exactly what's happening in the team fight, instead of, oh my god, my support just got taunted, like, I don't know what to do, he's dead. That's not really the, I'm sure that's not what's happening, but it is certainly, it was disorienting their communication at some level, I have to guess, just based on what we were seeing. So I think that the Valkyries just need to have a quick talk, like, hey guys, we're okay. We're not down by too much. We're in the same position that the Sleekness was a few minutes ago that they just crushed us in, so we know we can win a fight. Let's just play off Raffer's pluck. Let's let Raffer hit a pluck, Kill that guy and move on.
Sometimes it's as simple as that. See if Raffer is going to be in a position for it. Nehu immediately transforms. Nike is the option this time around. Ice, Zeros, and Raffer are getting chased up by Sleekness. They want this fight, and they're going for it as far as they can. Ducky dunks down onto Nehu, finds the kill, but they trade out Ice for their trouble. Zeros is the primary target, and they haven't been able to close the gap onto the Aphrodite.
Nice stun.
Great three-man stun from Ducky, and Zeros is still alive. Oath goes down, 2 for 1 so far, and it is the Valkyries who are running away happy with the way this one is. Sleekness forced to retreat. Quig might even fall on the back end.
Great pluck onto Chronic. Boosh beads alert there as he gets plucked back. Gonna try and shove everyone back. Good Dark Portal to try and keep him off. Feel like Chronic still not gonna have many options to get out.
Just trying to run, nowhere to go. Ducky, credit for that one. 3 for 1, and they were the ones who tried to chase and start that fight.
I mean, just beautiful initiation from Ducky on the back end after Nehu had gotten that ultimate off. Just dunks him down, insta-kills him. Ducky's doing so much, man, on this Thor. Just can't say how impressed I am with that amount of play. But, you know, Ice kind of botched that engage again, just didn't find the knockup, and so it looked like it was going to be good for Sleekness, but Dude Man Bro wasn't there. It was just a straight-up 5-on-4, and the dive didn't work on the Zeros.
So now things get interesting. Quig has been the target. Swap from the Fire Giant. It was leashed by the Valkyries there. A good wall by Ducky. Actually, maybe a helpful wall for Sleekness. Helps separate them from the rest of the team. Doesn't find the stuns he wants. And it looks like the Valkyries are going to leave the Fire Giant pit.
Can't all back here.
This is a really big grouping from Sleekness. If they end up backing, if they leave this area, this Fire Giant has been started up by the Order side. Ducky sees it. Ice is here, Immel's here. And a good two-man stun, good damage as well from Ducky. He's up in the sky. Nehu is super low, and Nehu has to be careful here. Nike's shield for Nehu gets him out alive. They're going to have to be careful. That's 2 ults, big ones burned on the side of Sleekness, and the chase is on from the Valkyries. Oath barely able to leap over the wall. Quig can't do the same, and the Terra has been taken down for their over-aggression. Ducky isn't done yet either. He's under the tower. He's finding stuns. They might be able to chase down Chronic with a nice, massive shield like that. It feels like they're going to have to back away, and maybe there's a re-engage here for Sleekness. I think we're finally going to see the pause.
Man, Ducky is just... I feel like every time you stop talking about the team fight, I'm going, well, that was a good fight for Ducky. Hey, did you see Ducky that fight? Hey, I think Ducky might have had a good fight that time around. It's crazy. This man is just doing so much on this pick. And Emilito with great damage from a distance. I mean, he should have a lot of gold in hand because Emil didn't even back after that last fight. Neither Ducky nor Ice nor Emilito got to back, I don't think. So yeah, finally they'll be able to go back and spend, and Emilito's going to be able to upgrade his starter. That's going to be a big power spike for him. I think this Chiron is really working well for how the Valkyries are playing these fights. It's letting Emilito follow up on this CC from a distance, which, as we've said, has been really, really strong for the Valkyries. And Sleekness, you know, the main thing that I'm noticing is that I'm not noticing Oath. Oath, who played so well in those first 2 games in particular, has been doing a lot of good this set, but this Camazot's pick has not looked super impactful. His scoreline's good, you know, 2-1-3. He's middle of the pack in player damage, but it was just so obvious the impact he was having on those other picks, and giving him this Camazot's that can sometimes be a little quiet. It just has not paid off quite yet. Not to say that it won't, just hasn't yet.
It's definitely slowed things down in the jungle, at the bare minimum. I was going to mention gold lead. I guess I still can. There is none, virtually. I mean, the Valkyries have like 100, 200 gold that are in their favor. Not a lot that you want to talk about. Hey, Raffer, you haven't done this in a couple of games. Was standing around in this mist prior as the Kepri, now doing it.
You could see he
so
wanted to pluck Dude Man Bro
so badly.
So bad, you know, like... You're on the diet, you come into the kitchen, there's a big old sheet of brownies in there, and you want them so bad, and Raffer's a stronger man than I am. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, anybody else wants to hit that pluck, they do it, regardless of where the team is.
It can't be bad, right? I mean, it's the ADC. Like, surely it's good.
He's got a Spectral. He'd be, probably okay. That's maybe tentatively probably okay. We'll see how well Raffer feels. Already taking a little bit of poke in this little skirmish in the jungle. Got to keep my eyes on, I guess, twofold. Ducky for the Valkyries. And Nehu on the other side, because Nehu, at least in that last engagement, last couple, have been isolated. They've had to use their ult defensively, or when they used it aggressively, Ducky just killed him when it was done. We'll see how that ends up unfolding around this Fire Giant. Started up by Sleekness now.
Zeros gets a little poked out, but of course he has it. Was that Emilito's ultimate? It was. Wonder what scared him. You know, maybe he thought that was going to be a bigger engage, but that's a pretty big cooldown to have lost there for Emilito. He actually goes back to base, sells his starter for Heartseeker. So he had Death Toll. Guess he didn't want to upgrade that, which, you know, makes sense. It's a good item, but not the greatest for Chiron in particular. You know, he could get something a little bit different and maybe find a little bit more success. Bloodforge, something along those lines. So he ends up getting a pretty big power spike in the Heartseeker, but still a while on that ultimate.
It's a small win, but it opens up a tier 1 tower for them. Good double tap from Ducky. Again, Nehu is the one who's in trouble. Gets into the Morgan ult faster this time. Transforms into Nike. Now has the ult if necessary. Massive shield and a massive slow, and that's the go button for Sleekness. They jump in, but the damage, they need a little bit more for Immel, for Zeros, for Ducky to find the kill. And finally, Oath is able to get some on the board. Dooman Bro getting aggressive with him. Nehu is out of this fight. Ice is isolated and surrounded. Will he still be able to get away? 72 transformations helps a little bit, but it's not enough to completely disengage. One more hit, and that's all it takes. Chronic gets the kill. It's a 3 for 0.
And think of the 2 fights that Sleekness have won this game. It has just been the death ball. They have just grouped up and gunned them down, and that has worked every time for them. And I gotta say, I think Emilito's ultimate would have been pretty helpful there as he tried to sneak around the back to try and snipe away this Fire Giant, but they know. Yeah, they know.
And a good kill. Nehu needs that one after the pressure he has been under. Ducky alive. No ult just yet. Fire Giant started
if he steals
up.
this,
he goes up, and he's going to be waiting. Sleekness
I don't know
appropriately
so
slowing
early.
things down. Dude Man Bro's low. Yeah, Ducky's just going to go ahead and fall back, but he's still hanging around here. It's been a while. I'm having flashbacks to some Season 1 games for what Thor is going to be able to do if he can get close. Not close enough this time around. Fire Giant goes the way of Sleekness. They get it on all 5, and they get the Pyro.
And they killed it at 30 minutes and 1 second. They waited until it was enhanced. So Ducky ulting when he did actually makes it that much easier for Sleekness to hold on and wait because they don't want to be doing it anyways right in his face if he still has his ultimate up. So, you know, it's such a low percentage play, it's not even worth me criticizing, I don't think. But a little unfortunate there for the Valhalla Valkyries. And Sleekness just continues. Every team fight they win, it's because they're able to group up and gun you down. And the Valkyries are always turning and running in those situations. And on the fights where the Valkyries are able to be the first ones in, you know, hit a Thor wall, hit a Thor dunk, and everyone from Sleekness isn't able to group up, then the Valkyries are able to pick them apart pretty easily. So we'll see what you know, on a Phoenix defense, maybe it'll be a little bit easier for the Valkyries to keep Sleekness spread out. But with an Izanami and a Polynomicon Morrigan, it's very easy to kill those towers.
Both caught out in the jungle, bat out of hell used. A lot of damage just from one shot onto Zeros there.
Close.
And that stun, yeah, very close.
Was blind over
to
the
connecting onto Oath.
Ducky's
if
up.
Ducky had gotten that, that would have been insane. Ducky's up in the sky. We'll see what he can do. He's going to go ahead and dunk, and he dunks onto Dude Man Bro, but the damage is not there enough to find the carry. Nehu trying to do whatever he can, transforms into Nike, gets a big ult, and is now trying to get away. Does exactly what they need, but a good pluck from Raffer throws him right into the waiting arms of Zeros. Raffer, credit for the kill. Dude Man Bro gets chased down. Chronic needs one to go in their favor. So far, they've gotten priority targets on the side of the Valkyries, but it is a chase down from Sleekness. They've gotten 2. They're looking for a little bit more.
Great stun, forces the beads, Zeros and Ice, the linked lovers trying to get away, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. This is an awfully healthy Sleekness trio.
That's a good knock up, and you're only running into their territory. There's not many places to go. Oath going to try to close the gap a little bit more. Slow, good onto Zeros, knock up better, and they're finally going to be able to take care of this healer. The beads, the Aegis are good, but it's not good enough. They're going to be able to kill him down. Ducky up into the sky, waiting to see if he'll come crashing down. Gets Chronic, doesn't get Oath. And now Oath in a waiting position to get aggressive. Finds a hit onto Ducky. They're going to have to fall back. They lost Dude Man Bro.
They lost Dude Man Bro, they lost Nehu, and that's EFG off the 2 backliners.
That's big.
Valkyries, I mean, they lose 3, but they're not losing a whole lot else. You know, this tier 2 tower will fall in left. They can just backdoor this pretty easily, even with just a couple of tanks. But overall, I think that play turns out to be really good for the Valkyries. They don't take the fight on their Phoenix. And look at how that fight plays out, Gore. It's not a big death ball of Sleekness. It's a little chaotic. It's a little hectic.
Yeah.
They're a little spread out. And immediately you see how much harder it is for Sleekness to just absolutely steamroll them.
Well, we still have a minute left on the power play. Tier 2 tower is not what you want on its own if you have an EFG. So they're definitely feeling the slowed down pace. We'll see if they're able to get back there anytime soon. The grouping on left is starting to show up. I'm getting flashbacks to game number 1. If you can remember that far back at this point. Fire Giant had 40 seconds left. They were standing outside the left side Phoenix. And then they said, I don't care, and dove Phoenix anyway, and just won the fight. But it seems like this time, cautionary tale is what Sleekness are facing.
Yeah, it's a lot scarier losing game 5 that way.
Yes,
than losing game 1. You know, like now the stakes are real, it feels like, for Sleekness. They know that, you know, both teams are just one bad siege away from their season being over.
It's wild to think Valkyries, depending on how this game goes, could be the first SPL team completely eliminated from the running for Worlds. Sleekness, the last hope for the SCC right now, especially in North America, and actually just across all regions. Depending on how this one goes, they're going to find themselves one step closer to the World Championship, or unfortunately hanging their heads after a 2-game lead and potential reverse sweep from the Valkyries here. 9,000 gold separate these two teams. 30 seconds until we see an EFG. 1 tower standing on the Valkyries side of the map, and that's the tier 2 and right. 3 tier 2s still up for Sleekness. And you know they've got to be feeling a little nervous about this next fight. They hit one, they miss one, they hit the next. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, it's certainly the way it's felt so far. And Emilito has not even started his 6th item. He's got about 1,200 gold in hand. You know, that's not enough to buy anything in particular. I think I'd buy a power pot if I were in his shoes, just try and get as strong as I possibly can for this fight, because it's very likely that this EFG decides the winner of this set.
Last EFG, Emil used his ult very early in the fight and did not have it available. So that's something the Valkyries have that's in their pockets that was not available for them prior. Ward coverage as well is going to be pretty helpful. They've got one covering the Fire Giant, just cheekily stood beyond his sword there, just outside the range of that sentry the Valkyries have put down. Vision's going to be important, but the engage, I mean, right now, any separation from Sleekness usually has rewarded them with a lost fight.
Yeah, exactly. They need to group up, which is not what you would typically want out of your Morrigan composition, but maybe Nehu can just get around behind and where everyone else is. But Oath in trouble!
Yeah, Oath is isolated. Oath is dead. An easy kill. But that is Emil's ult, ultimately. Well, there's only going to be one thing. Ducky goes for the deep dive, tries to find Nehu, does find Dude Man Bro. Gets a little bit of damage there. Ice Raffer 0, so they're looking to be on a tear. Nehu's just pushing up mid. He's given up, at least around the FG.
He'll get this Phoenix if they let him, because he's got Poly. Yeah, this damage is not irrelevant coming out of the Mage. Yeah, this Phoenix might just be gone already.
And they're just doing the
They're
Pyromancer.
on Pyro?
Yeah, they're not even starting FG. You get a little damage onto Dude Man Bro, but that's a Phoenix for free. Fire Giant finally started up here by the Valkyries.
They can end.
Quig's here, Chronic's here, but they're going into the base. They're looking for a little bit more. They've got the minion wave. It's Dude Man Bro and Nehu. Nehu has transformation available if
Zero's
necessary,
backing.
but they're looking for the damage, and they're finding it right now. This Titan is falling. Ducky is trying his best, but Ducky goes down. The trade is there.
Oh my God!
Forward, the Valkyries are eliminated.
Unbelievable call! What a call from Sleekness! And they just say, who cares about the EFG? We're going on by going straight to the Titan room, baby. That was absolutely insane. You can get this broom out of here, man. We're not going to need it. No reverse sweep here for the Valkyries. Unbelievable end from Sleekness.
I'm a little lightheaded.
Crazy, man.
He just I see Nehu leaving the fight, and I'm like, well, that's weird. And then you're like, oh, well, he can do Phoenix. That's about all it should have been. Then the Pyromancer gets started. You start to see a juggle. And it just fell right through their hands. A good retreat, but it just a little too late from the Valkyries.
Unbelievable, man. I've never seen that happen around an EFG end, like in a Game 5 situation. That must have been the last auto from Nehu. The very last auto in order to get that.
His dying breath.
Unbelievable. I can't wait to see a replay of that Titan kill. What a great call. And that just kind of embodies what Sleekness is about, right? Just getting in there. They're going to take some low percentage plays. They're going to make some mistakes, but boy, are they going to be entertaining to watch. Congratulations to them, beating an SPL team, eliminating them, and they only have to beat one more team in order to go to Worlds.
They're one step closer. We say bye-bye to the Valkyries. We'll get to see Sleekness again tomorrow. We're going to break that down and hopefully watch the replay. I need to see it again right after this.
Wow. I think that's the only word that I can come up with to describe the ending of game number 5 here. Sleekness with a backdoor call while the Valkyries go for Pyromancer and Fire Giant is what wins them the game. I can't say that there was another single play throughout where I went, wow, Sleekness is going to win this one. That was a single call here, Mifflin. Turns this one around. The reverse sweep is stopped in its tracks by the mid laner and the carry from the SCC team.
That's tough, man. My heart goes out to the Valhalla Valkyries because being put into that position is so tough. They had pulled the Pyro. They say, oh, they're backdooring our Phoenix. Well, we can't just trade Pyro. That's not valuable enough. So they shift their attention to the Fire Giant, not really realizing that the Titan was the one under threat the entire time. And just one heads-up play from a Morrigan and an Izanami is all it takes to net you a dub in the just barest, thinnest of margins, man. Imagine just the bravery that it takes to make that call as well. Who's saying, yeah, we backdoor here? Because if it doesn't work, they just lose. Sleekness, that is. Just wild, dude. Just wild.
I'll tell you who makes those calls, Mifflin. It's the same team that makes the call of Fire Giants wearing off. Let's keep fighting at the Phoenix
freaks,
anyways.
Dude. Oh, I forgot.
This is the North American Smite Challenger Circuit, former 4th seed. And they're just out here doing things that you would never expect in a competitive game of Smite of any degree. These guys, I think Freaks might be one way, Psychos might be another one to put it out here. They think on a completely different plane than anybody else in existence. And this one thought here is what ends up winning them this best-of-5 series that drug all the way to the end.
And it's so hard to evaluate the pace in the game up until that point because for the most part, it felt like the Valhalla Valkyries had a firm grasp throughout. It was a gold lead for the Valkyries. Team fights were back and forth. It wasn't as if that was a slow burn where Sleekness kind of accumulated small win after small win that nets them the dub. It really was a bloodbath, slog, back and forth battle where maybe Sleekness is finding themselves in some positions with some leads, and then the Valhalla Valkyries find themselves in a superior position, and then one call really just blows the doors wide open on this game.
Mayu goes in, loses his Hunter, throws out an auto, and it's the returning auto from an Izanami, the one that deals, what is it, 25%?
Not a lot.
Of your normal damage is ultimately what gets the last hit against the Titan. And Sleekness, after 5 grueling games up against the Valhalla Valkyries, the SCC team has eliminated the SPL team here in the SWC placements. And Sleekness, they still have one more to go. This isn't the end of the road. It's not like, all right, it's all said and done here. This set is done. But now they've got to go up against the Olympus Bolts tomorrow. And if the Valkyries were giving them a lot of trouble here, the Bolts are surely to give them some extra trouble.
And Sleekness have got the added weight of having shown the Olympus Bolts a lot more than I think they would have liked to. I mean, this set could have been over in 3 had Sleekness been able to close it out earlier on, but the Valhalla Valkyries, as a parting gift on the way out of their contention for the World Championship, hand over the baton to the Olympus Bolts and say, we're going to give you as much data as humanly possible so that maybe the SPL can find a revenge kill.
I think you're right to say hearts go out to the Valkyries there. A hard-fought battle here in this best-of-5 up against the SCC team. And we do have one of the members here of Sleekness standing by for a post-game interview. It's the mid laner himself, Neu. Neu, I'm just going to start this interview off by asking, who made that end call?
I was kind of just walking up mid just to try to force attention, and we kind of all just saw what was going to happen. Like, we all kind of called it. Like, Duman said, I'm coming, and then I said, let's just get Phoenix. And then we didn't think it'd turn into Titan, but hey.
So it's just a happen by circumstance. You know, it's we're just going to grab one thing, and, well, we'll grab another, and, hey, might as well just go to the end here. You guys got to go up against the Bolts next. You had a hard-fought fight against the Dragons. The Dragons send the Bolts kind of to the last little bit here. What's the team feeling like? What's kind of the atmosphere getting ready to go against those guys?
We think we know how to draft against them. We're pretty optimistic seeing it. Of course, they're a really hard team. But we'll just have to see. Anything could happen.
Yeah, I think anything can happen might be the best way to describe it. I mean, an unbelievable set out of here from you guys. Your SCC run still technically goes through. I mean, and how does it feel going from being, you know, the number 4 seed, going into circuit playoffs, coming out number 1, and now being literally one set away from being in the Smite World Championships?
It feels really good. We made some roster changes, a bit shaky at the start, but we kind of found our groove towards halfway through the split. We've been riding the momentum the entire way.
Well, you guys look good this weekend. You guys look good in this set. And hopefully you can get a nice set tomorrow up against the Bolts. Thank you for spending time talking to me, Nehu. Congrats on your win, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Some confidence out of the SCC team, and they deserve that confidence. Getting a win over an SPL team is no easy task from the minor league. It doesn't happen very often in these qualifiers and placements. And the last times I can think was back in the days of the Boat Boys with Armada up against the rival Ghost Gang at that time, and even Simplicity back to like against SK is like the only other times I can think where we're really seeing SCC teams get some big wins.
Yeah, I was like 15, man. I don't remember. I was thinking about my juice box at lunch, dude. You can't be.
That was barely even 2 years ago.
I was like 15, bro. Come on, leave me alone. I don't know any of that.
The guy walking around the office going, "Oh, I'm 23. I don't know anything of what's going on here."
I'm new, bro.
Yeah, 2 years is a long time ago here. And everything that's been going on this weekend, if you've forgotten anything of what's happened, let's take a look at the schedule, the brackets of everything that has happened today and what we still have tomorrow. Sleekness with the win over the Valkyries in 3-2 fashion today. They get to take on the Olympus Bolts as their final prize. I mean, talk about a prize to try and, buy your way into this final opportunity. Is you've only got to beat the Olympus Bolts to go to the Smite World Championships, man.
If I were in Sleekness' spot right there, Game 5 situation, I'm looking at the horizon. I'm like, oh, got to beat the Valhalla Valkyries. What do I get? A chance to play against the Bolts? I think my mental shatters right there. Like, I'm not sure that I've got the wherewithal and mental fortitude to stick through and try and chase that bag. So props to Sleekness, man. What a wild set. Good
Props
Lord.
to the confidence on them. I mean, even Nehu said it says that he feels confidence in the drafting up against that team. They think that they know how to pick them apart. Can they do so is the question. We also had another set today, Mifflin, by the way. I mean, I know we've been here a long time just in this one. We had the Oni Warriors and the Winter Dogs go to a 3-1 set here for the Warriors.
5
now
hours ago.
Yeah, quite a long time ago. It's been a long day here, and surely potentially another long one tomorrow. The Scarabs and the Warriors get a rematch this time around, and only one of them gets to go to the Smite World Championships.
So if you're one of the fans at home that really likes these longer sets, worth noting that last time the Solar Scarabs and the Oni Warriors played against each other was nearly a reverse sweep situation, did go 5. So expect that again. I'm thinking these guys are going to go the distance.
So we've had one reverse sweep and 2 near reverse sweeps happen just in the course of this week
that
alone.
Broom is getting work, man.
That is the most work that Broom has gotten in a long time. It's gotten 3 opportunities and potentially a 4th one out here tomorrow. Mifflin, I'm excited for what day 6 of this week has in store for us.
Wow, we're on day 6.
Day
Look at
6.
Look at us, man. Who would have thought? Not me.
Not me, man. Not me. We're 6 days in. Well, now technically 5 days in. We got one more day to go for the Smite World Championship placement rounds. 2 teams going home tomorrow. 2 teams going to the Smite World Championships. Make sure that you're tuning in tomorrow at 11 a.m. EST here on the channel to see who's going to make it to the Smite World Championships. On behalf of me, Mifflin, the rest of the Casters production, and everybody else at home, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Peach it.